we there? Are we there?
Okay. Bet it all on me. Step to the line, that's 3. Weight of the crown, that's heavy. Locked in and I'm ready. I got the green light. 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 Preserving my energy, don't you belittle me. No, this ain't symmetry. I'm in the field, I'm in the lead. Gassed up and you running on E. Rock tall cause you standing on stilts. Elevated cause the rock that I'm on. Celebrated cause it's up and we gone. Out of here, reach a new level, that stratosphere. I'm not a star, raising a bar. Light on me cause the sun with me. Fork down and the bros with me. I achieve cause achieve with me. Haters mad cause I move swift. Stay humble, I won't lose grip. I bet it all on me. Step to the line, that's 3. Weight of the crown, that's heavy. Locked in and I'm ready. I got the green light. 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 Bet it all on me. Step to the line, that's 3. Weight of the crown, that's heavy. Locked in and I'm ready. I got the green light. 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 Alley hoop, how we came up. Starting 5, we ain't change up. Back to back teams. Championship rings. Ayy, beast in the east. 305, how I'm bringing the heat. 4-0, that's what we callin' the sweep. Dominating, never smelling defeat. Ha, hey, shot clock, no, I grab the assist. Show 'em why I'm top 5 in the pit. Break right, then I shake left. Cooking up, but I ain't Steph. Whole team going harder to paint. Going off as one of the greats. On fire, yeah, we raising the stakes. Yo, bet it all on me. Step to the line, that's 3. Weight of the ground, that's heavy. Locked in and I'm ready.
This stream contains fast flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
Everyone wonders, ¿cuál es el secreto de las Américas?
We're finally here. It's playoffs. 8 teams will be fighting to claim a ticket to Masters London, but only 3 can make the trip. Hello and welcome to day 1 of stage 1 of our playoffs, coming to you live from the Riot Games Arena here in Los Angeles, California. I am Zoe and I'm once again joined by Athena and Riot. And guys, we have a great opportunity here. It's a once in a lifetime opportunity. It's not sunny in LA, so we can discuss the weather.
No, I'm okay with
not
that. I'd
doing
rather discuss playoffs.
Okay, my next option was traffic. But let's go with that. You know what? That's okay. She can have an opinion. That's fine. That's fine. That's right. That's exactly why she's on the desk, to have an opinion.
True.
So
I love
true.
having an opinion. It's great.
I have a PSA before we sharing all of our opinions. That's right, because I want to make sure that everyone who's watching is paying very close attention to every single round today, because we got Shot Call live for playoffs. Woo! That means that if your Riot account is linked to your Twitch account, you can make predictions and earn rewards as you're watching the show. The top 5% on the map will actually get a very exclusive buddy, and they can claim a spray with 100 points.
That will be me.
That will be her, because you're the prediction queen, actually.
Not me.
I feel like I'm always jinxing myself, but then I keep getting them right.
Yeah.
So I'm
you just lean
gonna
into
keep going.
Yeah.
You know,
I'm gonna keep going until
that's
I
right.
can't.
Myrna, you're not the only one who sometimes gets it wrong.
Yeah.
So
Sometimes,
for
sure.
those of you
Very
who may
generous.
need a little help with your pick'ems, this next segment is not for you, because Bren and Sideshow were put on the case to demonstrate their sweet science of bracketology.
Now, when I see an empty bracket, I just have to fill it out. It's a sickness. I'm a sick human in the head. And that's why we decided to do another bracketology. That's going up my nose. It's going up my nose. That's why we decided to do another bracketology. Now, I would like to get started with the first game, which is the Leviathan versus FURIA matchup. And I'm feeling FURIA for this one. Luckily, I already got this one pre-selected, so I shouldn't have too many difficulties with it. Yep, just got to slam it onto the thing. There we go, yep, FURIA, they move forwards. And now I'm probably going to go for the 100 Thieves G2 matchup. I'm feeling 100 Thieves, actually, for that one. I've got a lot of faith in the coaching staff. I think they'll be doing pretty good work. Not that G2 are any slouches, so I'm going to have them moving, but that was actually pretty good. Not too bad. And so now we go down to the losers, and that's going to be a bit difficult. But who have we got down there? Yes, Lev, good. I'm glad that my arms are thinking before my brain is. And now the next losers will be G2, right? And that goes a bit down there. Perfect, actually. We're getting quite good at this. I'm getting quite good at this, not we. And then moving forwards, MIBR versus FURIA. That's an interesting one. I'm gonna go with, thinking. Could you scratch my, thinking, thank you. I'm gonna go with, I think, FURIA. I was just testing you. Yep, no, it's good, fine, just leave it there. And then we can see 100 Thieves versus Crew. That's another interesting one. Crew have been looking pretty good. So good. Crew is what I'm actually thinking. Yes, very good. Now we go down to the losers. Oh, but the bracket's gonna flip, so that causes, no, I don't think it's supposed to go there, is it? Oh, no, it is. Wait, hold on. I'm so mistaken, actually. I just don't know how to do my job. Yes, MIBR. Oh, goodness, thank goodness my arms are moving the segment along, because I just clearly don't know how to. The, NRG Lev, I'm gonna go with NRG for that one, I think. NRG, great team. They were former, reigning world champions. They're in the lower bracket, starting from the lowest possible point, but I think they can do it. G2 Loud, that was gonna be a difficult one. I really do wanna see a lot out of Loud as well. They'd really impressed me, actually, as a team. But I'm actually thinking G2. Yeah, I'm actually thinking G2. Yeah, there we go, place it straight there. And then, what's happened at the end here? I think we can just wrap the segment there. That's a premonition of some kind. It's either going to be 100 Thieves or G2 or FURIA, potentially. The rest of the bracket, probably not as important to fill out, to be honest with you. But we've never been wrong with a bracketology. I've never been wrong with a bracketology. I don't have much more to add, really.
Yeah, I mean, that was helpful.
Yeah, that was, dude.
The 20 Furious at the end are killing me.
I think that was definitely for who's gonna win, and that's crazy actually.
And then we're all gonna ignore it and do the predictions wrong.
Yes,
that's how
except
it goes.
for you,
Yeah,
of course.
well, no.
That's how it goes for us.
Yeah, only for us.
not for me.
Well, there's some things we have to take into consideration, right, heading into the playoffs, because we will be playing on the patch 12.08, and there are no significant agent or gameplay changes. So that means that Neon and shotguns are still fair game.
Dang it.
Huzzah, say it with me.
Sorry, energy.
Okay.
No.
Soon.
Just energy.
But we do
Hold it
have
strong.
some changes to the map pool, right? Bind is out, Ascent is back in the mix.
Yeah, Ascent definitely like the most balanced map, which is why it was in that map pool rotation for so long. Both sides are pretty balanced. You get a lot of map control. You can fight for those orbs pretty easily on both sides. So it makes a lot of sense. I'm kind of excited to see it back in the pool.
I'm very excited. I think we're all wondering what's going to happen, because I remember right before it left the map pool, everybody was getting a little bit more creative with it. And you look at what the other regions have been doing, because they happen to be just about 1 week ahead. And it's very interesting. Obviously, a lot of Jet, Pacific, everybody's playing Jet, everybody's experimenting with it. But then you have PaperX, for example, that is playing a double Sentinel and bringing the Sage and the Vice. But that's PaperX, you know?
You don't want to play a Yoru as well?
Yeah, and then you look at EMEA, everybody's playing Phoenix, which I love. Sometimes you're also mixing it up with the Phoenix and the KO, because sometimes, you know, you had that replacement, but now it's for some of the teams only that. And then for China, only 2 teams have played it so far, and they kind of have that mix of the Phoenix and the Jet. So we have a little bit of everything, but it's also, I feel like, very fitting for our teams.
Yeah, I feel like especially going into playoffs, I wouldn't be surprised seeing the Neon having one last huzzah playing in that Ascent, because the stuns are really good for a lot of those choke points, clearing out wine, for example, getting towards that garden control. It's really nice to play, but I feel like we're gonna see a lot of that Jet Phoenix, like you said, based on the other kind of regions that we've seen, and also based on what we've seen so far in Stage 1.
I feel we definitely have a lot to look forward to here in the playoffs on Ascent, but we also have so much to look back on. Great moments we had on Ascent, so let's take a trip back down memory lane.
Wild now display. Jorgemont with the bucket in his hand. He's even dodged the flash. APM off the bloody charts from this guy. Crashes with the firing line. Making sure that nobody can really take in. Adjustment. Right! Jorgemont! Goodness me!
One goes in and gets the dip away. Does get marked though. Prowler, not a problem just yet. Another way!
They are not expecting this. Calm. Can he do it once again? Something. It's going to be the freebie, but he's going to play this out patiently. He wants to spot them both. Can he make the transition? Yes, he can!
Please don't.
This is it. Please don't mess this up.
Please don't mess this up. I'm just going to tell you right now, do not. No! Not like this.
Memories. So many things I completely forgot about. So yeah, I'm excited to see what our teams have in store for us should they take us to Ascent today. Now it is time to get into our first matchup of our playoffs. FURIA versus Leviathan. This is in fact the first time those two teams even face off against each other this very year. And I feel like both teams had a red and hot start in Stage 1, but then it kind of petered out. Like they kind of got a little shaky through the last few weeks.
Yeah, it feels like they started slowing down. We started seeing a little bit of a struggle when it came to how they wanted to play, like their identities were kind of lost. I think for FURIA, we saw them slow it down. They started changing a little bit of their comps. They started trying to figure out how to set Koala on the Phoenix more, to set up a limb, but it just hasn't been working out. Feels like we've had a little bit of the lack of performance from these players. And so, as you can see, losing to Crew and as well as 100 Thieves, which was kind of a big upset, was a big deal.
Yeah, it felt like for FURIA, some of the things that made them really strong towards kickoff and the reason why they were that #1 seed going into Masters Santiago was because the double duelists that they were playing really worked out for their playstyle. When you saw Koala constantly playing with this operator and this the Yoru as well, that both of them really benefited from. But then as time passes and we go into Stage 1, they're trying to find what is going to be the best scenario for them. We've seen Koala a little bit on the Jet. We've seen him trying to experiment on the ISO as well, and trying to see how they can have a little bit more of that map control that they've lost because we're not seeing that operator as much.
Yeah, and I think it also balances well with Leviathan, right? They're doing kind of something similar where they do have the op a lot. That's the only contrast, but they're slowing down down a lot of their tempo and they're slowing down that pace. And so they've struggled that kind of explosive start that they've had at the beginning of stage 1, which is what we were asking for during kickoff because of those two insane duelists. Now they're slowing down and they're struggling just a little bit.
Yeah, and here we see a tweet from Coach Onur, what he had to say about their performance in this stage. I mean, TLDR, overarching positive notes there, actually. Like a lot of positives he took away, but also just aware and self-aware of where they're struggling. So that's good. That's hopeful. That's a good kind of mindset heading into the playoffs.
I think people can maybe overreact a little bit. We would never.
But not us.
People
just
out
them
there.
people.
They can overreact because they saw the last loss that they took was against Loud. Loud that hasn't been the greatest towards the beginning of this year, but it was a really good matchup for these two teams, and that is something that Onur is recognizing of. Yeah, we lost. It was a close series, but that doesn't mean that Loud is a terrible team and we lost against a terrible team. It was a team that was putting up a fight against us, and that's what ended up happening, and now they should be good for playoffs.
Yeah, that mentality in that tweet just goes to show kind of the coach and how he's reflecting onto his players, of course, too, because having that mentality as a team is super important for that environment. Oh my God, I can't speak. In order for them to kind of fix a lot of those small issues.
Yeah, Myrna, actually you wanted to take a closer look rather, on how, that is you indeed, and you wanted to show us kind of a few examples of how the play style of Lev has evolved over the stage.
Yeah, so before I jump right into this, essentially we've been talking about how Leviatán, their style has slowed down significantly. They've struggled a little bit with that tempo and with getting a lot of those first picks. And so one of these clips that I'm going to show you is starting off with a default against G2, their mid default, which Leviatán, they have a really good job of setting up Neon with the operator to get towards that mid doors to get a pick or to go towards that B tons. Of course, they are contested just a little bit. There is that harbor wall. They also have the Sova shock darts going in. But as you can see, with less than a minute left on the clock, they've already grouped up and they know that they're going to execute towards this A site. Now, when you keep this in mind, they go for that execute and they just win that round off of a split. But here again, we're looking at the exact same default. It looks a little bit different because they are defaulting a little bit slower, where Neon has the op. He's gone for this pick. He's also gone towards that B tons. But unfortunately, what's ended up happening is MIBR has used a harbor wall. They've also, at this point, used the Sky Seekers to get a lot of that information, and so Leviatán just fall back. Now, what's really important to keep in mind is now the timer, it's going down. It has been 1 minute already on that timer, and there is not a single ounce of map control. The most that they have is this elbow, but MIBR, they have so much time to just walk down B main and re-clear, and instantly, Lev, they don't have numbers, they don't have map control, and they're just stuck in this position where they're either going to group or what they ended up doing, which was just a fake A, which isn't going to work because MIBR at that point, they have the numbers, they have all the information, they just got that pick. They don't need to rotate, they don't need to do anything, they just need to play their sites.
And it's super interesting too because the first clip that you show is a composition that Lev changes because it felt like maybe it was not enabling Neon for success enough. He was doing great on this chamber, but in general, I want to highlight him because he goes from the chamber to the jet on this map of Breeze, but you see that he's played 3 different roles, and 2 of them with the Brim and the Omen. This is the first time ever in his career that he's played the controller role, and he's played these 2 agents. And on top of that, you're able to complement it with something that he has a bit more experience on, with the operator, on the jet, with the chamber. So you have a perfect balance of a player that is #1 rated going into playoffs, and also a player that he seems very chill. It feels like, you know, he's not like out there screaming.
He's cool in the server,
but is having so much impact even when they were losing. It was MIBR and Loud that they lost against, and every single matchup for Neon, those 2, he was still ending +20, +21. I mean, positive, like way ahead and by far.
Yeah, it's crazy to think that he's a rookie player this year. Like, he's certainly not acting that way in and out of the server.
Player.
That is our rookie player. Okay, you can't just claim it. He's
I
all of
picked
ours.
him for my rookie watch.
Okay, fine, you can have him. Get someone else. That's good. Now, for more on Leviatán's ups and downs, Elizabeth caught up with Coach Onur.
Here with the coach of Leviatán, Onur. Now today you'll be facing FURIA. You said previously in a tweet that you think Spike's Neon is the best Neon. You'll be going against Alan's Neon today. Do you think this is going to be the biggest challenge Spike has faced?
I don't know, because there are so many good players on Neon in America in general. You have Dante, for example, that is well known. But I truly think, people used to say that Dambi is the best Neo in the world, and I already saw Spike playing against Dambi. So hopefully he can prove us at the world that he is the best Neo in the world.
Best of luck today.
There's a lot of good neons out there, man. The competition is steep. Now, Leviatán as a whole, they can at least, I guess, take comfort in the fact that FURIA is also not looking like, you know, as dominant as they used to be in the kickoff. Used to be, as it was like years ago. No, but like they had a good start this year, but it's also like a bit of a decline now.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of what we talked about with the double duelist and specifically what Koala and Alem have been playing. And I do like that Owner gives a little shout out to a lot of great neons that we have out there. And I remember in one of the interviews asking Alem where he puts himself in the tier list of neons all across the world. He's a Dambi for sure, but I'm definitely top 3. So I'm excited to see what he's gonna do and if the map will end up looking, or the map select for today ends up, you know, aiming a little bit more towards those maps.
Yeah, I think Alim has been absolutely phenomenal, but for me, I'm kind of questioning where the rest of FURIA kind of fall on this roster, because like we mentioned earlier, they've changed a couple of their comps. They're trying to play a little bit differently, but it's not really working out as well as we would like, at least. I feel like we're kind of struggling to understand where they fall as a team, and we're kind of struggling to see kind of what their identity really is, because again, this is a team that was #1 seed going into Santiago. They didn't perform really well. So what
we visualized that for you, by the way. Like here we started off this year with the rebuild. Yeah, so they were a bit of a meme. We're starting with the meme, and that turned into, I mean, juggernaut. Great. Then very sad, Santiago, very sad. And now questions like, where are we? Who are they? Who are we?
I think we were all really excited going into Santiago. We didn't know, you know, they performed really well in kickoff. They got #1 seed. They played against PPL, PaperX, lost, and then it's kind of where they've been finding ourselves. So that's why we have that question mark of what is going to happen. It feels like they've been adapting. It feels like they've been trying to get a little bit more proactive in a lot of the defense for across the maps that they feel more comfortable playing, but it's still not enough. So I'm wondering, in the past week, what changed?
Well, let's see. Maybe Elizabeth can check in with IGL Artson and get ahead of today's match.
With Artesine from FURIA. Now, you lost last week. It was pretty surprising, but it's come after a pretty hot and cold stage for FURIA. As the leader of the team, what do you think FURIA has been doing right so far this stage?
I feel like the games we lost, we found new issues that we weren't experiencing, especially in official matches. So that's what we figure out and try to work on for the playoffs.
Can you be a little specific about what those issues were?
Yeah, pretty much. We had like energy problems, like people were not vibing too much in the stage, people were like uncomfortable. So my goal to playoffs now is pretty much just fix that.
Well, let's vibe. Best of luck.
All right, that's interesting, Myrna. You immediately went, ooh.
Yeah, I was like, ooh.
Drama,
energy problems it's really hard to kind of pinpoint the issue that you're having as a team, because when everyone is kind of just low energy, they're not feeling it in the server, or maybe one of your players is really high energy, but you're not feeling that same kind of understanding. And when it's coming from your IGL, that just means that there's something behind the scenes that they have to fix, not necessarily within their gameplay. So I'm kind of looking at them to be more exciting today.
I feel like it's also very uncharacteristic, because you see koalas react, you see EU celebrating, so the fact that that's what they feel like they're lacking is really surprising.
Yeah, it's a very honest answer though too, so I'm interested. It's also one of those things like, how do you fix that? Like, hey guys, be more amped up. Like,
hey guys, let's yell after every single
let's take a look at today's prediction. Obviously we came into the predictions without this useful piece of information.
So
You're scared, you worried?
Whoa.
Oh, this is all over the place.
We got variety.
I love that.
Crazy. Wait.
Is that like even Steven? Like, are we actually?
Oh, I'm the only FURIA.
You're the only fear on this.
Okay, here's my thought process for FURIA. I really think that they're gonna just lock in for this and figure out a lot of their small issues. I say that not knowing about the mentality part or the energy part, but I still think that's something that they can kind of push past. FURIA, they've always been a team that has their heart on their sleeves when they're playing, and I wouldn't be surprised if they can bring that energy back.
But also on the other side, Lev has been looking great, and even if they have taken those losses, they look stronger and stronger every time. Improving on those set plays that they have, that I feel like always made Onur such a great coach of when things are going wrong, you're relying on what you've been practicing, what the specific things where it's not so much about the mental or the energy.
I honestly think these were so hard to predict because we've seen so much good from both of these teams.
Yeah.
I'm excited to see how they're going to kick off here with our playoffs. FURIA and Leviatán are ready to take the stage. Day one of Stage 1 playoff starts right now.
I've been saying this to the guys, like in practice. You guys feel it? Like, this, it's happening again, you know? It's playoff time, baby, you know? It's our time.
And there's one. Sar the arc, Rose gets another. Oh, he gets the correction!
I've experienced playoffs. I think the biggest difference is it's just so much more pressure.
La verdad que sí tengo bastante emoción. Por lo general, cuando tengo más tensión en mi cuerpo, me siento más nervioso. Por lo general, siento que juego mejor.
You win, and the next day you need to be better because you're gonna go against a better team that you played before. You need to just be on your points every day.
The dream's still alive, and we take it one game at a time. But we're going to playoffs with a lot of momentum. Just beat the top two teams. I mean, my boys are feeling great.
Each match is usually a bloodbath. We're in the lower bracket, so each game counts. It's gonna have to be another perfect run from NRG to make London.
Quero ver como que é essa sensação de estar no Masters, eu quero me classificar. É um sonho do eu, Silence criança, tem 5 anos já, que é se classificar, assistir os outros times que estavam lá.
The top 8 teams, everyone's so good that really anyone could go on a run. It's just going to be very close. I think all of America is really competitive right now.
Thinking about Lev, the first thing I think about is rookies. They are very good and very confident, but I think a lot of the times when they play, they get a little over crazy.
If we get our mind on the same wavelength and everyone gets completely focused, I don't think there's any team that can beat us.
You can see some of the matches, once they lose the momentum, once they lose their confidence, they don't really play the same. So taking the momentum away would be a very crucial part in our game.
I would be most scared about this team would probably be Ilm with his neon jug.
The one that does the most is Spike.
Ilm, love you, but I don't think you stand a chance against Spike.
Ladies and gentlemen, sejam bem-vindos a nuestros playoffs del stage número 1. Y para eso, vamos a darle la bienvenida a Leviatán.
Both FURIA and everybody else is talking about it. The rookies on this side of Leviatán are what everybody is fearing. And that was the promise that they made towards the beginning of the year when they couldn't play with Neon. They said this is a project that is long run. The results are not going to be immediate. They were not towards the beginning of the year. But now is a time where they need to start showing them. King, last time that he made a Masters was Masters Shanghai, and everybody else has never really experienced what it's like to be in an international stage. Winning today would mean they would be only one match away from making it happen, and it feels like all the pieces are clicking together.
E agora, vamos receber os seus adversários, o time número 1 do kickoff, a FURIA!
After their performance in Santiago, this team is trying to prove that kickoff was not a fluke, because this team, they always play with their heart on their sleeves, and their passion and their perseverance to be here today on this stage, both as players and as a team, is insane. Of course, they have so much more to prove. They want to prove that their #1 seed was the reason why they're so good at this game. And we've heard Artson talk about this. He's such a good veteran of an IGL. You have all these players that have played on so many teams, EU, Koala Noob, so much perseverance through that tier 2 scene just to get to this stage. And of course, this team, the power of friendship is what we always talk about when we see them. And I'm expecting to see that in the server today.
And it's also when nobody's expecting it, where they are finding success. And that's how they did it towards kickoff and also towards the beginning of that stage 1. But things have to change since last week when they faced 100 Thieves and they lost. And I like that you mentioned tier 2 as well, because Sato was talking about it. I love you, Alan, but I think Spike is better. We have that rivalry as well, and I feel like we also forget that Sato used to be part of it for a little bit too. So a lot of the NA tier 2 experience that the players in this lobby are going to have.
I absolutely love that they're talking about the Neons facing each other, of course, too, with Spike and Alim being the 2 players to watch out for. And these are the 2 performers that have consistently performed for their team. So I'm really looking at them today to kind of prove that they have the more explosive firepower and being able to play together as a team a little bit better.
Yeah, I'm also just excited to see the IGL up here between 2 veteran IGLs, King and Artisan. It's going to be just such an interesting clash. Here are our map sets. I see Breeze in the mix, and I feel confusion, a lot of confusion. Both teams have not won this map in stage 1.
They haven't, and they've also changed their compositions from the first time they played it in stage 1 and also the last time that we just saw them both last week played it. And they are trying to find an answer. When we most recently got to see it with FURIA, it was a team that was really struggling to get anything going on the defense with the Jet. So last week what they do, they go for an ISO. They go for a little bit of a more proactive approach on the defense and still struggle to find success. And for Lev, a bit of the same story, but it was against a Loud that was undefeated on this map. So it feels like both, yes, they had things to fix, but it shouldn't be the same this time around.
Yeah, I'm looking at Lev based on that teleshooter that we had earlier to kind of be a little bit quicker with their decision making, play a little bit more grouped, especially on that attack side. But for defense, just making sure both these teams are extremely proactive. For me, when I'm thinking of things like ISO or Phoenix being played on this map, I'm looking for a little bit more of trap plays, trading off of your Neon that is entering and making sure that they're getting into the site together.
Yeah, and it's these 2 different double duelists that, yes, they can play similar, but for these 2 teams, they like to play them in a little bit of a different style. For Neon, you see him by himself in a lot of these rounds, and he's securing a lot of these rounds, finding the openings by himself instead of having that support of Spike with the Neon. But on the other side, with the ISO and the Neon that you have for Alim and for Koala, that I think it should be remaining the same. You see how those set plays, how those aggressive plays are going to be working out for a team that before was struggling to find something going, and now they change it, actually.
The double controller into the Jet, which I think makes sense. Alan not playing Neon is kind of insane, but for Koala this makes sense because we've asked for a little bit more of that operator action. Getting a lot of those first picks seems to be his bread and butter on maps like Breeze, but dude, the Harbor, what's going on?
He was inspired by Mata, you know? He was inspired, I get it.
Let's see if that inspiration is paying off as we're heading into our first map. So let's send it over to your casters. Here's Mimi and Ender.
Well, I'm just thrilled to be getting playoffs underway here in Americas because, Mimi, this playoffs is about as wide open as you can possibly get. I can't remember a time like this where there was no clear favorites. Everyone in the standings is virtually 3-2, including our 2 squads facing off today.
Yeah, if you win this game, you play against MIBR. Maybe that makes sense. But you lose here, and you're going against the world champions first round of the lower bracket. It's wide open. And crucially, for both of these squads, they're only 2 games away from a qualification to London. That path, so much easier if you can win here.
Well, it's time for Match Start, presented by Samsung OLED, as we start the series off on Breeze. This is a map that Leviatán chose to move into, but it's one they've struggled, losing their last 2 performances on this map.
Neither team getting a win on Breeze so far in Stage 1, but a change for FURIA. Going back into this Jet, as it's a great stack from Leviatán here on A. 4 players ready.
We'll see what the changes mean for FURIA as they work their way into this A site. Already, Koala Noob up in front of the Harbor wall. Neon just gets some spam shots. Leviatán have already opened up this game with 2 kills of their own. Koala really the only one with a chance to find a way back in. And as that's ripped away, Leviatán's stack has paid off beautifully.
The wall will fall soon, but great crossfires already established backside for Lev.
3 kills unanswered, and it's going to be bye for a flawless pistol round out from Leviathan.
The pistol already showing us some of Lev at their best. I think where this team thrives on defense is when they're the ones being proactive and choosing when they take fights. In previous matches, I think where they failed on their defense of this map is oftentimes throwing up that harbor wall and then just kind of sitting back and playing a set retake late without that. Here instead, they're fast fighting up together, they get that stack right, and even once they have that advantage, they're continuing to brawl and push the advantage. It's a great win condition for them, and they're showing it early.
And you're seeing some of the firepower there as well. Love to see the excitement in Sato's camp too, with 3 kills in that pistol round, but he's been playing it up ever since he walked out on that stage today.
If you're given the high-level sell for both these teams, I think for me, Leviathan is the best firepower team that we have. I think that they have a ceiling that could even be higher than, you know, someone like MIBR, who we're talking about as a super team. The amount of pure talent they have is truly unbelievable. It's just a question of how they harness that.
Yeah, they're also just one of the youngest teams we have as well. Neon, Blows, all these guys down here for less than a year. They've already rinsed through FURIA in this anti-eco. That's a nice shock dart that Art just barely slips away from. Now both players on pittance of HP. As Spike will jump on in there, finish the deal on that, only losing a single player in these opening 2.
Yeah, very clean stuff from Lev. Looking ahead for FURIA now, I think the biggest focus of their comp change will be defense. Koala gets to op on that side, give him that agency that he lost when he was playing the ISO back. But on the attack side, I think there's a lot of room for him to thrive as well. Historically, Breeze has been one of his absolute best maps, and I want to see them going for early set plays to let him dash in, try and fight in towards mains, just let this guy off the leash, and I think he can be one of the best players when he has that agency.
I think there's going to be a lot more relying on Koala Noob in this map in particular, with Alum going over to the harbor, just having the one duelist here, as it will be a fight over mid early.
Yeah, it's a crazy agent pool to go from all Neon to now getting a harbor game in the mix.
They both got walls.
Yeah.
And that's about where the similarities end. Let's see how this fight goes, because it's just a Marshall for now on Neon, but he has been the top performer when they have played Breeze. That's a good shot from him, just doing a little bit of baiting with Spike in the corner, so a quick 1-for-1 to start off the round.
You're happy with that. That's Koala dead, and King even gets one. That's just spamming back down mid. But he's stuck in this corner now, has to fight again.
He might like that corner. The barrel was spotted, although Alum taken down to 19 HP. Still means there's challenges left for FURIA. This A main fight aren't going to lock it down, though, and gain some control back into the round.
Yeah, I think that fight was everything. If they lose A main control, he can walk forward and get that information. It suddenly becomes a much more challenging round.
But it's still weird because you've got Alum on no HP playing late through mid. Now FURIA bring 2 back onto A, but Sato could certainly work from backside here.
With 2 lower HP players, that Guardian in the hands of the Leviathan players can certainly do some work, as they're basically each taking their own 1-on-3.
What does Sato have? Has to break the knife, but it doesn't even matter. Nerve is gone. There's only 30 seconds left, so FURIA, they want to wait for this lurk to activate, but they can't wait too long. Art just hiding back in main, hoping that this pays off. But it has to be perfect from Alum. On so little HP, he shows himself. 1 bullet is all it's going to take, and as Sato gets flushed out from the corner, it's now 1-on-2 for Blows this time around. 10 seconds remaining.
10 seconds left.
As he moves on, up isn't looking the right way. 3 kills on the round for Alum, and FURIA on the board.
Alum is such a savior for FURIA this round. It was going badly as soon as that Guardian pick on site comes through, but it was Alum getting the spam on mid, Alum punishing King walking up, and also him finalizing the round with that late flank. Such a different play style than what you normally expect from Allen playing that Neon, but here he is, slotting into the slower style and finding effect for his team.
Yeah, having to play a super slow round like that as well, especially when nothing was going right from FURIA, or it was just Alum's work, really getting his team in that one. This time, though, FURIA gonna wait to see if there's gonna be any early fight B main. Now they can move forward, but they have to be worried if they were to pivot. Neon already has the operator online.
Lev basically has to play retake here on B, but with mid control in their hands and that harbor util saved, it's a good setup for it.
Quick rotates and the drone to try and get a ping on one of these players. That'll open up the spam as the duelist battle goes FURIA's way. Koala Noob already with that first strike. And FURIA have control of the site. Just King advancing in, and that's a great dart connecting onto Lev's IGL. Gives FURIA a little bit more comfort on this site, but still no spike planted just yet. Finally, that one will go down.
With Harbor dead, though, it's so difficult to find a way back into this site. And with that operator, a huge investment, the call has to be made. Leviathan will save this round.
I like the decision. Should have enough to get 2 more rifles online in the next round. Cut their losses here and not let this game start getting away from them.
FURIA put on display one of their own biggest strengths in that round, which is their ability to, in these chaotic situations, know when to freeze and then refight after their opponent makes an action. There they went into this B execute, but they didn't greed to get the plant down. Instead, waited till that util was spent and then popped their own null command and were able to be the team at the advantage taking the fight instead. And they won that even before the spike ever got planted.
So things evened up at 2-2 for FURIA and Leviathan. As FURIA bounced back after these early pistols. Here you see, I think, the good work of just getting that early kill, predicting the Neon coming through the fast lane, but also that drone tag was big.
Yeah, you see how they're saving so much util, right? They had the null command, they had the drone, they had all these tools to go for that fight late in the round. Good stuff from FURIA. But thanks to the save, Lev are back in it with guns, and they have a strong setup here on A. Paranoia primed for main is Spike in the pole position here.
Yeah, it'll be difficult to see how Leviathan work around all the smokes going down onto the site, especially for Neon. But first it will be Spike over into the corner. First kill goes to Koala again. This time, though, Spike is here, pushed back by the flash, and it's good follow-up by Artsin. Now right through the smoke, Neon just sends it. That was risky. Somehow he's still alive, but his teammates are just getting plucked away. One by one, he's the only guy putting up some kind of a fight here, and even then, he's trying to dash up and over and around. That flank comes online, Alum shuts him out, and it'll be FURIA quickly for a third.
Neon desperately trying to put on his best Aspas cosplay there and stay alive in the chaos. But not enough in this one. The trades were really good from FURIA. It was a trap play set up for this exact idea, but look at that second flash that comes in from the KO. That's the value of that agent getting picked up, having another tool to further those refights.
Nice! Nice flash, Art!
Yeah, the flash and then playing off it as well. Like, such a tenured player, but to see him be able to work off his own utility to get the trade there too is big.
Let's not lie about it either. Artsin is a KO guy. He has played this agent so much throughout his career. He's always great on it.
What, 5 years of KO experience? Even going back to the early days on Breeze.
Yeah, pretty good resume. As Lev will be on a pretty rough buy here. And look to stay strong in mid as FURIA, slow, wait out that Harbor utility, and we'll look to contact back towards A main.
Yeah, Leviathan do have a couple of Guardians, so never say never, especially if FURIA working down the clock. But FURIA waiting to see that aggression. You know, have the scouting report on these anti-ecos, see how much Lev can do proactively, but here they're just getting those quick rotates to respond on A.
Now, Harbor all used early again. This means that they kind of need to flood off of it, but guess what? Leviathan, or rather FURIA, hear that, and they're just out of there.
Yeah, a lot of defense teams are playing the Harbor like you would a Viper with that wall over on the A site. Does mean it can be baited pretty easily. Neon, though, has found himself into a corner. Sato from top mid as well. This could be a brutal crossfire, especially with that first kill just going to Sato. Who is this guy? Oh my God! Sato is insane. 3 kills on the Sheriff. And FURIA have been completely scattered. Alum's still stuck down in mid here. Only barely gonna get out.
Thankfully he lives. Artsin has found space for him to go back into towards B, but guns are getting recovered. And Artsin has to make a play. Get ahead of this one. He'll walk towards CT, look for this one-on-one against Blows. That may decide the round.
We got the follow-up on the last round. This one, he starts it off. And now with that deep position back towards spawn, Leviathan don't want to waste any time. Fast lane is up. Alum right down the middle of it. Swings back in and will fall for one-on-one. Artsin and King. The Mines left alive at the end of this round. It was Artsin who pulled FURIA back into this one. And it's him they'll rely on to see it through. Waiting right on the other side of this wall. King's still looking to hunt him down. He wants this fight right here, but it won't happen. Artsin is just better.
The IGL saves his team in that round. It was the most dire of straits. 3 players dropping without a trade in mid to these absolutely incredible shots. This should have been curtains on the round. But Artin he just makes all the right plays here. The push into CT, timing off of his teammate to swing into sight, and then knowing that he has the time, has the advantage to just sit back and wait.
Well, that one will sting for Leviathan. Could have tied it up on an eco round. Build themselves into a solid later part of this half. But now they will have the buy. Neon saves up for the op. He's really liked playing over in double doors, but FURIA have done well to avoid his presence in mid for now in these op rounds.
Yeah, FURIA have basically not touched mid at all this game. Other than, well, the round they lost those skills with the Sheriff. So yeah, again, they just play deep on these extremities.
I wonder if it's some scouting of theirs when they know there's money for an op to be purchased. If they just want to look more for the hard execs, because that's what it was when the op was online. This time, though, really just walking 3 players into the V site. Look at the map. There's still 2 people hanging out in spawn. This is strange.
Yeah, these rotates will be pretty late on in. If Lev just go for a flood, they have an advantage, but that kill in mid changes the game.
Another alert kill for Art to start off this B post plant. Leviathan pushed behind the wall. 1 to answer for Neon, who pulls out the blades. Still Nerve, though, waiting back in main. The collection of the flank fully on display as Neon realizes there's nothing left to play for. He wants to save the op again, but it won't happen. 3 in a row for Art.
FURIA are showing an excellent approach to circumvent the value of Neon's operator. Neon was the highest rated player from the group stage of Stage 1. He was the standout for Lev. But in this game thus far, FURIA have just worked the extremities early, gone into heavy executes, and this round, they know that Lev play lightly for sight, so they are execing with only 3 players there, instead knowing that the fight is won or lost on how they punish the mid-rotators, and they do that perfectly.
Yeah, it's a little bit weird, right, that they were just able to fully walk into that site, but maybe a symptom of when you have the Jet and the Neon trying to play proactively, some area of your map is going to be soft.
Yeah, and the proactivity is a solution for Lev. It's where they've looked the best on their defense, in my opinion. But I think they need to start conditioning some more looks over towards the mains. You cannot let FURIA just be able to contact into that space with so little resources as they've been doing.
Well, FURIA lead by 3 for now. And how about Art sitting 11 kills in the first 7 rounds as the IGL?
This game's got to mean a lot to him. It was that big qualification, the first for FURIA in the partnership era in kickoff, where they beat MIBR, the team that said he didn't make the cut for that super squad, instead had to kind of go into this team of second chances with FURIA, this team investing in the new rookies, in the unknowns. But man, has it paid off, getting to attend that global event together in Santiago, succeeding since coming back into Americas as well.
Well, Leviathan was also a team that reinvented themselves behind rookies, and I'm looking at Spike over in B main, where Paranoia is set up for him to look for this early fight. Rest of FURIA move up into window, and it's actually Spike just holding down onto elbow, not overcommitting at the start.
Yeah, and the op this time is playing passively on A, mid, a bit lighter, just with that Neon and Harbor set up in a crossfire. Koala likes picking up these attack ops, contacting around, looking for someone to overcommit on a jiggle.
Yeah, there's chances for EU as well with the Outlaw. Coming out of the timeout, really interesting choice to go double scoped weapons on the attack side.
But 5 light armors means that'll have a hell of a lot of effect.
Just a hard read from the FURIA side as, well, maybe they just walk into the B side again. Last round it was soft as butter. This time it's just Sato.
And with that null command, there's nothing you can do to stop this exec. It has to all come down to the retake for Lev, but they've held on to all of their utility. This is really a must-win round for them.
Where are they going to end up focusing? Last time they tried to go for a flank through elbow and they got cut down.
Chrissy, these scopes are such a problem now in the post plant. As soon as you're flooding in, there's 2 holding these angles.
Well, that Outlaw trades 1 for 1. The op from above. Leviathan can't even get close enough to fight back. A good recon dart will ping up some players and give Leviathan some kind of hold on site. But there's still post-plant utility able to be thrown down.
1 enemy remaining.
And a flank through the wall as well. Nerve and Allen are just cutting through Lev. And King on 5 HP is not long for this world either.
I'm loving the way that Allen is playing on this Harbor. Whether it's the rounds earlier where he's walking into CT and saving the team, or here where he's getting super proactive in the post plants. I like, for FURIA as a whole, when they put their duelist players on other roles, they still are giving them so much agency to make plays. I think of the Abyss Omen for Koala-Noob that was so good in kickoff. And now here as well. Alum, as soon as he uses that utility, he's the guy who's still acting as a disruptor on the site, playing up, just taking those fights and shutting down the Lev retake completely.
Seemed like Lev were getting fought before they thought it was even possible. And again, now just peeking out into tunnel. EU has the Outlaw patrolling mid. There's nothing here for you, Lev. You better walk away.
No, guess what? You condition that it's always site hits, they go back towards mid and immediately have a punish.
Saw Sato do some work with the Sheriff in mid, this time King on the other side of these doors. No player to trade with him from top mid this time. It's just him against the world. EU not looking the right way, but Koala is there to guide him out safely. No issues.
Yeah, the bodyguard does his job. Spike's gonna jiggle around, but this is exactly what FURIA's been looking for. As soon as they have that advantage, cut noise, contact around the map. I've loved how much they're willing to take space without utility on their attack halves across the board. I think they do a really good job of denying that information, making you feel like you have to make that play, and then having these scopes to punish the second that play gets made.
Yeah, FURIA's game plan has been really rock solid so far. Bouncing back after losing the opening pistol, and again, patient in their approach, but meticulous at the same time. Sato doesn't stand a chance over in that corner. Now 7-2 for FURIA, and I start to wonder for Leviathan, because we're coming into playoffs with a new patch, new map pool as well, bind out, ascent in. And Leviathan choose to go into a breeze here first that they haven't won, but I'm not seeing the right changes out of it.
Yeah, it's really tough for them, right? Because that bind was their best map. That was their go-to. 3-0 there, so they're at a disadvantage of losing it, whereas you look at FURIA, and they were perma-banning that map already. They didn't like it. And, of course, they're seeing a new map in the pool. They're going to go back and work on their weaknesses, like this breeze, new comp, new approach.
Hello, and new approach for Spike as well. This time, he takes down EU, who had an operator of all things, and a Hunter's Fury to follow. Spike not shying away from this, fires off a few bullets, and it's to set up blows on that side. So A main completely in Lev's control.
But mid control has been taking back for FURIA. Drone will confirm they're still present. There's no one really in a position to actually re-clear this. Instead, Neon posts, waiting for a B split to come.
Well, when FURIA have lost numbers, they've relied on Alum and Art to find some magic. Blocking fire. This time, though, no real lurks they can work into. It'll have to be an honest fight, and Alum's not going to get that. Leviathan really changed gears there, going for the full-on fight. We'd seen Spike gear up in mains before, but never just full sprint fight off the rip.
Yeah, and even when they've gone for those trap plays, it hadn't caught players in the past. This time highly successful as Koala, well held here, has to dash away.
Yeah, tough to break through these double doors, especially because you got Sato playing the high line.
30 seconds left.
Over on bricks. Koala misses the shot. It's a nice little bait to bring him down onto low HP. And Spike will deliver that final blow to the round, finally getting back on the board for Lev.
Lev want Spike fighting. That is such a win condition for them. They want to be going for these aggressive plays on defense. That's when they succeed. I think where they've been failing is when they're going for these more stagnant holds. They're getting antsy with their lack of information and then getting punished by the scopes. A great adjustment out of the timeout to take the fight to them instead.
And so Neon will end up picking up the operator that was just left on Koala's corpse in mid. And now take that fight back there once again. FURIA have typically played into the mains when that op is in Neon's hands in previous rounds.
This time he plays a little further back, expecting FURIA to go back into that mid control. Instead, they're just fully condensed on A. I'd like to see King save his high tide here for the retake.
We'll see. Chooses to throw it down, has some rotates coming in, but they're a little bit delayed. Koala already on site with Artson guarding his shoulder. And now does that flank get stuck through? Sato is choosing to go in on the flank. And it's as a bloodbath opens up on site. Sato is in the right position at the right time. to take this Sova down, and he will. So 2-on-1 for Nerve. Leviathan have already seen him back here. Spike has yet to be planted. But if he gets it down, he'll have the pit online if he so chooses.
Neon goes passive though. Both players from Leviathan concerned about a rotation the other way, looking to play this as a 2v1 retake instead.
Yeah, they're going to regroup back into mid most likely. Because at the same time, Nerve wants to hunt forward and find a kill before he plants the spike, but it's just not there.
Despite the low HP, the AWP is the best tool for this. Hold these deep, passive angles, hope Nerve walks in.
It's a crazy angle for Neon, and it's exactly the right spot to be in. Nerve goes down, Leviathan now only trail 3.
It was a very chaotic round there. But I think the key for Lev was this flank coming in to punish the Sova. You saw very early, off of hearing this exec, they went for the flood retake while the high tide was still up and had this fast flank ready to punish EU. If he survives in main, it's a very different theme to this round.
So Neon's going to hold on to that operator now.
The key in the round before was aggressive early play for Spike, and the last one a fast flank as a reaction. This time, it's a slower start. The Judge holding towards B, the AWP holding towards mid. Comfortable again to play that A retake if they need to.
It's so obvious. If Leviathan have the AWP or have the money for an AWP, Furia do not go mid. They're just going to keep running these execs, and to be fair, they've largely been working. The rotate's just a little bit slow. This time, blows here again to try and hold on to some territory backside.
Again, that high tide use. This forces Lev to try and fight early.
But it's this early fight that goes Furia's way this time. Nerve takes down blows. And now Leviathan try to push themselves back into this site behind the tide. Koala's dodged away from bullets. Will be shut down. Now the rest of Furia split on opposite ends of this wall. Spike goes after it for 3 kills onto the round. No one else finds anything though, so Neon is left alone in a 1-on-2. With an operator of all things. Not an easy task. That first shot needed to connect if he was going to do anything from here. Now suppressed. Backed into the corner. It's a 1-on-1 now. And he wants it again. Neon delivers.
That was so sharp from Neon for the second kill. Had basically a split second to hit that shot. And somehow he pulls it off.
And somehow Leviathan crawl back into this game. It was 7-2 to a 7-5, shutting down that momentum.
That timeout from Owner changes things. They adapt at the end, they win their retakes, and this lovely Red Bull clutch to cap it off.
Would not have been possible without Spike on the 3 kills, but there you have it. Baiting with the tap, and instantly for the kills. Leviathan, absolutely loving it up there.
That's the talent you get with Leviathan. They've nearly tied this game up, but a second half to play.
We got this old mattress,
waterbed,
and the receipt.
How about you beat it with a better deal on one of these fresh setups?
We can't do that.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal today.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
I'm just gonna leave it.
and Spike certainly heated up at the end there to make this first half close. But on the other side of things, Mimi, Art and Alum on the most unlikely of agents taking over the server, and Alum in particular with the Harbor roll swap had a few major rounds early on.
He was huge. I think 2 rounds where his late round performance pretty much individually won it for FURIA. I've loved seeing this comp change from them so far, but I think the biggest piece of that is going to be Koala on defense. He is a menace when he gets the op in hand, and winning the pistol here is the best course for FURIA to have that opportunity early.
Well, winning the pistol is not really FURIA's forte, sitting at 9 wins, 18 losses in Stage 1. As Leviatán bring their Harbor Wall onto this A site already over here. Koala gets some damage, but not the kill. FURIA taking their time, holding on to all their utility as Leviatán step right on the other side of this wall. It's going to be a forward fight, and I'm not sure if FURIA are going to be ready for it. As that dart goes down, Leviatán look for the swing, and they are there, shutting down these early kills, but it's Art again for 3 kills. He is stepping up when his team needs him. Only 2 left alive for Leviatán as Alum shows up as well. These 2 players were the difference makers back in the first half for FURIA. And King is now facing down all 3 FURIA members. This pistol goes FURIA's way.
And it's a full house between Artson and Alum. Those 2 single-handedly bringing the round back. And such a good approach to this retake. Leviatán used their resources early. They wanted to fight forward. And it was simple. FURIA just held back and literally waited for the kills to come to them. As soon as they had an advantage, that's when they're dumping their Harbor util, using their dart from their Sova. And all of those tools made it an overwhelming retake. That's why I like to see the teams that are holding on to that util late and playing instead to go for these set retakes with the Harbor. It's just so successful on this map.
It's a stark difference between the 2 styles of these teams. You saw Lev always looking for the quick flood, fight to the death on site. FURIA, a team that plays a little bit more together, and that's been a staple of theirs and a big reason why they've been able to find so much success this year already. This time just having the utility to shut down this hit. Artson just gonna mop up some ecos here. He's already been tearing it up on the kill feed, and that's just gonna look a little bit worse now. Leviatán get separated for the time being, and FURIA close in.
To be noted, this is a very big buy from FURIA. Any more players dropping, and their bonus round starts to look pretty weak. I find that especially interesting, given that I would expect them to want to heavily invest in getting Koala and maybe seeing someone buy him that Outlaw instead.
Actually choosing to go for the double Outlaws on FURIA, and with the assumption that FURIA are going to get through this round no problems. That could be a benefit to them, as they do. Alum and Art again for 2 at the end.
So pretty clean in the end. They show us a great retake look on A early, and here just nice side anchoring, holding down that B side together.
You know, I'd imagine the Outlaw idea here is that Breeze has always been one of those maps that even on the egos, you usually see some players like buy up into
Sure, you think they're
Sheriffs
going
or
to get a
Glass
Sheriff
Marshal.
Bandit, something like that, and they'll be half armors later on, but
Exactly.
as we can see, they bought nothing, didn't get that plant in the second round, and, well, it's going to be full armor, full guns up for Leviatán here.
It's now or
Make
never.
things a little bit more challenging for FURIA, that's for sure. FURIA have 3 players over towards A main, looking to hold on to that early on, while Leviatán bide their time and see where the aggression's going to come.
Takeo loves getting your duelist player posted early on. Just a knife for A main behind that one way. So now they might look to re-clear into mid. A flash dart combo possible. If they hear anything in this space.
Yeah, neither team really showing their hand yet.
And it's so passive from Lev. They've made basically no noise on the map.
I mean, what have we used? A KO knife? That's basically it. So far, some smokes early on. Sure, as FURIA drop another smoke down into mid. Both teams trying to sort of feign some real presence to fight over the space.
The only util an updraft in a cove so far from Lev. And
So-
now they've been spotted out in elbow. FURIA
Yeah.
have forward info in mid. Now this is really slow.
It could get a little bit ugly, especially these Outlaws, if they have the benefit of a snake bite, can absolutely carve up Lev in main. Down to 35 seconds, that Spike is down in mid. Just sending Spike to sell a little bit of fake on B, but the position of Alum is perfect. Covered by the smoke, and now a chance to stab these players in the back. He looks for it, gets it, No one turning around to deal with him until blows. And now 20 seconds left on the clock. King is flashed up. Leviatán are finding all the kills they need. Somehow, through all of this, with so little time left on the clock, Leviatán win out and get the spike down.
The shot dart's perfect, though. Down goes Neon. And this 2-on-3 has a flank coming. They're still risking this round.
No one's looking at Nerve yet.
Last player standing.
But now, no EU in the equation. The Spectre for Nerve. Sato turns around. A lot of good it did him. With the upgrade to the Vandal, Nerve needs to isolate these spikes. Spots the head. Can't work that one. Blows will take him down. Get the second half underway for Lev.
That round doesn't make me confident for Leviatán, though. They let the clock fall to 20 seconds and basically full gamble with no information. They would succeed at this pivot back into A. If it weren't for the success from Neon getting these kills,
let's go.
This could have been a round loss. And that to me is a sign similar to some of the issues that Lev had crop up in kickoff, some of the issues they had crop up towards the end of this group stage. With these low info late rounds, become a bit of a gamble.
And that's why FURIA just sort of holding down the fort and not overextending was so valuable there. And could be more valuable in the future in terms of eating up the clock. Leviatán, I don't think are going to make the same choices as that last round. 5 players now into A main. Koala hears that drone. Backs off for now. But that knife didn't actually break it in time. Koala spotted out. Now has to dash on out of there. Neon low and shut out by Art. Art is unstoppable with Allen backing him up as well. FURIA now bring 3 more players onto this site. Leviatán need to find some way through the madness here. I mean, it's just wall after wall, smoke after smoke. They can't see a thing.
They have this weird gap to get out of, though. Can try and fight around towards EU back site.
Will they ever suspect B is open? I'm not so sure. As players start stepping into blows. First one goes his way, but it's quickly traded. And now King on 18 health is going to have to make that sprint over towards B.
3v1 on this health. Feels pretty impossible, especially with a snake bite with shock dart still available.
30 seconds left.
He's going to be tasked to go on a mission now, see if he can isolate someone on this FURIA squad, but he's choosing to fall away instead.
I think he wants to re-wrap back mid, try and get a pick here.
Sure. Catch the timing as they step into tunnel. EU's holding for it though, not to be fooled. We'll bring FURIA to double digits.
After showing a full retake look in a previous round on A, this time it's this excellent flood retake in for FURIA. Artsen's work as a site anchor was just great here. Behind the slow of that harbor wall, you're already getting pushed into this molly, tanking damage, and only then is he popping a flash around the corner and going back in for the fight. 20-9 right now for FURIA's IGL.
That's just insane. I mean, your KO and Harbor players are a combined 39 kills in 16 rounds. I don't think you could ask for a better performance from typical support agents.
No, that is just ridiculous, honestly.
But so many times we've seen Art playing off of his own utility, even there, like you're talking about with the nade on the ground. So Leviatán on pistols and a stinger now have 3 of them revealed, including both duelists, so not much misdirection in a round like this now for Lev.
No. They do complete their goal in A main. Get that ultimate online for Neon.
It's a world where some picks in mid could go his way, but certainly not this round. Koala taking him down, takes the ult out of play.
KO gives you a lot of opportunities like that for these little mid-round refights. That was a pop flash coming over from A that set him up to swing mid.
Certainly the MVP of the game so far has been Art. Individually end with the util. Now Leviatán. Throw up the fast lane to make it go with things here. EU right in the corner though. No one able to clear him. FURIA are just starting to run away with this thing now. Only dropped the 1 round on their defense side.
If you exclude that first half pistol, it is wild how dominant this game has been for FURIA. It was a streak of, what, 7-1 in a row in the first half. They're 4 out of 5 here in the second. And I think that they've showed really good game plans on both of these. Here on defense, varying when they're playing the hard hold versus going in for the flood retake.
Good productivity, good everything. Boys, let's go. Let's go!
And exactly. Great proactivity as well to go for these mid-round little pushes. They know that Lev likes to play these slower rounds. And so far, they've been punishing it so well.
Well, now Koala with the operator trying to step in front of a play as Leviathan trying to sell that split over on A, and it pulls FURIA off of the B site. See how Leviathan choose to move from here, because it's very strange. King is just inside of the smoke. Absolutely coming up with that on the spot there, as Leviathan have an A site. Now the port over from their Omen brings the spike here as well.
Last player standing.
Nerve gets the one kill, but that's just about it. And Koala gonna try and run away and save that operator.
A very chaotic round, but Lev win out within it.
Yeah, that was crazy, because Leviathan, what initially looks like they're selling a fake over on the A site, just turns into a hit with the Omen ult, because you get the opening kills.
And King making that play is just wild. He didn't have any util, I don't think, to just step up into that Harbor Cove mid. But he got 2 kills doing so.
And no more up.
So a great outcome for Lev.
Win.
Just the round they needed to get back in. But that one doesn't feel particularly replicable in the approach they went for. Here was the opener. Just a great slide in. And then you saw they were going for the re-clear play with that drone in hand.
And Alum's actually outside of the cove, so he has to step back in. It's just everything went right for King on that play. Where so many things could have gone wrong, he just came up heads every time.
Yeah, somehow, those timings just go 100% in the favor of Lev. Only a little bit more than that still. FURIA on a half buy, but one with an operator still in hand.
Abdul in mid. With Koala jumping out of that smoke. Takes down his counterpart on the other side, and Alum's follow-through is beautiful as well. Complete domination of the mid space. Even EU getting in on the action. Hunter's Fury from afar. That operator back in again. This is clinical from FURIA.
There's that FURIA proactivity. Such a good call in this round. Reading the mid fight, off the contact of the operator, fully committing back in with that Hunter's Fury. The set plays have looked great for this team. You can see that util combo, the stun from the Harbor, the off covering. I see you just rains hell on them from afar.
Let's go! Come on, boys! Come on!
Koala generating some heat up there on the stage. And why not after a round like that? I mean, it's just the perfect read from FURIA to go for the mid fight, let alone Koala getting that opening pick, and it's going to mean Lev have to go back to the drawing board with their second time out of the map.
And it's rounds like that where they're struggling. Leviathan, when they're playing the slow rounds, FURIA aren't giving consistent tells at the timing they're going for their refights. In previous times, it's just a flashback into mid. Here, it's a full trap play there. I think Lev have struggled to find ways to diffuse these kind of refights, these re-clears from FURIA. And in most of the rounds they're losing, it's just that timing coming through, a Lev player getting caught by it, and then the round pretty much being cooked.
Yeah, I also feel like if you just like made like a graph of how early the engagements are coming from the FURIA side over the course of the half, like early rounds, it was very low.
Yes.
Really taking their time, fighting as 5 on the retakes, fully giving up sites. The last few rounds, it's been getting earlier and earlier, completely going against any of the conditioning they've done to Lev so far.
I think it might be time to take a play out of FURIA's book and just go for some more of these hard hits. I think that they're losing the battle of attrition right now with these mid-round re-clears. And if you look at the comp, they have a really great exec.
Well, they have a great exec for the B site. Unfortunately for them, FURIA, another great read, are stacking 3 players over towards B.
They've left mid open. This is such a read from FURIA.
Shock Dart Snakebite combo to start things off, and the full-on ulti just to cut these players down. Sato secures the opener though. EU playing right up on top of that box. In a nice spot, having to break everything on his own. Dodges to the other side of Pillar and is finally shut out of it. So Leviathan dominate this site. The 3 anchors mean nothing in the face of 5.
There's Lev showing us how good they can be when they're the ones taking the initiative. They're great at the team fighting, they're great at trading, but where they're gonna fall apart is when you're the ones making the play into them and punishing them early. Here they got to fight on their own terms. They did it so well towards B, despite the fact that FURIA had the right site stacked, despite the fact that FURIA read into the play.
Yeah, it seemed like the utility Leviathan largely ignored. Like they got past the Snakebite and Shock Dart, and then even though they're getting hit by a Harbor ulti, they just sort of waited for that one to time out.
Why they're
fight regardless. See how many of these Leviathan players can actually escape though. Noob has still been holding for now, but Won't want to overstay his welcome with that op in hand.
2 weapons saved is all, but that is, I think, Leviathan also showing how strong the comp is here. If you look at the comparison, you only have 1 dive agent on Furia. Let's have 3. The Omen is TPing, the Neon is sliding, the Jet is dashing. It's just so overwhelming to try and hold against that kind of composition when there's 3 different people running you down concurrently.
So 4 more needed from Leviathan if we're going to go into OT. Still a lot of work left to be done. The full B hit worked, so why not maybe try something over towards the A side of the map? Well, maybe because there's going to be a pit thrown down into A main. Gotta make you a little bit more nervous, but always the answer of a drone with a Neon not far behind it. Spike up in front of the utility, but somehow Nervous found this little pocket to work inside of. Spike waiting for him on the other side. And now, quick into the site, goes Neon. No enemy duelist seen behind that wall. Furia regroup on the other side and wait to come back in.
But they still have their wall. They have util to play this retake. Lev want to get ahead of it.
Oh, just a foot spotted, instantly traded. No spike planted. Spike now stuck up on the other side of Orange. Has players on virtually every single side of him. Hunts down forward for this fight on EU and has his 3rd of the round. Spike on an absolute heater here in the 21st. And with more of his teammates falling down, it might be more reliance on him to show up when it matters most. Alum shuts him out. And now it's an even 2-on-2. Sato and Neon pushed back into the corner. Waiting now for this wall to drop. Less and less time to work with. And now Ard steps in front of the flash. Ard gets it again. He is a madman from beginning to middle to end. Artson has been the MVP of Breeze.
It's unfathomable how much work Artson has done. 24 and 12 on the IGL KO.
Ridiculous. And how many times is that kills that are swinging rounds back in Furia's favor? How many times is it him just straight up clutching it at the end in a 1-on-2?
It's unbelievable, the amount of impact we have from one man here. The theory was that they're switching Koala back onto the Jet. He's going to be insane with the off. Now, the story of this map with Artson and Alum, those 2 stepped up big for Furia. Sure, the reads were good, the game planning from them, that was all excellent. But what closed this game out 13-8 was the individualism from those guys.
100%. I would say overall just massive control from Furia. It never really felt like they were getting pushed. Even when they started losing rounds, they were always ready to bounce back and have an answer. But it's going to be Leviathan in need of a desperate answer if they want to go the distance here. We've got Split after this break.
jogadores estão na base, ali já avançando, buscando o Timotino. Veio a bala, ele vem pro 4K, cadê o Ender? Nossa!
La tormenta de cuchillas nuevamente a veces puede encontrar estado central, aparece salto también para poder llevarse a 20 por delante. Aparece que Wansin lo viene a buscar, queda solamente Luchito. Neon le pone el 3K, se acaba de calear Lucho.
Here's the coach of Furia, Shah. Well played, sir, on Breeze. I'm going to ask you something that Artisan said during our rival interview. He said you need to work on the energy, the vibes, the comms. As a coach who hears all of that, after that map, how do you feel about those comms?
I think today we enter like we play on scrims because our energy is very, very high and intense. But on scrims, some days we put more energy, some days I need to be more an angry guy, but on stage, when we play in this happiness mode, it's everything flow for us because our team is very different. When we put this energy, we have more confidence, we take more risks, and when we play afraid, it's pretty bad for us.
Well, best luck on your map pick of Split.
Well, they certainly did not look afraid. They get the map victory here on our map number 1, which was Leviathan's pick. So yeah, now of course the ball is on Leviathan's court to bring it back. Let's talk about how Furia got it done though, because they rocked up on Breeze with a different comp than last time. And man, did they look good in it.
Yeah, they looked phenomenal. I mean, obviously the two standout players on your screen, Artsin and Lim, both playing the KO and the Harbor, which is a switch up from what they played last time. They did a phenomenal job at playing these agents, and you can tell that a little bit from what Coach Shah was saying, that they had the energy, because Artsin, as an IGL, he's definitely not performing like that if there isn't that energy in those comms around.
He was even standing up,
Yeah.
he was celebrating. I feel like we was talking about Furia in more of a Koala Noob doing it a little bit, EU doing a little bit, but this time Artsin was the one stepping up. And he did it incredible. They were playing a double controller before, but he was on the Astra and it felt like he was restricted. Like he wanted to be more aggressive. And watching him play the KO right now, it reminded me of last year of him on MIBR and how good he was at not only setting up the team for success, but also making his own plays. Last time that we saw them play this map, they didn't have any flashes to work with, and it felt like that is why they were kind of gambling on some of the sides on defense. Obviously, they didn't have Koala Noob with some runs being able to either play with the operator or with the rifle as well towards mid. So it just gave them more information throughout their run, and that gave them more space and allow Artsin to shine the way that he did.
Yeah, it feels like he never stopped shining too. He consistently was getting a lot of those 1v1s by a lot. I mean, he won that 1v1, he won one 1v1 and won another 1v2. He also had 4 3Ks throughout this series, which is absolutely insane. One of them being one of the reasons why he did clutch up. And just in general, I completely agree with you, Dan. His utility has been insane. You can see there, setting himself up for success with that flash to get on that peak. And then as well, on the defensive side, using his molly at the right timing to absolutely deny or at least separate the executes from coming in. That duelist is coming in and everyone else is stuck behind this KO molly. So Artsin, really well played, and I really like this KO on him.
I mean, you see the comparison right there. The Astra, that he was kind of, he was bottom fragging, he was just trying to play for the post, but they never really got the chance to play the post or to play those late rounds. They had to get a lot of information, having the ISO and the Neon kind of getting that space, and then they just had the Sova utility to work with. So it was really difficult, but now he was a bit more proactive, and that's also amazing for an IGL.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I just loved how Furia played as a whole, right? They were patient, they were waiting until they have an advantage, and then they moved in using that util to their advantage. So overall, just really, really smooth performance, but it was individuals like Artsin or even Koala Noob that really stepped it up today.
Well, talking about walking and being slow, they actually, a lot of their attack side plans was dependent on Koala Noob with that operator to walk up and get the space that they kind of needed. He had a couple of those first kills on the attack side with that op, but then also on the defense side, he was really good at getting those picks and just being proactive. So I think just in general, he did not perform a crazy amount. Obviously, Lim and Artson were at the
He didn't
top
need
of the
to.
score. He didn't
Yeah.
need to. He just did his job, which was getting some of the opening frags, but also being able to walk up and get that map control that they needed.
Yeah, it was getting a lot more space. That was what was lacking last week. The mid control was pretty much non-existent. Double doors, they weren't able to fight as much as they wanted to. But again, because of this KO, they were able to be and do a lot more. And for Koala Noob, yes, I know the conversation that we had at the beginning was what this double duelist with the Neon and the operator from Koala was going to be able to do. Even if it wasn't the greatest impact, even if it wasn't the top performer, just having him and having that presence towards mid is what let them get away with the last couple rounds in the second half.
I mean, no double duelist, but a Lim on Harbor is playing absolutely phenomenal. I'll take it. Like, I love this comp for them. They look so good. And I think obviously moving forward into the next map, which is Split, I'm kind of hoping to see a lot of that chemistry again, because we don't know what the comps are going to be, if they're going to change it. Do you think they're going to change it? I feel like they're not.
I was not expecting last change at all, so I don't know.
The Harbor? We'll find out very soon. We'll find out very soon. Let's hear actually what coach owner from Leviathan has to say ahead of map 2. There we go.
Here with Coach Leviathan owner. Now you lose your map pick of Breeze. I want to ask you about this. Was it the change in comp from FURIA? What would you say you would attribute that loss to on your end?
Of course, they play well. It's a really meta comp that is hard to play against, but I don't think that's an excuse. We train against the same comp and we had better results. Also, they caught us like by surprise in some spots. We couldn't close some spots in advantage as well. So it was a really difficult map for us. Hopefully, Split is gonna be better.
Oh yeah, 100% win rate on it. So best of luck.
The good thing about Leviathan, that last map, is that they were able to adapt a little bit, especially towards that first half. Right at the end, they figured out the method to the madness, which was a lot more proactivity, Dan. So I'm really wondering, going into this next map of Split, do they have that down? Will they allow a lot more contact plays, or are they just going to keep being aggressive?
Yeah, I mean, we remember the beginning of that map of Breeze, and they got the pistol, they got round 2.
Yeah.
And after that, we thought it was going to be so one-sided.
Yeah.
So we were a little bit worried, but I think for Split, it should play a little different. I think the composition and their playstyle that they've been introducing on this map with the Phoenix, for example, allows them to get more space, to be more proactive. And that is what we always want to see for Lev.
That's right. Lev did play that double duelist here, whereas FURIA had a different look. Let's see if any of the two teams will be changing it up as we're heading into map number 2.
Is 1-0 heading into Split here to see who's going to go ahead and face off against MIBR in the next round of the upper bracket. And that's great news for FURIA, Mimi, considering that it has been 3 years since they have taken down Leviathan. The last time they won this matchup in VCT was in May of 2023.
It's one of the last hurdles on this next step in FURIA, going from one of the consistently lowest placing teams in the league to now one who was the first placer in kickoff, who made Santiago. And if they can close this map out, it would be just a series away against the exact same team of doing it again.
So let's go ahead and figure out what these teams are going to be playing here on Split. Leviathan haven't played this one in a while, not since week 2, but back then they were running the same comp here with Sato on the Phoenix.
And they beat G2 out on this one. It is a very Leviathan comp. You have a lot of proactivity to fight early towards extremities and look to farm up orbs for Sato on that Phoenix. The wall helps out as well, of kind of having some more creative pathing with how you're diving on the executes. But I think the biggest wrinkle that I'm looking at here is that they're playing against a FURIA who's running the double smokes, running the buys, who has so many tools to hard lock you out if you're going for fast hits.
Yeah, I mean, this is a tough comp to play against. It's also a map that FURIA have been pretty darn strong on. That's for sure. And Leviathan, we just haven't really seen them play a lot. So I guess the benefit there is Leviathan don't have a lot of tape to be watched on how they play.
Sure.
But certainly they have their work cut out for them here against FURIA.
Yeah, FURIA confident on this map for sure. I love watching these maps where Koala is playing the Omen as well. I think he does such a good job of making a lot of the same plays he does when he's playing Duelist, when he's playing the Jet, but doing that on this role that's providing even more utility to the team. Watch for how quickly they can get an operator in his hands. I think that's something they're going to love to see rolling early here.
It's just cool to see how flexible I think FURIA's players are on different agents. You have Koala going from the Jet to the Omen. Artson was just on the KO, now the Vise, and Alum, the biggest of all, Harbor into the Neon now.
And that is the biggest switch up, right? He has only played Neon up until that last match here in Stage 1, but now getting to see him back on that crowning role. Big implications for Leviathan. They're good at these pistols. They won the first one last map. See what they got prepped.
Looking like a brawl down mid. FURIA taking their time for now.
They got a trap play here.
Yep, Paranoia ready to go from Koala. Looks like it'll be EU to activate if it's on this close corner. Taking their time. Paranoia comes in. All these players blinded up and they scatter. The stun into the corner as well. FURIA are mopping the floor with Leviathan. If you thought any momentum might have been shut down in the break between Breeze and now, you would be sorely mistaken. Leviathan only have 2 stragglers alive, and that Spike is down in no man's land.
A desperate task now for the final 2 players of Lev. Neon will bait out the wall, double back towards his IGL, but it's such a good position for FURIA. You jiggle from the far angle, you have 2 different positions to swing from.
It seemed like FURIA have just had some really excellent reads in their macro calling on defense. We saw it in a few rounds back on Breeze, just being in exactly the right spot at the right time. This King makes things a little bit more competitive now. Art's in out into the open, but he's just gonna mow you down. Art for 3 kills again. This guy just doesn't stop.
He's having a day, that's for certain.
Mr. 3K.
To double back to your point though, FURIA, I thought the prep in map 1 was just so on point. When they were going for those mid-refights especially, that was where they were finding so much success. And here again, they know that Lev is a team that loves to contact up, get close to you, and then pop with these Phoenix splashes. So they play this deep jiggle into the Paranoia, into the stun. All of that looks so good. I've been very impressed with FURIA's execution today. I think that's where they failed a little in the last series they lost.
Both these teams had a little bit shakier finish to the stage to arrive here at 3 and 2 apiece. EU secures that opening kill. And actually, there's an angle on top of that Vise wall. Peek on over that, get another. There's a Neon that slipped down into the corner, but again, it's a mess for Lev.
I do think the losses have a bit of a different feel for Lev, having lost 2 in a row.
Hold on, King is now in a 1-on-2. Getting surrounded on every front, and there you go. I think it was Sato that said it before the match started, but Alum on that Neon Judge, dominating again.
Yeah, if they can't come back here, that puts them into the lower bracket with a 3rd loss back-to-back, playing against NRG. It's such a grim position to be in, especially for a team that is so young, that is playing this kind of first full stage with everyone at full strength, with them living up to the potential finally. See that ripped away would be a heartbreaker for them.
Yeah, and you look at Lev and you give them some benefit of the doubt. The first match they lose is to an MIBR who you know is strong, then an up-and-coming Loud that it's looking like they could do some serious damage in the postseason, but at some point, you need to get something down in the win column. See if the adjustments can be found here now that rifles are in hand for Lev. Stalled out for a moment behind utility.
Don't get the orb. They look to walk back, happy that those Vise Thorns have been baited.
Now if the rotation comes all the way back into A, that could be a problem. Alum's Judge, and I was going to say mid-2. 2 players holding for now.
Look at that. Artson was holding on to the rest of his Vice kit there, replaces it on B. So a late re-hit B would be very challenging.
Whoa!
Now it's okay.
That was just hearing the flash, I suppose. Takes a timing on the shot through the smoke. And now you're left without your dive tool in Spike's Neon.
And there's a Judge in A main. You can't walk back there. Where do you go?
That's what I'm saying. This round just comes to a screeching halt. They have to come back B, but because Nerve replaced that, or rather Artson replaced that utility, they still haven't done that, even though that was the whole plan of going B main at the start.
And look how many players will fast rotate. 2 holding up towards heaven.
30 seconds left.
Now it is just a Sheriff for Art. But Thorn's on the ground, and now King pulls some attention back into mid. Up in front of that utility is Sato, so Leviathan still find a way to work their way into the site. Alum is dancing circles around King. As with just 10 seconds on the board, Leviathan are going to get this spike down. Koala not wasting any time trying to hunt down to the planter. But it's a good hold from Sato. Stop that from having any real effect. Now Alum somehow upgraded into a rifle inside of mid. Now put some pressure down on the flank. Fighting on opposite extremities now. It's just 2 different one-on-ones. As Leviathan regroup, double back into sight. Swing around pillar together, and that's exactly the right look to shut down the duelist. EU doesn't really have much time. Not seeing any fights either. This Outlaw not going to have much of a chance, so EU will just fall back here and end up going down to the spike.
Another round that Leviathan somehow wormed their way out of. That looked so bad for them. Early in this round, after losing a player in mid, after that util getting reposted, it came down to 2 key fights. And that was the lurk active from King that you see here getting that kill onto Nerve. And this from Sato. He was completely alone there. And that 1v1 really decided the outcome of the round, kept it doable for Lev.
Now I'm a little surprised to see EU surviving there with the Outlaw. That being the bonus, would have had enough for a rifle, especially considering Lev's money is not too bad. Spike would be the vulnerable player on the Neon, and see if that ends up coming into play here, as it's just another A main, or B main open rather, for Leviathan. Art held onto the wall, and I wonder if Leviathan might look to punish that. They realize it's not here. They could just start running out into the site until they start getting some level of respect.
This is such a good read from FURIA. Seeing that same B main default, holding the util again, and posting this Neon so aggressively on the other side. They're expecting Lev to be clumped up as 4. And they're absolutely right.
With that ping, I think King might have spotted a shoulder.
Toxins going up.
Wall up. What's the play here? He wants to get a more forward angle, and he just tears Alum's head off. Great work outside of A. And now where do Leviathan want to move from here?
2 crucial lurk kills for King in back-to-back rounds. But again, the util is back up on B. Again, FURIA are playing passive in the late round. There's still a risk here.
Until Leviathan start running some fast B execs, Art is just going to be allowed to disrespect them and not throw down that wall.
Left.
So now, down to the wire, 25 seconds. Leviathan have the Phoenix ult to work with, or they can just run into the site themselves. Ignore B main in its entirety. This attack up from tower as Spike drops straight down onto Art, gives him a chance. They'll be taken down in the end. Spike should be planted. EU tries to creep out, but King's got him held from above. That was a nice mid-round call to find themselves into a good situation.
Another round, though, where I think that FURIA came in with the right idea, with the right read of exactly what their opponent was doing. But King shuts it down. The lurk kill in A. And then just some great individual shots as they scaled their way into the B site.
Switching it up from the previous round as well, where they re-cleared back to B main and ran the exec. This time they could work through mid.
And if I think back to Breeze and some of the success that was found there for Leviathan, it was similar rounds. I didn't feel like they were actually out-calling or massively out-maneuvering FURIA. Where they found success was just when they went for big team fights together and brawled their way out of situations that looked otherwise rough. That's been the theme of these last 2 rounds that Lev have won so far.
Things tied at 2 apiece. This is the look at the lurk again out of King. That was real nice. But also you just have this pretty common mid-pathing here, sending Spike behind the Prowler on the slide.
10 seconds left.
It's made even scarier when there's a Phoenix who can just flash behind that as well.
So FURIA's econ's gonna be broken. I can't remember if I've had to say that ever this entire game.
It's been rare.
Back on Breeze, it was all coming up FURIA.
Same 4-1 again. Do Lev actually want to commit behind it this time? Have they figured out that this util is getting replaced? Hard
to know for certain. Arntzen has revealed himself on the Sheriff, though, and that flash will slow Love down for just a moment.
Look at his discipline. It took so much pressure for him to ever use those thorns.
And he's still got another thorn to place down, so he's always ready to drop that second line of defense, even on a eco round like this.
That lets him rotate into a position where he can more easily reinforce mid.
Lev really like this, looking back into mid, but it seems like every round they've built, they are trying to play off the previous round's expectation. Last round they go through mid quickly. This time they throw the utility, now come back into B main, but that's exactly where Art has his trap.
And there's players already rotating in. It's bad guns, but it could be a good hold.
Flash in, now the teleport straight on top of the thorns. Art was waiting for it. It was a Steel Garden coming down at the wire. 25 seconds, Sato needed that kill. Without that kill, switching over to the pistols. Leviathan have been slowed down, and the rotates are now coming in from Furia. Rifles back at the ready, but now there's smoke getting in his eyes. Art gets another kill, sending Sato packing. Spike eventually to be planted, but now there's a Viper's Pit in the mix as well. It's a complete chaos on the site. Sato sees it through. As it slows down for a moment, it's Leviathan with 2 kills now. They hold down the line. Spike with his shorty. Creeps ever forward. Here's the rifle dropped. Switches out of the smoke, only to meet his demise. Blows on the other side is dealt with as well. Now it's Furia back in the driver's seat. King in a 1-on-3. He's got time to his advantage. He's got his pit. Has to take his time as the spam rains down. King cannot stay alive. Furia will take this round and the lead.
That round was absolute chaos, but the theme was Furia's patience. Patience early on to not pop the thorns, to replace that utility and have it for the late round. Patience in this retake, to not rush into the pit, to wait for Leviathan to make the play.
EU's worked the right-click classic into 2 Bucky kills as well.
But it's just the gun for the job. When they're that close in, they're fighting
exactly
on
what
that
you
pit.
need.
And these reads continue to be good. Have Lev figured it out now? They've seen 2 rounds now. I want to see a faster hit here on B.
But now look what Furia have. Paranoia at the ready, and Alum is going to fight behind it. Furia have all the right answers at exactly the right time, but Spike does too. It's over. And how do Leviathan move from here? Let's listen into the comms.
Tem gap esgoto, King.
Tem HP esgoto?
Tem.
Na parede.
Volta meio comigo, guys.
Voltei pra trás. Voltamos.
Abre aqui.
A Vice tava B. Vou abrir, tá? Quer dizer, tinha espinho da Vice. 1, 2. A gente quebrou o espinho da Vice.
Tá. Guys, me escuta, agora vamos pra uma splitear, viado. Vamos fazer a redomina meia e vamos splitar, tá ligado?
Tá. Vou aqui na direita.
Tá.
Pega a mão aqui,
Deixa eu fazer lobo, smoke correio, eu vou lobar primeiro. Pode estar perto aqui. Calma. Posso fazer a aqui.
Abre.
Quebrou, cuida. Não vi a caixa, não vi na caixa. 2 meio.
2 meio. Vou abrir pra direita, velho.
Bora, abre. 1, 2.
Leviathan taking things slow for now. They regroup into mid, and look at Furia. They've just been bundled up 3 players now, trying to find a fight somewhere, Mimi.
And they're not getting that opportunity. Lev just waiting back in mid, baiting out this utility. They really haven't tested this A site late at all. Furia think this is the round they'll double back there.
Down a player, Furia going for the gamble stacks. It's been so many B hits in a row. I think this is the right read from Furia.
There's still pressure on for Nerve alone up towards heaven. If he can get a kill as they cross, changes the calculus of this round.
The difficulty is nightfall for EU. He can make all these players coming out of heaven vulnerable. Almost catches Spike. Spike is not spotted. Arntzen wheels around on him and takes him out. All of a sudden, Blows stepping forward, but it's 10 seconds left. Art and EU alive on this site. They need to stay alive. They need to cut these players down. These 2 are insane. Neon has no chance left in hell. Get on out of there. Furia, do it again.
That's a straight up 4-on-5 site hold from Furia. And it's so well done. That should have been curtains when no one was looking at the Neon, but the 180 turn here from Arntzen brings back control. The util was there to stall. Again, the Vice started towards B, had Thorns there, but this time, holding onto the wall, he reads it's an A finish, sets the wall up A heaven, and is there to hold instead.
It's just a complete life series out from Art. 10 kills again on this Vise. Calling a great game, playing an even better one. And it's Leviatán. I believe that's their third unanswered timeout. They have had no solution so far today.
Yeah, Shaw's had an easy day in the office, hasn't had to give his boys that adjustment. Chrissy, that round win comes off of what I thought was a great read from FURIA to show that refight into B main after being so passive there, not working. For Lev, I think the answers have to come to how you're approaching this Vice utility. So far, Artson has been getting away with holding on to that every round. They need to show that they can actually win a hard execute.
Yeah, it feels like they've played such slow rounds. And even that last round when they get that opening pick, it's instantly going for the freeze.
Yes.
Not trusting themselves to move on in. Quick happy birthday to EU. Sitting at 7-2 himself, and it would be quite the birthday present to take down Leviatán for a rematch in MIBR. Rematch of that upper final from kickoff. Waiting for FURIA if they see this one through to the end.
5 players ready towards A. Lev's going fast here.
Alum's got that judge though, and Spike's got no more legs left for him. Alum's still trying to hunt down these players. Every single player on your screen is flashed up, and Blows is trying to make a go at this yet. It was him in the last round too that picked off a couple players, but there just wasn't time left to work.
It's gotta be King. Look at this reposition.
Yeah, Blows is drawing all the attention. Utility bombarding him on site as King has the catch. Sees one player cross into the site, and King is there for 2 more. Steps back to regroup with his teammate. Not again, Art. Not again, Art! Did in the last round, did it all throughout the last map. And he has been insane so far, not to happen again. Blows for 3 will take the round.
It's just the story of the 2 IGLs right now. Both King and Art at the top of the board for their teams. These veteran players who have been built up around some of the next generation of their respective regions, finding so much success. I love the way that he played that round. The wrap going back towards CT, taking the perfect timing to refight. And his teammate Blows there to back him up with a 3K of his own.
Oh, it's going to be a bloodbath in B main. FURIA want back in on this fight, this time bringing more guns to support their duelist. Teleports exchange, Sun comes down and Spike gets it again. That seize was perfection as Spike heats up, takes down 2. Now just needs to deal with the birthday boy. He's out so quick. 4! Who are you, Spike? That is nuts. Out of nowhere, 4 kills for the young duelist. Working perfectly off his teammate's utility and just ending this round before it begins.
And now just the most dangerous game left to hunt. Artson saving his weapon over on A. Spike trying to make this a sure thing.
Don't know if he's gonna find Art. Art has traded spawns with the young Spike.
Be taken on a world tour, but the impact of that round, I mean, obviously it was Spike with the 4K. It was incredible from him, but when you call out that seize was such a difference maker. Because FURIA were in the right spot. They had a good idea to go for that fight.
Yeah.
But instead of 3 players brawling together, it was just an Omen alone, while everyone else was stuck in spawn just awaiting their fate.
He TPs in, no one can trade him. It's the worst deal in the world for Koala.
Just watch that again, though. This was a thing of beauty. There's the seize catches too, the stun as well. And he's stunned for the first kill. All right, Spike.
There's that seize from Blows, and by the way, it's also the Hunt that gets the ping. It was crazy. The Hunt got the ping while that neon wall was just going down.
And that's a reset on the money for FURIA. A huge round for Lev to win.
King had held here before, but just saw 1 player. This time it's 3 over an A main, and it doesn't even matter. All right, King. 3 and out, and Art somehow lines up 2 of his own over on the B side.
Weapon here.
A big miss for Leviatán, who had this round wrapped up.
3 on 2 now. The FURIA players incredibly separated. You think this might have to be Artson. Just going bar for bar with Spike last round if you want to win.
Nerve is going to be a non-factor in this for Art. It is just down to him.
But King's not in the fight either. It's a second 1-on-2 for Artsin to attempt.
But eventually, with 50 seconds left, King is either going to regroup or go for that late backstab through mid. There is a Vise wall over in Mail that's giving some protection to Art. That's why he's focused here on B main.
It's a tough angle to clear.
Time is limited.
30 seconds left.
Art has the Steel Garden. Thorns down, popped in. Now the Steel Garden in response. Art can't abandon the site. He has to hold on, but he's been pinged up and knows there's a player up in heaven. Artsin shut out by Neon. As King comes in as well. Nerve just with the Sheriff in tow. Is not going to do much at stopping the spike from being planted.
Yeah, it shows the respect that Artsin demands there. Having to use the Fade ult just to confirm this. Nerve now. Clears towards King, but the rifle's just better in that spot, and it's back-to-back 4Ks from Leviathan.
Just masterclasses from our IGL. Somehow that round ended up being close, but King shut down A beautifully.
They just keep selling the best individualism in America's narrative. The level of talent on this team is unreal. Neon was the highest rated player of the group stage. Spike and King are hitting back-to-back 4Ks blows. I think 3Ks already in this game. Sato, normally the guy having those moments as well, even if he's had a slower match here.
And then you'd think, okay, you're IGL. He's got the guy with, maybe the weaker hands. He's been around the block. No, King is just like one of the highest fragging IGLs in Americas, in the world, frankly, and on display here as well with 14 kills in the first 9.
It's King and Friends in the sense that he's the main character of it seems. Friends pretty good as well. FURIA, first time in a while, they've had to call a timeout.
And I think it's fair to say that every single attempt that FURIA have made at an early fight, even with multiple players, it has always gotten shut down.
The A main push in the last round, the 2 B main pushes, both of those failed. Where they were finding success, I think, is when they were playing these very passive rounds and relying on flooding off the Sentinel utility.
Yeah.
And I think when you're playing a comp like this, you have the tools to just win a hard hold, even against the double duelist Omen comp. And I'd just like to see them slow down the early rounds, go back to that more.
Yeah, we'll save the, tweaking with the details to fix those early fights for the VOD review. For the last 3 rounds of this half, maybe go back to the tried and true for now.
I think there's an argument for maybe like late mid-round re-clears, somewhere like mid to flush King's Lurk. I just don't want to see big early fights.
Especially because Leviathan are playing so grouped. Sato does have the ultimate ready to go, and that's going to be Neon porting in behind Alum. That shotgun trying to send him back as the rest of Leviathan have charged up into heaven. Alum now dealt with on site. Leviathan have full control over A. Look how far back FURIA have been pushed. Now desperately trying to re-clear back into heaven on the timing, but you've got to worry about Neon. On the other side of Rafters, taking his moment for a quick kill and a dive away. The rest of Leviathan all swinging at exactly the right moments to pick up theirs.
And I think that might already be curtains for FURIA in this round. Kill might tempt them a bit.
I think Art's already saving. He never left B.
He sticks to his site. The approach to that heaven fight was really good from Leviathan. I love the way that this team is willing to kind of sacrificially send that Phoenix run it back to use it as a distraction for other plays. As he's pathing deep and fighting all the way back into mid, his teammates have just full taken the site. And in that chaos, no one catches that Neon has teleported up Rafters to have that second angle to fight from.
Art just let that Neon fully sprint past him.
It's not his problem.
Yeah, he's like, I'm saving this gun no matter what. The kill doesn't mean anything. Actually just gives Spike an ultimate, so Art doesn't pick up the free kill. Sid takes his time going into the next, but really I think for Leviathan, they have to feel great. All the early fights have been going their way when they're running these set pieces. There's something to be said about just playing off of that momentum and continuing to go for these quick looks.
Had to slow-mo it. They did show early on how good they were at holding against these hard B hits. The issue the last few rounds has been the plays towards A, but as soon as that happens, Lev want to go back to this 4-1, make another attempt at pressuring B.
Yeah, except this time they might just go straight through. They realize there's not a Vise wall here. They know it's the weak hold for now as they eat up the first burst of Thorns. Flame wall comes down. Evan, that smoke is a little bit delayed, but the utility really puts Artsin under pressure. And now without him in the fight, The rest of FURIA try to blast their way in, but Leviathan have all the crossfires held. It is another picture-perfect round, and Kings lurk through mid, just a cherry on top.
That's the first round that Leviathan have showed to themselves and to FURIA that they figured out the silliness with the Vice there of holding on to the majority of the utility for late round. Contacting up, making sure there isn't a wall, and then going into it. FURIA are calling another timeout a round after their last one.
Back-to-back timeouts, realizing, hey, it's just fast hits, and finally punishing the lack of early Vi's utility. But that's kind of what I was waiting to see so much earlier on into the half. I think Leviathan might have been holding on to that round for a more impactful moment, and here to win their 5th straight was certainly that.
It's been a super streaky game now. FURIA, the difference between that 8-4 and winning this last round is big. It means there won't be a chance in the second half for Shaw to talk to his squad. I think so much of this conversation has to come down to how you're approaching anchoring these sites. Do you want to commit more resources and actually try and really hard hold into B? Or do you want to play retake and prioritize flushing King on the lurk instead? Because I think when they are trying to hard anchor, King is so confident at the timings he's taking on these lurks that he's almost always getting a kill or two late round.
I just don't know if you're actually going to beat him on the extremity, right?
Yeah,
King
even when they sent
so
like
dialed.
3 players at him,
yeah,
he's still winning.
And granted, that's an eco, but still, it's this guy is absolutely on fire. So instead, FURIA a little bit more geared up around mid and B, having the hard read. Leviathan only really went full A the one time they ran that exec a couple rounds ago.
And you're going to feel better about your A retake than B.
That's for sure. This time, will the Vise wall go down? Not quite yet. It's a pit in mid instead. It's Leviathan. 4 players now. Realize again, hey, there's not a Vise wall, and Spike's just gonna walk into the site. Keeping it quiet behind the rest of them, but FURIA with the re-clear will be traded out. Leviathan playing as a pack. Nerve sitting in front of the smoke as well. Sends Sato back, but that's just the ultimate. Phoenix back up again and ready for a fight, and on the A side of the map, King has gone for the long walk through. FURIA are already down a player, and if they don't move quickly, this is going to be their demise.
I think he's faster than they could expect.
Yeah, Alum just went for the re-clear in mid, didn't find him. And now Neon's waiting on the high line. And, well, I'm not even sure King is going to matter. Blows takes him out before it does. That's Leviathan up 8-4 at the half.
Leviathan a little slow to adapt there. They found, or rather, FURIA, they found great success early in that half with using just half their Sentinel utility, holding on to it for the second. But the adaptation to go into hard hit after hard hit was excellent from Leviathan. Once they upped that tempo, there was no solution from the other side. And that's despite both timeouts being dumped.
Crazy stuff. Leviathan running the playbook to absolute perfection. Now have themselves in a very comfortable advantage, up 4 rounds. Got more Valorant on the other side of this break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Thinking about Lev, it's the first thing I think about is rookies. They have a lot of rookies in their team, and they are very good and very confident. But I think a lot of the times when they play, they get a little over crazy. Because they start panicking a lot more than the veterans. I think they're getting better at it a little, but you can see some of the matches once they lose the momentum, once they lose their confidence, they don't really play the same. So I think that would be the one thing about them. They are very good players, but taking the momentum away would be a very crucial part in our game.
In a sharp reversal from Breeze, it's Lev that lead convincingly at the half, and it comes after 6 rounds won in a row. And so many of those, Mimi, were led by the IGL himself, King, with 16 kills so far this map.
They could not stop this guy. And we're looking at a defensive half where, again, King will often be in positions where he's the weaker side, alone anchoring mid, late round towards the site, causing problems for FURIA. But if you look at them, it's exactly the same thing. Their own IGL, their own Sentinel Flex player, the one stepping up big time in Artsin.
So FURIA, wow, that's instant from Alum. Just caught Neon going for the jump peek, and it's actually 2 more players from FURIA in mid, pulling these duelists back for a moment. As the quick flood comes down, King alive on site. King again for 3. That is 19 kills for the leader. And FURIA sent scattering. You can have answers into macro, you can have answers into any player on Leviathan, just not King. Now, if anyone was going to have that answer, it would be Art. But he's already been simmered down to 71 health. And every single line is held. Sato in a real nice spot, but not really looking for him yet. And these players are low now, but it's King for his 20th kill to take another pistol for Lev.
I just cannot believe what King is doing to them right now. Watch back this anchoring. Perfect shot onto an isolated Alum, the flash to follow up for 2. And then the cherry on top from King. That was a good looking round for FURIA. They had the opener, they cut off the rotations, but the players on site didn't actually get help through mid in time. And King just had a field day with them.
Maybe something to be said about stepping onto a higher pressure stage with so many rookies on both these rosters, and it's the vets that are consistently overperforming in these critical moments.
I think the difference you'd look at is FURIA had that success early on, right? They won in kickoff. They went to Santiago. They went through the loss there to try and learn from. Lev didn't have that same experience. Their own kickoff, a much worse performance.
Early response of the snake bite in mid to shut this one down.
And now for Lev, a huge opportunity here to actually show up, actually have a chance to qualify. They're only 2 games away from making what would be the first international for the majority of the team.
Just got to beat the 2 Brazilian squads. FURIA first, MIBR next if they get there. Still a lot of work left to be done in this series. Right now, FURIA just taking their sweet time. We're really hoping that Lev would overplay somehow, but Lev are playing very reserved here on the buy round. Sato on the deep angle, and a preview of that mid control, that take into B tower. Will slide out from the side, but Sato has steady hands to just eviscerate FURIA, keep them one out of this round completely.
Very clean anti-eco in the end for Leviathan.
Sato has been out of his chair after every single round.
He's bringing the energy for his team no matter what. That's what I'd love to see on him this year in the half season we got to watch him in 2025 as well. Just that constant presence. And his IGL right there with him.
Yeah, King's been staring down the other side of the stage as well, letting them know that he's having an absolute burner of a game.
FURIA are on their own now. No more timeouts. A 6-round disadvantage. This one, the must win if they want to get a comeback going on their chosen map.
Long ways to go before any ultimates come into play. Except for Sato, he's just 2 away. And again, FURIA just playing timidly, waiting for Leviathan to step forward somewhere. It's just not going to happen.
It's scary though. With a Phoenix in the comp, there's such a risk of a refight with a Neon sliding, with a flash in your face.
And even in mid, just cycling first the orb, then the blaze wall out from the Phoenix to hold down the first 40 seconds of mid space. FURIA have now opened up that opportunity to take towards vents.
I like that they contact behind that.
Oh, this is dangerous. Spike just stepped straight into Alum, while the rest of Lev were looking for the fight back into mid. It's Alum that's been left alone inside vents. 2 kills on the shotgun, and he just holds his space for the time being.
Just blows here. Guardian in hand. Has to back into sight and make his attempt.
sees, but that paranoia is wraps on his chance to come away with a miracle. Like this look from FURIA.
Planted.
Looking back into mid as Neon collects inside vents. Still though, 45 HP, 48 HP, Leviathan. Might just want to play for some exits on the other side.
They will. Damage is certainly not insignificant here. But FURIA do a great job there, I think, of giving very little away in that mid round. They, instead of off of that util falling, popping a ton of their utility, hard committing and showing how heavy they are in mid, all they did was use a little bit of util and they mostly just contact up behind it. FURIA does this a lot, where they're super willing to slowly fight instead of hard committing into you. And it means that you might think it's a weaker side and you see people dropping into vents, taking risks that you might against a lurker, but you certainly wouldn't want to do against a whole team setup there.
Well, Mimi, you said that was the must-win for FURIA, and they got it, but not without a cost. Only 2 rifles carried over into this next round, so looking at their options, might be a little bit more grim. Did love to see the work from Allen, though, in vents.
Yeah, the judge is so difficult to deal with once it's posted into those close corners.
Enemy remaining.
Experiment complete.
So FURIA's starting to get something going here. They'll retain the judge into this next round.
Trailing by 5 for FURIA. And Leviathan have a big old stack on B. They've got a high-low, and then Sato with the chance to flash them back in for another. Quick slide from Alem, but Sato was waiting for it. Didn't even go for the flash, just had the trade ready. And that's going to be FURIA now without their duelist.
And compared to Lev's comp, once Alem's dead, you have so many fewer tools to go. It's really just Koalanoob and a TP to make any attempt of an execute. And after succeeding at this first trap play, already Lev is set up for another one in mid.
Yeah, and you see as soon as you lose your duelist, Nerve activates on the flank. It's had a tough showing here on split, but a kill on Blows would open up the A site for his team. Can't quite finish the job. Blows was taken out real low, but now Leviathan just right back in the driver's seat. Gonna have to ask a lot of Koalanoob. Keeping up inside the smoke, that'll be one, but no more behind it. Leviathan just have an answer for everything FURIA are throwing their way. And now just ignore EU, even trying to seize him and stop him from getting a fight as Spike just full sticks and goes for the defuse. That's Leviathan, 2 away.
Their proactivity looked so good in that round. The refight B main gets an early pick, and as soon as that Neon is dead, there's already practically no hope of a win for FURIA.
30 HP on Blows, that's the difference. One more bullet out of Nerve, and that's a very winnable round.
When it comes down to those gunfights, those close margins, every Lev player is so good at coming out on top of it. The money now is awful for FURIA.
I'll have to get creative. Or just ask something a little bit more. A hero rifle on EU. That Guardian in Nerve's hands. We'll see.
Judge this time in the hands of Spike.
Kind of means heaven's closed for business from FURIA.
Unless you win the judge duel.
I suppose. Tough one to slide into. Alem's just heading straight into that site. Haunt doesn't really ping anything, so no early spam kill out of Blows.
It's a full retake, but they still have heaven control. The crux of this round will be the fight in main.
Spike planted.
FURIA have 2 players waiting for it out here. There is a Vise wall to be primed. Splits up left, but they can just hop over it. Now Sato into the site. Full of confidence with that run it back. That'll be 1 kill for him already. That shotgun online too. And it's EU who's been stuck back in main. That main fight goes Leviathan's way.
Last player standing.
And without art in this one from Heaven, without that late round security, there is nothing left for FURIA to play with.
FURIA did such a solid job of recognizing the win condition, of fighting towards main, but Lev just had them one better there. I love the way that they full sent the Neon and the run it back in, but retained the fade back not only to guard that body, but then to fight together and continue this brawl in main. Once those players are cut off, it is a really easy matter of crunching the remainder on site and getting you a round away from Pearl.
This is a shocker. Honestly, with how FURIA played back on Breeze and how good FURIA have looked on this map, this stage, Leviathan coming in and just shocking them like this. We're talking 10 of the last 11 rounds have gone Leviatan's way. Ridiculous.
It's been so dominant. Furia will try and just hard hit into A, but again, Lev set up for a retake.
Yeah, nobody's home. By the way, Art with the spike is the last one into the site. See the comms now from Furia.
I'm looking Sewer for now. Orb down, guys. Orb down, orb down.
I'm all
Care.
soon, I'm all soon.
It's smoked in
Yo,
already,
Mike, you have
guys.
to get him the smoke.
Yeah,
You
I
have to
know,
get him
no,
the smoke.
come in, come
I'm
in.
kind of off you, Tor, right now, okay? Yeah, ready to pop your thorns. Pop orb
I'll
running
call
in.
it.
Yeah, pop orb running in.
Oh, man. He baited, he baited, he baited.
Yeah.
Two
Get ready to pop your thorns. I'm gonna call it. Yeah. Wait,
He jumped over, he jumped over, he jumped over.
Yeah. Thorns. He broke.
It's about to fade,
Heaven Dink Viper.
Wide, Dan, wide.
Elbow, 104, 84 on Viper, 66 on Fade. Last two are lit.
2v3, guys. They're going Heaven now, 2 Heaven.
Well, just 2 left alive for Furia to stay alive in this map. And now it's only 1. Alaman 1 on 3 will not do the deed. Leviathan take that map, and we're headed straight on over to Pearl.
That was a very clean game from Lev. Strong start from Furia, had some interesting ideas around their Senti util on defense, but as soon as that first timeout came in, the pace sped up, King started working on the lurks. It was dominant.
Man, that just became a blowout so quick.
Yeah.
Like, at the start of the game, it felt like way closer. It was coming down to these early fights, but nah, Leviathan just ran away with that one in the second half.
Certainly helps when King's dropping 24 kills. He had a pretty good first map, but up to even better, just going bar for bar with Artson, who had the same scoreline on map 1.
Yeah, Art, I think, got like all of his kills in the first 12 rounds, but still puts up a ridiculous performance. It's going to be those players we're going to continue to look at. And Sato and King as well, getting so vocal out there on the stage, having a whole lot of fun. How much they crushed in this second map. Didn't expect it, but we're headed on over to Pearl. Don't go anywhere. You won't want to miss it.
One enemy
Entende que os jogadores estão na base, ali, já avançando, buscando o último tiro. Vem a bala, ele vem pro 4K, cadê o Ender? Nossa!
La tormenta de cuchillas nuevamente a veces puede encontrar estaba centrado en aparece salto también para poder llevarse a 20 por delante. Aparece que Wansin lo viene a buscar, queda solamente Luchito. Neon le pone el 3K, se acaba de calear Lucho.
I'm looking forward to playing against Furia. I really like Shaw, their coach. He's been my coach before in Tier 2 as well. We had great times doing galleries, and honestly, I think he's great, and I look forward to playing against his players. They have been in a rough spot right now, especially with the meta changes. And the thing I would be most scared about this team would probably be Elim with his Neon Judge, and I find that really annoying to play against. So yeah, looking forward to playing against them, but not so much against the Judge.
Welcome back, Leviathan, taking that map of Split away. And one thing we've been asking from them for quite a while now, including in the pre-show, is that they speed up. But they didn't just speed up, they had a really good way of doing it. So Leviathan, after noticing that a lot of the time when they did take a lot of their time taking the map control, going back towards mid, they found that Furia was stacking a lot. So in this round, they actually set up right away for a B main execute. And keep in mind, they have won 3 or 4 rounds at this point in this way. But the way they do it is really good because right away, they start with this first phase. They know that Vice is playing on this B site, and they set up with this Phoenix wall, this Phoenix wall right here to get this main control, and then an Omen smoke right here. That basically eliminates any of the other angles from the rest of the site to get any of those picks, but it also allows them to just get onto the site, bait this Vice util, and get really early information on how to get into there. And now, for the rest of this round, you're gonna see a lot of really nice plays, but this is why they shine, because of these double duelists. That first kill was kind of insane with Spike just pushing towards that back site, getting that initial clear on the Vice, and they know right away that the fast flood is happening. And you can see on the minimap, we don't need to observe this, how much control and chaos that these two duelists are making. They actually pushed all the way through towards that back site, they cleared under hell, and they cleared CT, which was kind of insane. But I think overall that split was just something that we really wanted to see from Lev, and I'm hoping to see it more into that Pearl.
Yeah, I think one thing that also helps, obviously, is if your IGL is just fragging out.
Oh,
I feel like on map 1, right, we praised Artisan and how much he did for his team. King stepped it up this time around, getting those 3Ks, getting those clutches, just leading from the front. That's what I want to see from my IGL.
Yeah, he's amazing. And I was kind of surprised when I was looking at the overall performance from King. On that stage 1 regular phase, he was not really performing the way that we usually see.
Yeah.
I think when we think about the greatest fragging IGLs, we think of King and we think of Valorant, for example, here in Americas. But he was a bit more quiet, and part of it is he didn't really need to pop off because you have so many young players that are ready to run it down. But this one was a perfect example of who King is, and I think that really comes also from the experience that he's had in this map. I feel like this map can change a little bit, the meta can change a little bit, we might have new agents here and there, but I was looking at all the agents that he's played here throughout his career, and he's played the Breach, he's played the Omen, he just played the Viper, he's played the Wraith, the Neon, and I think that really helps to have a good understanding on how he needs to set up his team for success, how he needs to find the timings as well that he was doing, and all of that balances into that success that they just found.
Yeah, and I think he just overall was just phenomenal. Like, I think beyond all of that, getting multi-kills over and over again, even to secure the pistol rounds, getting that 3K on their defensive half, it was insane. But overall, like you said, his util as well has been really solid, and he's able to play around that and also make a lot of really good calls with info because he's playing really aggressive on that Viper too, not necessarily just leaving it up to the double duelists.
Now, of course, we are heading to Pearl. Furia has been looking really solid.
That one.
That's the one over
Pearl
there.
over there.
Doesn't reach. That's a shame.
No.
Yeah, so obviously, like, Furia has a really good record this stage on Pearl. From Leviathan, we haven't seen him play it since week 1, I want
Yeah,
to
it's
say.
been a while.
So very limited footage.
Yeah, I think this is kind of hard because you don't know what Leviatan's going to bring to the table. If they've changed their, please stop waving that thing around, Dan, you're scaring me. If they've changed their comps, it's going to be super interesting. But for me, what I'm looking for right now, specifically from my kind of gamer POV, is the tempo. It's going to be so important for Lev to take that momentum from that last map into Pearl, making sure they're pushing and being aggressive, especially because they're starting on that defensive side. They need that proactivity that they've had.
Especially because I remember first week when we got the chance to see FURIA, that is when they looked the best. Because when they were going for these post plans, it was so well organized, and that was my favorite thing to see from them. It was the neon, it was all that space that they were grabbing, and it was also on top of that an Astra, for example, a Killjoy that knew how they needed to play those late rounds. Argentina, I feel like, was saving and has been saving a lot of rounds. Not only did we see it on the map 1, but I think throughout their stage 1 is part of the reason why they found so much success here. So that is what I'm hoping to see again. If Lev is going to disrupt a little bit of that setup that FURIA has and how they want to take space, and also how FURIA is going to respond, what new things are they going to be bringing today?
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting. Of course, just to remind people, this is a playoffs matchup, Zoe. This next map means they can make it to Masters if they win.
Yeah,
next
match. Yeah, so they have 2 matches they need to win here in the playoffs in order to punch their tickets, right? I believe the winner of this is going to go up against MIBR in the next round. So it's so close. You're being so close to Masters London. I'm sure that might be in the back of some of the players' heads, but they got to log in here for this last map in this series.
And I know some of the players here for Lev, and something that they always talk about, and it's not something that we just hear during the interviews, it's something that they have focused on when it comes to their mentality, is we are really taking it one step at a time. It's not time to think about Masters London, it's not time to think about that MIBR matchup that they would have next. Is what can we do right now in this map of Pearl to succeed? And something that as well Owner and King do really well is understand the other teams, understand what are some of the gaps that they can punish, and bring their own playstyle into it. They just did it on Split. They found the answer on how they wanted to play the attack, and now they can do it again for this last map.
Yeah, let's find out. It's map 3, and the winner will face off against MIBR tomorrow for a trip to Masters London. Quick break, and then we'll be right back, so don't go anywhere.
Leviathan and FURIA are getting ready to jump into our decisive map of Pearl here, tied 1-1 in this series. Winner will go on to face down with MIBR for a spot in London Masters. But first, they have to take down each other. And we're going to be jumping straight here into into agent select in a moment. We just had analysts. Now we have agents. That's what we're doing.
And it's not going to be a mirror, but similarities between both these teams running that Neon Phoenix double duelist that's been so popular in Americas. The big thing to look at is Artson, who's been having such a good day for FURIA, especially on that first map. Will take a step back onto the Killjoy instead, as Neon, on the other side, gets to lock in that chamber. Even though they haven't played it a ton, this map to me is kind of peak Leviathan. It's the chamber getting picked up for Neon, it's the hyper-aggressive double duelist of Spike and Sato, it's the proactive looks on defense. This is, in my opinion, the map where Leviathan shows their identity in one of the best ways, but it's pretty similar over for FURIA as well, and I think this sets us up for what's bound to be a very explosive, a very aggressive final map of this series.
Definitely. We're going to see FURIA on the attack side first with their double duelists, but they're going to have to get through Neon, who was a freak during stage 1 so far, absolutely topping the charts now on that signature chamber, ready to tear up FURIA.
A loss here sends you down to the lower bracket to start playoffs. means you have to eliminate NRG to start your path towards London. A win, a bit of a better route forward. Pearl, a map both teams have played, a map both teams have looked solid on. And it's FURIA starting out on the attack.
FURIA will have to bounce back mentally after the complete takedown. That was the previous map, and it's going through Neon first, forced to teleport away. We'll just hold on to some secret control for now. Leviathan really not putting up much of a fight.
Just playing the full retake back into here, but FURIA will want to keep fighting.
That fight keeps working forward, but now two duelists line these players up. Nice shot from Neon. Take down Art on the other side, but Alum still holding on to this forward spot. Renzi is deadly at close range, but swinging into 3-4 players, that could be problems for Alum. Knows there's more and more pressure as he turns away from the flash, but blows will knock him out of it. FURIA really just trying to hunt forward and find something, but it's not going to be there. Leviathan continue their domination from split.
Very well controlled round for Leviathan. They give all of the space on that A site, look instead to fight back site, and as they play that retake, they deal with the aggressive players so well. This team is at their best when they are team fighting together, when they're picking the fights. That's exactly what happened this round. I can't flash. Hell of a shot from Neon there to get it going. He's got some of the best aim of anyone out there when he's got a headhunter or a sheriff in his hands. That's one of the reasons why I've just loved getting to watch him play on this chamber for the maps he locks it in.
Well, this round he's just going to be working with the headhunter bullets. For the most part, goes up into the heavy armor. FURIA back to some control over A main, and you're going to expect to see this a lot, I think, from both these two comps, just working up for the early Phoenix Orbs. A main probably your best spot to look for that. As again, Neon will teleport away. Alum filters into the space. There was a buy here from FURIA, actually, forcing up into this round. 3 stingers, some armor, now the judge from Alum up inside this smoke, close and personal with Lev.
What a good position for him, though. If he can get one more kill with this Bucky, it makes the round so much more winnable, but Lev group together, retake through Secret.
But retaking with 2 judges, 2 Guardians, a little bit awkward for Lev. At these close ranges too, FURIA holding the line for now. Art delivers on the first, but now Leviathan start to work their way in. It is just Nerve. Stuck back in main, that's an early pull on the Astra. How does Nerve play this one? Sato just goes for the half stick, and Sato pulls away to take Nerve down.
The devs talked about the chaos that Leviathan's double duelist comp creates, and they put it on display again here. FURIA had a great crossfire. They were playing close towards CT. They had a Bucky in the right position, but look at the amount of space that's getting taken on the work back in. The Neon is sliding deep, the Phoenix Slash on the other side as well. All of these different angles that they're getting brawled from. And now the implications of that force buy means it's a rough investment for FURIA, means that Leviathan primed to start another game dominantly.
Yeah, they're just sort of afforded this opportunity to keep the snowball rolling. FURIA do still have something to play with here, going for that maxed out loss bonus. They can go ahead and buy up onto the shotgun. Alum, though, is not long for this world, as there's plenty of support from Leviathan. Nerve does get his own kill, though, to equalize for just a moment, but FURIA still have no clear way back into this round.
So just walking B long, that's a very big pick.
Now they have that solution. Now they have that path to lay down. But still this judge, though, is that extra problem they hadn't quite dealt with. It was a 1v4 on this side of the map for King. Now it's a 2-on-2 as Leviathan close in. Look how low EU and Art are. 53 HP combined on 2 players. You can just blow them over.
They have no reason to go aggressive here. Shock darts as soon as that spike gets tapped.
Surprised to see them completely shy away from the fights as well. Just going full quiet. Waiting to see if maybe that Molly could give them some territory to plant with, but not to be had. Instantly broken. FURIA going for the force up, winning this round would be an absolute miracle for them. Put them right back in the game, but that's just not going to happen. The shock dart finally rains on down for 3 on Lev.
Great work from King there. He only had a judge to work with, but gets 2 pivotal kills. Keep around that was really at risk of slipping away here. If he's dying for nothing after Sato kind of goes down early here, means that it's shotguns in a strong B post plant. Instead, he holds the line here. Means these 2 low HP players are just a formality to deal with. Now FURIA will finally have guns this round. And no shocker, it's another large brawl towards A main.
Yeah, Lev actually choosing to take a straight up bonus on round 4. Not every day you see that with such weak weaponry. Really trying to build up here, not force up too much here on light armors and whatnot.
Off of pushing back the A main presence, Lev immediately go back towards mid, reading into this reaction from FURIA.
FURIA have done a lot of this disrespect. Oh my word! And they're not going to get away with it. Spike just rips Koala's head off. I was going to say disrespect the utility working in front of it. That's how Alum finds himself here, but the flash catches him at the perfect timing. And now, in a bonus round 4 for Leviathan, they are up 5 players to just 3 on FURIA's side.
And the map control's good too. A player walking deep through main, a chance for another one-on-one fight here.
If Blows survives, it's just over. Nerve can't let him have it. Look at the reactions out from Blows. Oh my God, man. Sato for 3. He is up out of his chair. He's bouncing around, and Leviathan are running away with it.
This team is despicable. Look at the shots they hit in this round. For starters, insane. To flick that quickly. Then this, just pure chaos off the flash for Sato to follow up into the fastest flick you could see for Blows to close. Every player on this team is just so mechanically gifted. And if they're all playing at their best, even if 3 of them are hitting towards that peak, it's tough to come up with answers.
And let's not forget, I think Leviathan walked into that with 1 real rifle?
Yeah.
And a Guardian,
Bucky's,
maybe?
a Bandit.
Yeah.
It was pretty much
It was
nothing.
2 pistols, it was a Guardian, a Bucky, and yeah, a Vandal. And
they
they're
won
doing
it
that.
flawlessly.
A flawless round. So yeah, I'd call a timeout too, personally, if I was there in the coach booth for FURIA, because nothing's working, Mimi.
Yeah, the way that they got red that round too was so good from Lev. Off of hearing that presence in A main and winning that space, instead of staying stagnant there, they're so proactive to rotate back mid and look for the next fight. When Leviathan is playing at their best, it's when they're incredibly proactive like that and are very fast to rotate their key players around the map to aggressively go for those kind of re-clears in those fights. They're always looking for the next thing, and that makes it tough as a caller for Artson to figure out that gap, figure out where you can actually find a place for your team in these mid-rounds. And it's made even more difficult when you've just lost to a round 4 bonus and you're on another eco.
Just back down to it, their 3rd eco of the game, I suppose, if you count that round 2 force. But back to trying to control this street area. It hasn't been terribly unsuccessful for them. They've gotten into the space a lot, but it's been the fights afterwards that always go astray. This time, though, FURIA hold it down, have the numbers advantage for a moment. Look at that, King! Just snappy with it, finding heads everywhere. Make that a 3rd for the in-game leader. He is having a day.
2 of their players whiff, and King just turns around and does it himself.
It's even better because everyone on FURIA was so low HP, but King didn't take that insurance. No, he still took their heads off.
This guy is just so fast.
And there you go. Blows has given Leviathan their 5th round here. And Sato is just absolutely having the time of his life.
Yeah, you'd think he's playing in front of an arena with the amount he's hyping up.
Oh, man. Sato dies that round with a flash in hand.
Yeah, 2 players did, with just like mutil out unexpecting.
Doesn't matter though when King's doing that.
He's so damn good. The consistency he's had across his career as well is ridiculous. He has been this guy since 2022.
And so now if you thought you maybe came up with some solutions to problems, you've got another one, is Sato. Neon also has an operator in play. So Furia trying to work this split over into the A site. Run it back primed, Koala instantly sent packing as Neon covers his teammates back in art. Spike moves back into the corner, Leviathan in firm control here. Furia don't even want to take a fight anymore.
Lev are flowing like water this game. They've been in the right place. They have the right info again with that drone spotting too.
You want to fight it?
Now they shrink backwards. They can play behind this Astral Wall. Choose the moment to pounce on through at the same time. Spike saw the player, and Spike just takes you out of the sky. He's jump peeking with a classic there, trying to work off his C's, trying to find some kind of miracle for Furia, and that's what it's going to take to win a round like this. Maybe a miracle and then some. Koala works up into the smoke, but Spike had the exact read, and now a wall of Leviathan's own Spike slides through it to deliver a 6th round to Lev.
Look at him go.
He's cackling on stage there, Mimi, I can hear it.
No one can stop this guy. Filling the room with his energy. And another round where maybe the initial exchange is not perfect, but the reactions after were so good. Lev grouping to fight back on site, feeling their advantage and then backing up, playing for that retake instead. Absolutely everything is working right now for Leviathan.
In the last 18 rounds that these two teams have played, Furia has won 1 of them.
Outlandish.
Ridiculous. And that comes off of Leviathan winning on low buys. That comes off of their individuals mowing down Furia one by one. And Furia having no solution.
So they try back towards mid again. Blows, forced to run away.
And look, Furia have gotten into the mid space, whether it's Art or Street, pretty consistently. But that hasn't meant anything deep into the round. And now if you look over at A main, well, Neon's operator, you haven't really had to deal with that yet. But something tells me this is the round you must come up with a way. No Prowlers for EU, but a couple of flashes on Koala. Flash is good, and Neon still hits the shot!
And that was the ulting alum. That's the go button to your execute gone.
Oh, just misery for Furia. Now back down to 1 duelist. Leviathan have the rotates in here as well. 3 players ready to go. As shock darts chip away at Art. That'll be a lockdown put into the center of site. And I think Sato's trying to hunt it down. He works himself into the site. Someone's gonna have to guard that plant because Leviathan are working into the site. The lockdown's destroyed. Neon has his 3rd kill into the round, and it's only Nerve backed into the corner, and Nerve is out. This is outlandish.
I feel like I'm watching a frag movie in real time. Every round is something incredible from a Leviathan individual.
Yep, full blind.
He didn't even know he got the kill till he TP'd back. Just insanity. And then on the retake, he is so fast. And he's reading every position. Expects the swing, holding for it, and hitting every shot.
It's funny too, because I had a pretty high impression of Leviathan as a roster, as a team. I was starting to get nervous about them with their 2 losses at the end of the season.
Yeah.
I know Loud is a team that was heating up towards the postseason, but
I felt like they were slipping back into old habits. Map 1
Exactly.
we watching. There's these slow rounds that don't look great. They honestly get dominated on Breeze by Furia, only for these last 2 maps in which they've only lost 5 rounds.
ridiculous. And you know, Leviathan, I mean, this roster is absolutely stacked. So much young talent on this team. I'm pretty sure, by the way, King has more years of experience alone than his entire 4 teammates put together. Yet this team is still making it happen like this.
You've got 2 rookies and 2 players who have only half a season under their belt from 2025, tied together by one of the most prolific players from South America. He's been attending global events since the first opportunities that were available to that region. He's been so consistent in his individual form, in his leadership, and now with this next generation behind him. And he's still up there on the scoreboard, by the way.
Yeah.
4 of the best zoomers you could find. King is still hanging.
When everyone on Lev in this game is performing. No one standout. Everyone has Furia's number. But now with Furia,
Go, go, go!
feeling the chance of defeat here start to rise from 7-0. Someone on Furia has to step up. I mean, we've seen the heroics from Alum back on the Harbor in map 1. We saw Art dominate back-to-back maps, but this has been a map where Furia just have not had a guy that can step up to the challenge.
Not at all. So it's incredibly slow to start. 4 players contacting A main. But this is a pretty much full retake setup on A. Instead, Lev expecting a play back towards mid. Both their duelists ready to either receive that or to fight back in and look to flank once this A hit comes.
Leviatán just playing out of range of the Nightfall. See if they can pull that out from EU. Koala also with an ulti here, but Lev are ready now with the quick rotate from Spike to work back into this site. Catch out Furia, who have no other options, by the way. There's no lurk-headed B. No. Furia are coming into this A site in just a moment. Fast lane to guide Koala into that fight as a stun sends him backwards, and Neon nearly takes a second with it. Spike is there to cover his back as Furia tried to work forward. Every single angle is held from Leviatán. You can't plant the spike, you can't do anything, as now the Hunter's Fury rains down on Furia. The spike left out in the open. No one on Furia can even plant it. 8-0.
Christine, Neon was double opping that round. Had the Tour de Force and the op in hand. Hits another 3 shots. How do you stop this guy? He's 10-2. And I mean, it's looking like 2016 with the trick shot montage. He's quick scoping every fight.
1 enemy remaining.
This man just can't be stopped.
Well, if you're keeping the tally running, that is now 19 of the last 20 rounds that Leviatán have secured for themselves. And now it's Furia without a buy. You'd think at a certain point they could buy every round, but nope. Down onto a low one again, and they didn't even use the Nightfall in the last round. He's been sitting on this for a few now. As, hey, maybe the B site's gonna be a better look. I'm not so sure. Furia have traded evenly so far. But Alum can't connect the shot before being taken down himself. Spike left stranded with a nice Sheriff connection from Art. He's gonna be the guy to step up.
Now just don't lose the 1v2 to Neon.
Spike planted.
As the op has the headhunters. Neon looks and he's down. Furia have taken a thrifty round. Are on the board once more.
Finally stopping Leviatán's reign of terror. And they might have gotten a little aggressive that round, just sprinting into this flood retake, everyone taking their individual fights.
No, but let's talk about Art Sheriff shots after this, though.
Ridiculous.
That one, especially on blows up in heaven, nicely done.
If there was a man to bring him back in, it would be Art.
Yeah, I mean, I still think he's been the top performer across all 3 maps today.
Especially on Breeze, he was just so damn good there. Hasn't had a chance to show that performance here.
Still a chance to have the same half as they had on Breeze 8-4.
It's safe to say.
There's still hope. We'll see. If Furia work back into mid, though, I have my condolences to send their way.
With this op so forward posted, it frees up both duelists from Leviatán to be very quick with their rotations.
Could just be a world where Furia want to keep playing into these simple B hits, play the post plant out. Fast lane up already. Alum diving into the back of side, but he's dealt with. Still no Nightfall from EU, by the way. Really trying to hold on to that one as Koala plays off the flash, but he's taken down 2. King lighting up the kill feed. He is right back here for 4.
Okay, maybe go back to not giving King a chance. He had been sitting, waiting on this B site, letting his teammates hit the highlight reel. Now his time to step up. A beautiful 4K.
Spike down.
The movement precise. The aim crisp. You just can't say anything negative about Leviatán right now.
My response to the question, who's him? It's King right there, absolutely crushing it. Now 9-1. And, well, Furia's econ got reset because they won that round. So now it's a bad buy, but maybe that's their comfort zone. We'll see. They won this Thrifty on the B site before. Alum has now dealt with Sato's ulti. Art goes for a bit of a walk down in mid, trying to call his team away from this B hit because Art has so much space.
But they're rotating all the way back now. The question is anyone watching Artson?
Art heard the footsteps. And he's got the shot too. Unfortunately for him, Neon was right on the other side, so now he's going to inform his team. There's an operator on this side of the map. Quick rotates already from Spike. Furia have a 4-on-2 for a moment here. They cannot allow anyone to fall. Neon collects on the first as now the slide comes through. It's just Neon versus the world. These players exceptionally low, and he'll take 3 kills for himself before going down.
Do you expect Sato? He's so fast on this reflank.
Oh, pulling out utility, looking the wrong direction. Shato in exactly the right position.
10-1. That round looked like so much was going well. The Lurk gets a pick, even if it's traded out, there's a window to double back. But Neon still had a trademark, still was a menace backside. How long was he allowed to live? How long did he bide time for Sato's flank?
One more round for Furia in this first half, but it's going to be brutal again out of them. Only the sole rifle to their name.
Your one win was a B-slam, but guess who's here?
Neon. Yep. Even has a little extra support from King popping up and over sign for the first kill of the round. And Alum decides better of it.
That's a spam kill onto Artson.
Having the timing there of the lockdown going, then gets the spam trying to catch that player running out of the corner. So already a 5-on-3.
Insult to injury at this point. Cosmic Divide for this retake. You need something desperate for Furia. Some kill early.
Yeah, Furia have to play up in front of this wall. EU still guarding the flank because he's pushed away. It'll be that site player. Allen won't be the guy. Maybe nerve back sight, but the utility just being lobbed his way is perfection. Leviathan are playing the best map of the stage.
They ended group stage with back-to-back losses. They looked shaky. Map 1 of this series. But when it matters, the third map, 2 games away from going to London, this team has stepped up massively. Every individual online, every play working. 11-1 here on Pearl.
They are truly firing on all cylinders right now, and you can see Furia completely deflated. They're going to have 1 or 2 more chances left on the other side of this break. Your eyes do not deceive you. That is 11-1 on the LED screen behind you. Leviathan cruising through this first half of Pearl, and couldn't come at a better time for them. Entering into playoffs now, complete domination from them. Reminder for you, Leviathan winning this will send them up through the upper bracket for a match against MIBR. That'll be for that spot on London on the line.
And that was the same game that was the start of MIBR's downfall in kickoff. That was the same game that sent Furia to Santiago. A rematch there would be a big moment.
Yeah. That would, of course, be if FURIA were able to come back. Leviatán, it's a very different story, right? The last time they actually qualified to a global event, that was with Aspas on the team back in 2024.
11-1 has put me in such a fugue state that I accidentally tripped to the wrong activation there.
Ridiculous. No, but the last time Leviatán went to a global was with Aspas on the team. Winning this series would put them in a position to have to beat him to make that qualification.
And what's insane is that this is a Leviatán that is looking like they have more firepower than that team. That is not losing a single duel.
You have to put the finishing touches on this series first. It's been dominant on the last 2 maps. And whoa, 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 nobody's looking at King. Alum taken down as this mess in mid continues. And Leviatán have found themselves on the plus side of a 4v2.
Player standing.
Gonna make that a 4v1?
Yeah.
So not sure what we're asking of Nerve in this situation.
Some would say too much.
Some would say the impossible word. Especially because King has a great timing to catch him right in the back. Nerve spotted him, but already chipped down to 40 HP. Shock Dart, just to keep him at bay as well. Yeah, it's just wraps. Neon will take him out of this one. This game is just done.
They've lost 6 rounds in the last 2 maps. That is unbelievable. You knew this team was good. You knew they had some of the best individuals. But I don't think anyone expected them to crumble FURIA in the way they have this game.
Stark contrast to the team that topped Americas back during kickoff. Leviatán have now stepped up to the plate. Neon, by the way, sitting 17-4. King 16-3.
I'd love to see how many 3Ks Neon got. I think it had to be like 4 in the first half.
Go, go, go.
The scoreboard looks almost unbelievable until you see that the scoreline is 12-1, and then it makes so much sense. So FURIA, they forced up in round 2 of this map. Didn't work out. This time they absolutely have to. Alum's just hiding in backside right now. Hoping to use that Bucky at close range.
This is sold as the most wide open playoffs have ever been in Americas. And I think this game is proving it. People had high hopes for FURIA. Same for Lev. But the way that this match is ending.
Okay, Koala. Maybe not over yet. Rest of Leviatán accelerate into B. It's a double hold on backside. Spike gets shut down. And now with Sawtooth being so low, how do you get these players out of backside? It's going to have to be perfect shots from blows with his teammates dropping around him. I don't know if he's going to get the chance. Now it's King and 1-on-2. King does it again. You can't let him get away with it. Leviatán punched their ticket to a fight against MIBR.
There's no other way to end that match but that. A Red Bull clutch, 4K from King. This was decimation. And let's just watch it again. Straight up, 4 kills.
Oh.
Attackers win.
He's disgusting. This team is disgusting.
That's got to leave a nasty taste in your mouth from FURIA. Disgusting scenes here up on stage. A 13-1 victory for Leviatán. Completely shaking off that rust they started getting towards the end of the stage.
Yeah, 2 losses led into this. They dropped map 1 of this series. After that, lose pretty much nothing. 6 rounds in 2 maps is it.
Ridiculous. You see Leviatán on top of the world right now. That is certainly a way to kick off this playoffs. Leviatán, the number 3 seed, out from Group Alpha, dismantle the number 2 in Omega. This is a team to keep your eyes on, Mimi.
It certainly is. That game against MIBR, history between a lot of the players, but also a test. One, the super team that was sold from the beginning. This Leviatán squad making the argument that they have the most talent, that they made the choices to invest in those up-and-comers.
Yeah, now just one more series needed to be won in order to be able to show that talent on the global stage over in London. That'll come with a rematch between former teammates of King and Aspas in not too long a time. And I think Leviatán, with a commanding victory like this, are going to be absolutely painting targets on their back as one of the teams to beat.
They absolutely will. And for FURIA, it sends them onto a brutal path now. A lower bracket game against NRG, taking their worst loss of the year here. and having to bounce back in such short time.
Yeah, you think, oh, you know, it'll be fine. Lower bracket, we got it. And then you realize, wait a second, what's NRG doing down there? Hold on now. Now when it's do or die, that's a much scarier situation to be facing off against.
Certainly is. Highlight reel was every player from Leviathan, truly. I think if I were to point to one from today, it would be King, that 4K to end it. His
Nice
consistent performance.
And of course, this clutch at the end, the 1v4, doing it all himself. That was just beautiful to watch. And I thought, honestly, like some individual masterclasses this series. You can't forget Artson, what he was doing on the first two maps, showing up. But at the end of the day, needed him on that third map. Needed a whole lot more from FURIA on that third map.
Yeah, a hell of a lot more than what got shown there. But every individual just looked incredible here for the side of Leviathan. This was a clean game from them, but for more, the man who was up there hyping on stage the whole match. It's Sato and Liz for your Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you so much, Mimi and Ender. And yes, I have Sato here with me, and I'm surprised you're not shouting. I'm surprised you're not yelling here up with me because, I mean, we saw a little bit. You were standing up every single time, asking for us in the crowd to start cheering for you. I mean, talk to me about that energy and that leading the team with that energy, because you were on your feet every single round, Sato.
Yeah, yesterday I went to sleep, and then I, you know, like
yes, as you
other
do.
people, yeah. And then I had a thought. Right?
While you were sleeping?
No, before. Like in bed, you know?
Yes.
And it was like, we played an off-season in China. And during that off-season was like, you know, the honeymoon of the team where we just had met each other. And I remember that I stood a lot during the tournament, during that off-season tournament. And then Blows said to me, like, I think in the beginning of the year, before we came into VCT, before our kickoff, he said, like, you know, Sato, I miss when you stand up and hype up the team. And I really like that. So all of a sudden, that thought came into my mind yesterday before sleeping. And I decided to bring my energy today.
Well, talk to me about how that affected the team, because you were up every single round and we saw everyone else standing, King pointing at the camera to himself, you guys like yelling at each other. It seemed to work. So talk to me about how that energy helped the team today.
Honestly, I'm not sure if it helped.
Okay.
Anywho, I'm sure that I had much more fun today than I had in the other days where I just, you know, try to keep it cool. So I think it's kind of just like, how can I say? When you see someone standing up and yelling like a maniac, you kind of feel a little bit, you know, of the enthusiasm. So I try to just, you know, try to hype up the team, yell a lot, like we usually do when we're not playing, when we're just hanging out as friends.
Well, now you are technically one best of 3 away from Masters London. Your next opponent will be MIBR. Sato, it has been a dream of so many people to see you on an international stage, at a Masters, at a Champions, whatever it is. What would it mean to you to defeat MIBR and make it to Masters London?
It would mean a lot. We've been talking about London a lot. My wallpaper on my phone is a picture of London.
Is it really?
Yeah, because we set it up. I think on most of the people on the team have it as their phone wallpaper, just to, you know, keep in mind and bring motivation every day. And also, I cannot wait to play Ian Bosch again. I cannot wait to play Tex.
Dang. Well, Tex, you hear that? Coming for you tomorrow. Well, congratulations once again, Sato. We're gonna go to break. Stay right there. It is 100 Thieves versus G2 next.
When you've played FPS as much as we have,
you have tried every mouse, every shape.
And we know shape matters.
Shape is key. This one has both our experience,
our family name,
the next piece of our legacy.
Built for the big stage,
for the biggest moments.
The Susanto Brothers Mouse.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secretlab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
I think 100 Thieves are a team that a lot of people have been kind of like just underrating. I mean, look at Cryo. Cryo has been very, very impressive. Like, honestly, his Cypher is looking better than his Chamber, and his Chamber's already really good, right?
Cryo on for the ace. No, spots him out, it just don't matter. We've been asking for it.
I think Bang has like an extremely high clutch rate this stage 1, which is pretty hard to deal with.
Taken down, Bang with 3 in the round already, and Bang out of nowhere.
They're a team that makes it very suffocating to play. Like, let's say it's a 5v1, they're gonna jiggle every corner. They're gonna make it very, very taxing on your mental to play against them. Leaf, I think he's definitely the rock of the team. He's always playing micro scenarios perfectly.
But Leaf has the timing. He's gonna be able to find the back of one, and all Leaf's still able to snap his head off.
We make a little mistake, he's there to capitalize off of it. They're a team I feel like that isn't that they're sharpest right now. Like, they're definitely going through some growing pains, I feel like, in the meta. And I feel like with our momentum right now, we'd take them out.
I think that, yeah, 100 Thieves G2 is a battle of attrition. It's like, it's gonna be a grind, and seeing that clash, I think is gonna be some pretty close games.
Welcome back to the Stage 1 playoffs. It's time for our second match of the day, and this one's an NA showdown between G2 and 100 Thieves. So we're here back again with Athena and a Dryad. This is a kickoffs rematch as well, and G2 won it. I think 2-1 was the score.
Yeah, and not only a kickoff rematch, but can I get crazy for a second?
Are you ever not?
We love it when you get
My
crazy.
brain, I was thinking, and I made a realization. Did you see how Lev just owned, first of all? Back in Shanghai 2024, I feel like story is repeating itself. There are 3 representatives where Lev, G2, and 100 Thieves.
Okay, she's cooked. Oh, okay, I see.
An upper bracket matchup that they had, 100 Thieves and G2, where 100 Thieves won. They went to the grand final. They faced each other again. 100 Thieves went as the first seed. And I'm just saying, I feel like things can, you know, the story can
So what you're
itself.
saying is we're seeing a run it back episode of Shanghai qualifications.
It could be.
But
who wants it more here, right? You have a team that always makes it and a team that hasn't made it for a long time. So like, who has more to prove?
But that's the thing. That's where it gets even crazier.
Guys, she's
100 Thieves' last event was Shanghai, and G2's first event was Shanghai.
So that's where they
Are you
met.
guys seeing?
Anyway, I think for me personally, I think for G2, they've kind of figured out how to qualify to these globals through Americas almost down to a science. They fully understand what they need to do, how these other teams play, and they've always come together towards the end to qualify. But for me, I'm really looking at 100 Thieves here. They have to be super hungry for it because, again, like you said, it's been since Shanghai, the last time that they qualified for a global, to now where they're 1-2 games away from qualifying, 2 best-of-3s, and it's this close. G2 being one of the teams that they'd have to beat, then obviously the next BO3 is going to be a little bit more interesting. But man, for me, it's definitely going to be 100 Thieves being a little bit more thirsty because they've been gone for so long now.
Here's the thing though, right? Obviously you can say like, look, they're riding that momentum from their week 5 performance, which was phenomenal. But now we're heading into playoffs. We have changes to the map pool. They are the Bind team, you know, and they're not known as the Ascent team. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, I think historically their Bind has been phenomenal. Just as an organization, as a whole, they've consistently been that Bind team. And now that Ascent is back in the pool, yes, I'm expecting creativity, but also Ascent, they don't historically have a good run on this.
Yeah, and it's also something that you can play around. We have to see if they're going to be banning it first, if that is something that they've been practicing recently. I know that is a concern because, yeah, historically, it doesn't matter what version of 100 Thieves they're seeing, they're always incredible at that map. But I feel like this stage and this year in general, they've shown so much. They've shown so many layers, so much creativity, and I think that is going to be the key to success. I know Vine is always going to be part of the history, but I think now they're going beyond that.
Yeah, I think when you think of like their Sage, that's for me the most important thing that pops up into mind when I think creativity. You think of the walls too, the gimmicky walls. Like, do you guys remember when Corrode was in the map pool 100 Thieves? They were the first to start doing these. Corrode, yes. You don't remember Corrode? When they did the boost wall of Sage and they're just annoying peeking through that window, small things like that. So I'm kind of expecting to see a little bit more creativity going into Ascent.
Well, I'm generally excited to see how they're going to face off against each other, what they practice coming into this week. And for more on this matchup, let's hear from Timotino. He spoke with Elizabeth earlier today.
Here with Timotino of 100 Thieves. Now, you're facing G2 today, a team you have not faced in a very long time since kickoff. Talk to me, what's the read on G2 today?
I mean, they've been playing some funky comps. You know, they've been experimenting with the Harbor on a lot of maps, which I think is interesting. There's definitely something there. We're expecting, you know, some comps to change, but, you know, we're going to have to deal with the Harbor. It's going to be, we have some ideas how to deal with it. It's definitely pretty funky. So we're going to have to like really focus on that. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
Well, best of luck today.
Thank you.
That's what we've been saying, Timotino. G2, they did try to make things up with funky comps, right? At the start of stage 1. They did suffer 2 consecutive losses, which was uncharacteristic for them. But since they went back to the basics, things have normalized and stabilized, I would say.
And there's the biggest difference. It feels like both of these teams started a little bit colder at the beginning of this season. Yeah. But you see at G2 that what they do to adjust and to find success is go back to the basics. Yeah. Well, 100 Thieves are like, can we get even crazier? Can we switch up the duelist? Can we bring more of that stage? And so for G2, this is the comfort. This is how they have qualified to these international events. So it makes perfect sense to bring it back.
Yeah, I think it really complements their play style too, with Leaf having a lot of these little micro plays, being able to go back to being that solo lurker on the weaker side, relaying a lot of that information towards Valen. And now Valen back in that spot with the group for the rest of his team, being able to IGL. And so it's going to be super interesting. But of course, they're going up against the 100 Thieves, which we've talked about their creativity in terms of comps. And on your screen right now is all of the comps that 100 Thieves have tried and have played on different maps. And when you're looking at this, Dan, there's like 50% of these that are completely off meta.
It's super interesting, especially the Sage. I still remember that interview from Timotino saying, honestly, towards the beginning, I wasn't getting the vision, but then I started getting the vision from the coaches, and 2 coaches that the 100 Thieves team praise a lot. So I'm very excited to see it, and especially because I want to see what kind of read G2 has on it. I wanted to ask you actually, Marina, because you played in Game Changers. You played against Game Changers teams that are known for being very creative.
Oh yeah, we were one of them too.
What do you do if you're a G2?
Oh, you just have to look at the winning conditions. I mean, when you're playing against a Sage, you know that there's definitely certain things, like you can't let them get into a post plant. You can't let them just fully execute because they're going to have so much of that util to delay for so long. So you're constantly looking at the winning conditions of the other team, and as an IGL, you kind of have to call around it. So if it is someone that's going to be able to do it, why not Valen? The guy who's qualified for almost every single global since playing in Americas and brought this team to success. I think it makes a lot of sense. It's definitely hard to play against, but you're talking about a G2 that hasn't lost 2 games back-to-back ever.
Insane, yeah.
Which is insane.
It is indeed. Yeah, let's actually hear from Valen and what he had to say when this caught up with him earlier today.
Here with Valen of G2. Now you have turned things around this stage 1, putting yourself in the upper bracket. What do you credit G2's success of coming into the upper bracket with?
I think it's credit to the coaching, of course, and the whole team just staying resilient. Honestly, I think the secret is that we never left. We had a bad start going down 0-2, but we knew that we were capable of coming back 3-2 and being in this position. I wouldn't say we're surprised by that result. We expected to be here. And in terms of going forward, I think we're trying to put ourselves back as the #1 team, earn our spot back into another Masters, and just keep going. So it's another opportunity for us today to kind of redeem ourselves, and more hot dogs. So more hot dogs. So we're excited.
Speaking of hot dogs, can you explain to me why the G2 fans should put their trust in you and you guys are going to make it to London?
I think it's our experience and our chemistry. Like, we're so ready for today. We're so ready for this run. We work so hard to put ourselves in this position and stay consistent throughout the years. So I think the trend is that we're going to keep going, keep doing well, and just excited to play.
Well, hot dog, Valen. Hot dog.
I mean, you sold me. I got to trust the process here. Exactly. Trust the hot dogs or whatever is coming out of my mouth right now. I don't know. What I trust to see is the kill feed being dominated by Baby Ray and Cryo today.
Insane. Baby Ray has had the most insane performance in Stage 1. He's kind of the GOAT of Vice, and you would say even the best Vice that we have in Americas. And for Cryo on the other side, switching from the duelist last year to now a lot more of this lurker role, and he's been fitting onto it perfectly.
Yeah, I think both these teams are pretty much the rock for either team. Both these players, are the rock for their teams because they're so good at their lurker roles. They're so good at anchoring. It feels like you can really rely on them, especially in the mid round, to get a lot of that information and just to be aggressive because, of course, their aim mechanics are just insane as well as the way they play around their util. So definitely makes a lot of sense when you're looking at these two players for these teams.
They're super fun to watch, and they're not afraid to grab the operator. It doesn't matter what round they're playing, doesn't matter what agent they're playing, they're going to do it in after those rounds. And I feel like that's what makes them stand out so much here in playoffs.
Do you feel like either of them is going to have the upper hand here? Who's really going to show up on match day?
Oh, this is hard. I don't know. I'd let you know if I know. I'd see the maps.
Do tell.
What's your narrative?
100 Thieves.
100 Thieves? I actually think I predicted 100 Thieves.
Don't worry.
I forgot my prediction immediately after I made it, so there is that. Let's send it down to the stage and bring out the next two squads who fight their way through our upper bracket today.
Well, folks, it's time for an NA showdown. Let's bring out your first team. It is 100 Thieves!
100 Thieves have been looking incredible when it comes to the creativity. The coaches keep surprising everybody, including the players as well, that maybe at the beginning were trying to figure out where this was going, but it felt like with the new additions to the squad, Mutino and Bora, they look stronger than ever. They are supported by a coaching staff that trusted them last year, that gave them the success last year, and then you combine it to the core that we've had for the past, it feels like forever, 3 years, 4 years, Bang, Cryo, and Asuna. Bang obviously having a little bit of experience going into Sentinels and coming back to the squad, and it feels like this is finally the time for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, they have a really good opportunity here to make it to that global, especially after only being 2 games away last time from qualifying to Santiago. This is their chance to step back into the ring and throw their hat in there and make sure that they're ready for this playoffs play.
They played so many matches during kickoff, more than anyone else. 8 games total, 17 maps. And like you said, they were so close. The only teams that they lost against were NRG and G2.
Yeah.
So it feels like they still have that to beat.
And now it's time to bring out their opponents. Get ready, get set for G2 Esports!
The Titans of Americas for a reason, because this team always manages to qualify globally for these events. And this roster, they've been together for so long. Speaking of a core roster, when you look at these members who have ride or die together for so long through multiple iterations of orgs, this is what the team needs to do in order to prove themselves as those Titans. They've done the Americas down to kind of a science of learning how to win and qualify for globals, but now we've seen them slow down a little bit. This is kind of their chance to show that it doesn't matter how creative the other team is, but that they are here and deserve to qualify for another global.
And Valen said it, the thing is that they never left. Yes, they had a slower start, but this is not the first time that happens. This is a team that is able to adapt very fast. We remember even kickoff, they were playing really slow, they were playing, and then they started switching up a little bit more, getting really aggressive. They're willing to try things out until they figure out what is going to work out best. And what works out best is what gave them success in the past, what qualified them to these internationals. And now they just have an opponent that they know very well and 100 Thieves to make it happen.
Yeah, and I think that's what they do best, right? They do a really good job of working together and making sure they fix their things. But
Pearl, that's an interesting one for 100 Thieves, since we've literally just saw them in week 5 against FURIA. That was the one map they lost.
Yeah, that's That's definitely interesting. I'm wondering if either of these teams have changed their comps, because I'm looking at this and I'm kind of concerned, but this has to mean that 100 Thieves have kind of done something in order to come up with a new game plan to defeat G2. And then again, Lotus for that second map from G2. Another interesting pick, but this is kind of a 50-50 for me, Dan, for this whole map pool.
It is hard to tell depending on what they're going to play. I feel like that is going to determine everything for this map of Pearl. I think the main thing that I would consider at that one condition is exactly what we're looking at, is this cryo chamber. That has been incredible. Is one of the agents that I feel like sets him up for success the most, and that fits him the most. He can get a little bit more aggressive, but he can also play back and be the one holding that side. So for that, I'm paying a lot of attention to that. And the little change as well of Phoenix and Neon.
Switching it up.
They did it on Breeze, and now they do it on Pearl too.
But wasn't Asuna playing Neon on Haven and Timatino was on the Phoenix? So they're just so flexible and fluid, changing these agents with each other. It's kind of interesting, but I mean, if it works, it works for me.
I really like it.
I like it, because Asuna, he's really good with the support flashes. When he plays the KO, when he plays the Stage 2, support Uso is really nice. And
it's a different look for G2.
Different look. Yeah. Baby Bay on the Vice makes a lot of sense, though.
Yeah, that is the Vice that we've been seeing a lot of, and one of the things that I was wondering if it was going to change with that duo that we talked about with Cryo on the chamber, and then potentially Baby Bay being able to do the same. But to go back on what we were saying for 100 Thieves, they were, I feel like it was a bit controversial on who was going to be playing the Neon and the Phoenix. They switched it up on the last map of last series before going into playoffs, and now it feels like it could be a permanent thing.
Yeah, well, we're ready for this one, and so are our casters. So let's send it over to the duo that is still working Baby Bay playoff matches in the year of 2026. Here at Brennan's Live Show.
It's a good way to open it. Yeah, it's a great way to open it.
Testament to his incredible career, to be honest with you.
Yes. Yeah, no, listen, he's having a great time so far in Stage 1. Dude. Statistically, he's near the tippity top. But let's talk big picture, though, because it's an important matchup for, our opening games here in Playoffs of Americas. G2 versus 100 Thieves. These teams, they have a lot of history of each other.
Yeah, they do.
They definitely do, but there's often a one-sided history, where it's always G2 usually winning against them. In fact, I believe 100 Thieves, the only time they ended up winning against G2 when G2 entered partnership was when they just entered, and it was 3 times back-to-back in the same stage.
And that was the stage, as the desk has been talking about, where 100 Thieves made it to a global tournament, went to Shanghai, looked like the best team in Americas, had an amazing bind, no longer in the map pool right now. But the maps are tipsy-turvy and all over the place in this series. G2 are going to be showing us new compositions here and probably on Breeze as well.
Yeah.
Already 100 Thieves swapping around their duelists too to match it with what they were running most recently on Breeze with Timatino and the Neon. And see how clean things like this B-exec look.
It's already quite different from the way that 100 Thieves like to play this composition. No look towards mid-control, no look towards A. To try and farm up towards the orbs. Just a straight-up, honest B hit. That might be why G2 were playing it so loosely with just Jorgamo waiting.
Yeah, take a look at how they try to approach this. 100 Thieves wanting to put some aggression here into Jorg.
Yeah, I'm sure he's going to try and have to hold them back. The stun can only do so much and not enough at it. Asuna still here, though, having to adjust for that horn. He's going to be brought down. Well, you saw where that came from, though. It's going to be layered down to see if they can slow down the G2 approach. Jumping through. What a shot by Timatino. Sleeper's doing backflips. 100 Thieves looking to see if they can hold this one back. Sharp shooting overall. Even trades at that. Still 3 players left to stand and open sight lines. Open lives to the taking. 100 Thieves with that pistol round under their belt.
Great beginning for 100 Thieves, man. Being able to put together a solid B execute, get a little bit of that aggression going as well. Love that. You know in this meta that so many teams are playing retake, you've got to be able to disrupt it. And they catch Jorgamo before Trent was ready. And they actually bled all of the utility out of the retakers too. There was no flash there, that's why you see Leaf dolphin diving through the smoke to try to get back into the site.
Nice!
It's a very solid beginning for 100 Thieves, who I think are still the underdogs when you look at it from a historic point of view. But man, they do have the momentum coming in.
They absolutely do. They might see a bit of a brawl. More than a bit of a brawl. There's going to be a bloodbath potentially occurring. G2 will look to see if they can draw any of it out with this E-code. A couple of classics in their hands, but they're doing the damage and the work now. But it leaves it just down to Trent. He's not long for the world. Over in a blink of an eye, but 100 Thieves remaining with just 2 players alive.
You know, the silver lining in those kind of rounds is you don't actually give 100 Thieves the time and the space to very diligently walk around, get as many orbs as they can into Asuna, and build up some kind of big ultimate for the bonus. Here, Asuna's taken down super quickly.
And that means that he's still only halfway towards the Phoenix ultimate that can snowball really quickly on an attack side like this.
We'll see.
I think it's fairly decent.
Absolutely. Bonus round, not too much bite to it for 100 Thieves here, but...
Back to the well of these big execs.
Yeah, and I think listen, it goes against the grain in terms of what they've shown on Pearl.
It does, yeah. Normally, even if they're doing some kind of sight hit like this, it's a 4-1. And G2 are looking for Cryo somewhere around mid. He's just going with the team.
Jogger's just trying to exit out. He's going to be able to escape with his life there, but looking to see if he can hold down another layer of aggression.
Yeah, look at those thorns.
Yeah,
they used to
defensive.
stop. Yeah, super defensive for the retaker.
We're aware of 100 Thieves. They're win cons for this team. Potentially to try and fight forwards here. Flash and a peek out though. Aston is going to be dropped. Now leading the charge as Leaf rifle in hand. On the entries here, Timotino won't even get time to pick up that gun. It's a quick and clean retake from G2 overall. And they're a squad that have been also trying to find their identity, I think, throughout this entire year. They're normally known as the most consistent team that we've got in Americas. They always make the finals. They always make the international events without fail. But this year, it was a little bit different.
They are the bar in Americas when it comes to consistency and excellence.
Yeah.
They won literally everything last year. But you're right, they are in a little bit of a finding themselves phase. I think part of that is because they came into this stage with so much of the tech around Harbor. They were going really heavy on Harbor theory. Last time we saw them play on Pearl, they were playing Harbor. Last time we saw them play on Breeze, they were also playing Harbor. Now, the Breeze one is not that far away from meta, actually. Tons of people playing it there. But on this map, they've had to change things up.
Moving away from it when a lot of teams are indexing in.
Here's that classic mid-take that you were talking about earlier, Brent, from 100 Thieves. Phoenix wall over towards B-Link, and the Neon wall towards Art helps them take that space really early on.
They don't take the space rapidly. They wait around for a little bit now, just jumping in. Timotino looking to disrupt crosshair placement. Play the rest of the team in. Taking up that lane, residency now, and putting a squeeze onto these B players. It's all up into the back halls. Angle! And Valen's just decapitated at a moment's notice. Smokes blooming, blossoming, and fading away. It gives that open sightline for Cryo. Free reign. This flank needs to pay dividends now. Jorgamo rapid onto it. They're not hiding their intent. They'll win at the show that they are actually fully engaged and trying to create as much noise and pressure as possible. What a Trent can potentially slip through and make something happen up towards that heaven angle. Jorgamo done and finished. A bit of a half clearance, but now it's just left up to Leaf, and now in a 1v3. Players jumping towards him, lining up. Leaf! That is unreal!
How's he been allowed to get away with that one? What a 3K! For a moment there in that round, Brent, I was thinking to myself, hey, maybe G2 actually go for a save at some point here.
Yeah.
Like if the initial pressure on the flank doesn't quite work out. Oh my god, how wrong am I?
Found the perfect line.
Cryo is stunned. And here the lineup on the first two puts Bang in a really tough position. How's he done that?
That's just ridiculous.
The thing is, it's not even out of the ordinary for Leaf, is it? He does work magic like that on the regular. My god, what a round, though. Completely turns this map. Look at the 100 Thieves economy.
Yeah, the
Gone.
money, it's flipped on its head for 100 Thieves. You're working with barely a gun, really. Just a couple of sheriffs and a bucky.
Here's that Neon wall once more. And you see,
people.
yeah, you see the kind of pressure, like, if you were trying to contest mid against this, it's pretty difficult. At the same time, it's the kind of thing that G2 would have been looking into as one of the main things that they anti, right?
Yeah.
Because 100 Thieves lean into that mid default so often.
Critically, doesn't work as well against the Vice Wall in lane.
No, it certainly doesn't. I mean, you're not melting that one to death like you would be with a Killjoy turret or a chamber trip or something like that. You've got a lot more resiliency with baby-based Vice utility.
Can't be broken as easily. Now we're going to see the full-on hit. 100 Thieves. I mean, Timotino is way ahead of the pack. The rest of them got caught by that siege. Trent's util was pretty much picture perfect, and alongside that, the ultimate. They're going to be sound cues taken, cut completely away, and with that, the decay. Oh my goodness! We're just showing off, are we?
I mean, there's a highlight play from Jorgamo.
God, I don't care if they're eco kills. That's a clean transfer.
Yeah, it's stylish. It really is stylish. Flawless is the right word for this one. A fade ultimate use. So, you know, silver linings for 100 Thieves, chipping away. But I think they'll be happy with that one. All right, Leaf, he generated the Phoenix ultimate even before he actually won the 1v3 clutch.
Round 2, I don't know when, but
yeah,
he's had it early.
Right at the beginning of the previous. Now it looks like they might actually want to try to contest a potential mid-default. It's not coming their way, though. This is the 4-1 split that 100 Thieves also like to go towards. Ran this quite a few times in their game against FURIA.
I don't see any resistance, just a pullback star and a peek. Cryo. Let's see if we can activate a bit of a silent hop up. Oh, peek, and well, okay. T-Roan demise as the head clean off.
Cryo's very sharp. If you don't catch him with a trap play, like the one that G2 were trying to set up, if you're just timing contact into him or peek into him, oh, he's so snappy. He's good for those.
Timatino's a bit of an insert. Now the reclear. Leaks looking for information, but the ult immediately dissipated. Taken out, and it goes both ways. Asuna sends it flying forwards, running it back, seeing if he can get a little bit more going. The off-angular leaf, it does pay off, but Spam narrowly avoiding most of the bullets hailing down.
He's done a good job of holding on to this area, but 100 Thieves have an access point now to try to split onto A. And that's a sharp flick onto Valid.
Magnetic straight to the dome here, but still the pressure comes from many directions. Baby Bay! It's your time to shine. Just gets this one and backs out. He's definitely applying the pressure. Now with that steel guard and offloaded. And that's going to be causing these 100 Thieves players to scatter all the way back into a familiar direction, potentially seeing it. He's taking a couple of chip shots in the process, and all that damage done eventually pays off in the finds a kill. That's a 2v2 though.
Trent, so much pressure on him, and he's only got an Ares to work with.
Might be the gun for the job though here. Still, they just managed to work their way into the slightest of corners. Bang will be able to get that safe plant off.
Trent knows that they've been looking to get aggressive down here. He's seen it 3 times now.
Cryo, hyper aggro already. Just a shoulder peeking out. Gave Trent the awareness, but the Ares just not working out. Still with the rifle, this guy is going walkabouts, and Cryo not finished, not content with just laying back onto the site there.
Cryo had a monster round just then. I mean, so many situations where somebody challenges him and he swats them down. Ridiculous. This first one was really nice. Then there's a Phoenix ult into his face. And then even here, Trent knows that he's peeking. I think he heard a footstep even.
He saw him before Cryo did.
Yeah, and yet... Yeah, I mean, partly because of the Ares, right? It's not actually the best weapon for Trent to have in that situation, but I don't think they'll be too bothered. Cryo's going to pick up his ult here. Tour de force. Can you escort him into a position to get something done? Baby Bay holds the middle of the map. He may well be the player under pressure.
Yeah, he's got a couple of thorns though, just a one and a flash.
I like the way that Baby Bay's using the flash to keep contesting space around mid.
Here's the Prowler. Doesn't det the util critically enough, but he might need to soon enough. And Bang's also being pressured with that attack side default. He's just looking to hold that space and contest. He might be calling for a reaction, not quite.
Baby Bay did not want to flash re-peek into Cryo's operator here. Probably a wise decision.
Yeah.
And they've left 2 inserts in pretty deep positions over towards A. As the
Clear
pack
up towards
heads
B
B.
long. Yeah, they're going to need to do this one though, a bit of due diligence because that deep push that Bang caught earlier.
Go, go, go.
Now they're going to pack going back over towards A.
Going back, but they haven't heard anything as far as I'm aware over towards the A side. They're just anticipating that these rotates have come through, and they haven't.
Oh, the haunt timing there from Trent is pretty picture perfect. Wasn't broken, clears most of B long. And if G2 weren't aware already, they're going to be more aware now. 3 players that are ready to respond at a moment's notice. There's about 28 seconds left. This tight angle by Baby Bay.
Oh, that's a weird one.
The Phoenix wall is actually kind of helping him out.
But is he going to think about Cryo? Is he even going to contest Cryo?
Pocket of play in.
He might have more in his hands.
Might just walk straight past him! And that's 2. Ripped away, blink of an eye. Time is of the essence now with only 12 seconds remaining. But Valin under control with a rifle. And the state of the game, the state of the round. Seconds bleeding out now. No more chances. No more time to plant. G2 all on top of it, and Valin the one leading the charge.
Oh, that's nasty. Really, really good anchoring there from Valin. Like a laser beam, that Phantom, as he rips people down. And Baby Bay, too, being able to pick off multiple players on the entry. They weren't, I think, anticipating somebody to be tucked so close. After they had walled, it does make it uncomfortable, but it's good for it.
Let me cash that disrupt in, Chama.
Any translators?
No. Don't ask me. Do not ask me.
I love the way that G2,
no
though,
shots.
They were patient in that round, right? They are actually getting really good value out of the Vice Wall. 100 Thieves are not tripping it. It's not part of their default to go and get rid of it. And therefore, G2 were able to sit back and never give anything to Cryo's op. Here's another trap play.
Yeah.
Off Trent's contact.
He's just jiggling it, though. Doesn't want to get timing to you, Leaf. Okay, Leaf. All right, buddy.
How's he getting 3 there?
Just gets 3. We'll leave with his step. He gets his ult as well for the next round, so he's going to be happy with it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's an incredibly nice play. I think he gets one of them while utterly full blinded as well. Maybe he gets 2. 100 Thieves are definitely struggling a little bit with, I think, the new composition that they're playing into. And to be honest, G2 are playing quite a normal comp here for Pearl. A lot of people now are playing the Neon and the Phoenix here.
Yeah.
But it's the twist of the Vice wall that really seems to be throwing off 100 Thieves. And normally the way that Vora is calling, he runs a lot of fakes on the attack side. Well, that's difficult if your opponent has great information all the time. And they also run a lot of mid defaults where they trip out stuff like the wall. This time, they go past it, and Trek confirms it's real.
Probably getting acknowledgement. There's only about 25 seconds left here. The usual game plans for 100 Thieves not quite working out. Risky business now. They're hunting for a couple of kills, looking to commit to the plan. G2 know that they can just play this one with a little bit of diligence.
I mean, the only problem for 100 Thieves is that Cryo have got... he's only got 2 bullets in his gun.
Yeah, it's not a lot to work with.
Otherwise, it might be winnable.
Steady hand up. He knows how much he's got to work with, and he doesn't want to let it rip too early here. Yes up, though. Might not get another chance, and there it is. Yeah. Bullets fade away there. G2, another one. Added to the tally. Added to the total.
Yeah, and their ult economy is in a way better place than 100 Thieves as well. G2 are coming into this next round with a Phoenix ult and an Astra ult. Great ults to try to retake with on either of the sides. Gets the lineup by playing a slightly unusual angle. I think there's going to be a lot of pressure on 100 Thieves right now.
Yo, Chama, I'm so far ahead of these kids, bro.
Yeah, he actually is, though. He's 10 and 6 currently, and he's running them. Since that 1v3.
Yeah.
He wins a 1v3 on site, and suddenly they snowball that into a crazy advantage here. You might not judge it necessarily by the scoreline. G2 are only 2 ahead, but they're favored to win the next round too. The ult status is just way better for them.
It's a big deal as well. It's 100 Thieves map pick. They were hoping to come out swinging, I think, as well, but they have shown a lot of tape in terms of what they did. Even though they are trying to get one step ahead of it, we saw at the beginning of the map itself, they were running a lot of those B hits. Yeah, they typically stay away from that, but now definitely cause for adjustment.
Yeah. One of the rounds that I loved that 100 Thieves ran against FURIA on Pearl was they ran a fake B that baited out a lockdown retake. And I think that's the kind of thing that you would love to do in this situation, is run some kind of fake, see if you can pull out the Vice ultimate or the Phoenix ult. I think, though, G2 are just going to be smart enough to save that until a post-plan scenario. I don't think they're going to be using those ults early. I think it's going to be really tough for Vora to outcall Valen here. And if you lose this round as 100 Thieves, then you've basically lost the half.
Yeah. Tough position to be in if you're 100 Thieves. You're hoping to put your best foot forwards. I mean, when it comes to playoffs, 100 Thieves have not had the best outings. They typically do make it, but usually end up losing this opening match. And this was a chance so far. Early days yet, but to right the wrongs.
If you're a 100 Thieves fan, you know the pain of thinking, hey, hold on, this team can do something
we hate
this
to
time.
remind you, salt in the wounds. But
well, this is their opportunity to change things, isn't it? You are, at this point, 2 wins away from Masters London.
Yeah.
You gotta think about that. You are really, really close if you can just put 2 great wins together. And they're coming off great form. They beat the 2 teams above them in the group. It looks like they're going to make pressure towards Art here.
Jorgamont just holding steady for now. It's Valen off to the side. It's a quick little setup. Stun forwards, been out of wall as well to evacuate. Get out of there.
Good patience. Again, that Vice wall yet to be tripped over towards B-Link.
Good deal. Re-exploration from Jorg! Oh, okay.
Some of these shots are gross, man.
Slapping down any adversaries who might step towards Art.
Well, Leaf just ults in a 4v2 to figure out where they are, and he's secured the spike position.
Yep, just flexing, I guess.
30 seconds left.
Seen some unusual Phoenix ults, actually, since it's become in vogue.
Oh, mate, some of them have been shocking. I
don't know. I don't know what it is. Maybe because it's, 6 cost ult.
Yeah.
They're thinking I'll just throw it out.
But it is harder to use on the defense side. Wow. Jorg's having a round. He's on for the ace.
Yeah, it's a good trade, but can they hunt out where Bang is? Bang just looking to stay alive at this point. No chance to win the round. Baby Beto, I think he's got his number. And there it is.
You can't see my
Charlotte
face
arriving
right
towards
now,
the
but
bitter
just know.
end. Round 9, looking at 6-3 so far. G2 fully in control.
They certainly are. When you're getting this kind of value out of a single guy, and the stun isn't even perfect, but what is the prediction shot on Vora?
Oh, wow.
He just sees a leg and pre-aims where he thinks the head is going to be a microsecond later.
Filthy.
If you're getting big performances like this out of Jorgamo, how is anyone going to stop you?
Scary team.
Very scary. And I love Leaf on Phoenix. I'm glad that they've gone in this direction for Pearl. They've only run it one time before. And that was an immaculate performance. Running the Phoenix and the Vita.
Central to eventually fight that. They were molly towards the back of the box. A lot of damage though. Spam just peppering Asuna here. He's got to run it back though, so he was just hoping for a couple of kills. But
that defense blaze wall is so nice from Leaf.
How did he even wrangle it into that direction? Baby though under that pressure. Have to peel back a little bit here. Look at that space. Now we're starting to see it. Call for a pause. Bunch of Thieves hoping that they can at least all that noise they made has pulled some players away.
Oh, Valen is not going to get caught. Oh,
well,
it
it
is.
is. Yeah,
Just the tail end.
Wraps around there to seize as well. This guy's being pinched, and now Valen finally finished off there. Judge in the hands of Timotino, looking to see if he can pave the way to a bit of victory, and the double smokes to split the site up. Plants down.
Could be the first round in a while that looks good for 100 Thieves. They've got post-plant positioning down.
Timotino essentially just going to be giving up his
Oh, the
life to the
backstab in mid.
pause. The backstab into mid. Potential into corn. And this is just ships in the
Oh,
night. It's just leave there. Util in the hands for us, ready for the trade. But that judge still needs to be reckoned with. Timotino, draw more than blood, brings it to that 1v1, Baby Bay. Doing the Lord's work. Versus Vora, trying to find it now, and he is just down to 2 HP, 10 bullets! Shredded, no more bullets left! My God, man!
Dude, you cannot be letting G2 have opportunities like this. There are some wobbly moments here. It is a round on the board for 100 Thieves. Take a deep breath and relax, 100 Thieves fans. But my God, how can you when this is how the rounds are playing out?
We have time to pull out the secondary.
Yeah, dude, Baby
On
Bay
2
nearly,
HP.
He nearly won, what was that, a 1v3 or 1v4 that he was in? Oh, dude, that would have been a horrendous round to lose, but it's okay. Dub in the column. Focus on the positives.
Lower the cortisol.
Yeah. Oh, man. Okay, they've still got money to be able to buy with as well. They can recover this half. A 6-6 half would be amazing for 100 Thieves.
Trying to go back to that mid-defaulting, but they're never going towards double doors, which is where that vice ball typically is. A flash and a peek forwards. That is an ult immediately removed. Leaf is a menace right now. 2 kills. Offset Valen. He's got his watchful eye onto that main avenue now. The flash forwards. They are on top of it all. G2 leaving no stone unturned.
Massacring 100 Thieves on these splits. Delay to stop the players scaling through Arc, and Asuna's going to get cleaned up here. Every avenue watched, every opportunity for an upset covered. G2 in control again. Look at them here. The flash full blinded so many players. Somebody was playing anti, but they didn't swing deep enough to be able to get the punish on. And I love this repush into the smoke after,
So good.
after dismantling Cryo's first peak.
No hesitation.
Is this the new hot dog?
Yeah, they do. You know, listen. Hot dog got overdone. We referenced it on the broadcast.
Yeah, well, exactly. Yeah. If we're talking about it, it's not cool anymore.
It's not cool anymore.
Yeah. It does bring to mind a bit of Mean Girls. Stop trying to make fetch happen is where my brain goes, but again, boomer references.
Okay.
Cryo's not being able to get the impact that he wants in this map.
I mean,
it's not like he's getting completely buried, but you know, he had a great round earlier.
I mean, the whole team is just getting dismantled. I mean, I think 100 Thieves, they're more used, I think, to their mid-default actually getting more value than it is.
Well, I agree. Right? They have not been baiting out the Vice wall. No. You said it. They've not been actually going with the Phoenix wall over towards B-Link. It's been killing them.
Yeah, normally a crucial part of 100 Thieves' game plan.
And these trap plays.
Yeah, just off a pixel angle and a flash to repeat and put Bebe onto the line. Bullets are shredding, looking to see if they can get a pinch up onto these players, but again, they just swat them down. That's Timotino immediately dealt with, but Bebe just in a steady hand, and okay, Balance just over the shoulder there, isn't he?
They have turned 100 Thieves into mulch. one nice round in the middle where 100 Thieves were able to scrap something together and almost lost control anyway. But other than that, the defensive setups of G2 have been immaculate. The information, the trap plays, the op towards the end as well to punish Cryo on his 1-4 default.
Chama! Alright, good job, guys. I didn't do anything.
Oh, thankfully, neither did 100 Thieves in a lot of those rounds.
Some sublime stuff for G2, though. We're going to go to a quick break on the other side of things. Of course, we'll see continuation of this map.
Red Bull gives you wings.
If the narrative and story around G2 was that they were trying to find their footing in this year, they are doing quite a lot, I think, to display that.
Definitely.
8-4 at the half. It is dominant, really, versus 100 Thieves. I think they came in with clear preparation in terms of how to deal with 100 Thieves pull. I mean, it's the, I guess, the crux, the double-edged sword, I guess, when you show the map as often 100 Thieves has, and they picked into it, even with adjustments that they did make. They were constantly adding to their own playbook, but G2, with their own setups, they're more than ready for it on the defense side. Now we get to take a look at the attack.
Yeah, let's see what G2 have got in store. I think so far the theory's been really nice from G2. And again, like you said, you can hide it. 100 Thieves go for a little peek out through art at the beginning of the round just to see if G2 are going fast through mid. It's a maybe trap play. I couldn't tell who was taking contact there. Maybe Jorg was the one taking really shallow contact. But this triple stack was originally working out through art at the start of the round, now going on an exploration over towards A main, and they're seeing nothing.
Oh, Cryo. Sharp shooting is going to be needed and ordered up here because he is deeply pushed. I mean, he's getting to range of the rendezvous, but he might not even be able to get towards it, towards Pillar. Yes, he is. Within range now. 2 shots, eventually peeling all the way back. Lucky to be alive, though. That's going to be a molly landing potentially at his feet, but no, he's just going to be backing all the way out, giving free reign here to G2.
Do G2 themselves go aggressive in the post plan?
Wow, they might when they see that, potentially. Valen's only seen the one player, but now all that noise and all that Yuto moving forwards, they could try and flip this away, but they choose to fight and stand their ground, much to their demise.
Yeah, well,
I should say.
The plant is bad for them as well.
Yeah.
They planted for long, and now long is gone.
Trying to flip the sights ever so slightly. It's a lot of chip damage, but no real kills going away. And now the backstab of Cryo. Hold on. G2, hold on, what's going on here? You filled up the feed entirely in red. You should not be allowed to do this at all, man. Should be illegal.
The positioning plays way better for 100 Thieves.
What's going on?
Baby Bay has just ripped 2 heads off, I think, by swinging back halls. We'll have to take a look in the replay. Yeah. Oh, man, the first kill was just as the smoke went up. And then a jump out through heaven for Jorgamo. They were getting hard pitched. They had a back plant for them. Flank retake was coming up, and they were getting squeezed from CT. They had to land the kills immediately, otherwise 100 Thieves were going to suffocate them. This is brutal.
Yeah.
This is brutal. There's a lot of nice things that 100 Thieves are doing in this map, and none of it is paying off.
Sees the molly though, that will connect. Jorg has found a safe little pocket to play in, but it might not be safe for long as bullets raining down. He's going to offload it either way and get the hell out.
There's another nice little play that 100 Thieves go for, and yeah, they get Jorg down to half HP. Yet to know whether that'll matter. Leaf picks up his first ult point of the half.
Martino trying to take up residency towards that back hall spot. But Molody, you're sitting in for way too long, Cryo. What's going on? Just cooked to cinders. Trying to hard-boil himself or something along the likes. I mean, Timatino, you get the one, but back halls, G2 are looking to not contest with. You understand where the danger lies in wait.
Yeah, you could just keep this guy in here like a pet, but do not go and challenge him. Nicely dealt with.
Yeah.
I've got to imagine that Cryo is just holding with his headhunter, thinking, I've got to hold this angle if we have a chance to win the round.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean,
it is an eco. You're allowed to take risks.
Yeah, this is the same lineup that Lee's been using a couple of times.
Yeah, so he's like hard holding that angle, just hoping that they push through.
He could still swing wider though.
Yeah.
I think he didn't quite understand that he was going to still be stuck in Molly. Well, I'm wondering if G2 got something nice to work with here on the bonus. The ideas so far have been lovely to watch. At this point, you're just kind of reveling in the great stuff that G2's bringing out to the match, because 100 Thieves have looked out of it.
G2, when I talk about them, they've always made playoffs. They always go the distance, making it towards the finals, looking to see if they can put the best foot forwards to make that a reality. Completely dismantling that hold over towards double doors. Fast lane. Cuts up and divides most of the B side. Leaves Bang in a very awkward spot, left to anchor in a position like this. Looking to take a timing, past it, but again the trades are just immaculate and a little bit too quick. Backstab applied, but again that trade from Vora. Still, it's only 2 players remaining for 100 Thieves. Yeah. They've handed over the weapon.
G2 do such a great job there at leaving Valen to prevent that B link. Hold it. And Baby Bay's like a laser beam, man. Again.
You would not think this guy's 30. To reactions like that.
Leaf's going to clear out B link. Goes for the little jump, and he's going to spot Cryo there just towards the end.
Cryo, obviously position noted, and all it takes is that triple face, and a little bit of a high-low here for G2 to get up to 11.
Another really nice round from G2. They've got lighter weaponry, you know, Bucky, Stingers, this kind of thing. So let's go through double doors, let's take a fight against this guy. I think Timatino should be able to get 1 in that situation. I think getting 0 is not good enough. But at the same time, G2 was set up to be able to trade him out no matter what. So it wasn't like Timo was going to be able to get away with a multi-frag situation there. The push through from Jorg just split the crosshair placement so wide. And once Timo goes down, Bang is just alone on B.
He's on an island.
Yeah,
there's one smoke to play in.
This has been a bit of a nightmare for 100 Thieves. NBS is sat there wondering, what the hell has gone wrong with their map pick? The desk were wondering about it. I'm sure this is a topic of discussion they're going to return to. Should you pick a map that you lost on in the game against FURIA just last week? But, you know, I don't mind it because G2 have actually had their struggles here. I guess one of the problems is you knew that they were going to be running a new map, which means you don't have any footage to work with.
Yeah. New compositions, of course. They've been moving away from the Harbor that they put on display. I think week 3 was the last time they played on Pearl. So you actually don't have that much up-to-date footage. You really do leave it into G2's hands to kind of ante what you're doing.
Yeah.
Because of how much of the 100 Thieves have been playing Pearl, as evidenced by the timeline that we're seeing on our screens here. 11-4.
Yeah. I mean, the slightly contacty play from 100 Thieves, abused by running the sheer quantity of traps on defense side. And G2 have been super diligent so far with their util. Like, for example, in that round through double doors, you know, flash, prowler, slide, huge amounts of util to try to deal with one single player with a judge.
No one's home over towards the B side. Thieves are on a eco of their own once more. So with the due diligence, at least making sure to use a lot of that util. Cleave and clear a bit of a path forwards. Leaf. This is very aggro, isn't it?
Bring them down.
There was a player there. Potential to throw away a rifle.
Yeah, it's the kind of play that I like if you're in a rifle v rifle round.
Hey! Timatino, unfortunately, is a judge waiting for you on the other side.
It's a nice little shot.
Yeah, it's going to clear up most of the path as well, gives him peace of mind, and now G2 should know that most of this is going to be coming from that lane angle towards the streets, and the util flies forwards. Stun to try and stun them. Phoenix will do quite a bit to try and get these players out into the open, but yeah, with the better rifles and the better weaponry, you can just peek off the players' contact, and that brings G2 up to 12. It's really feeling just like a walk in the park right now for this team.
It certainly is. It really, really is. 100 Thieves are going to have to show something before we head into the next match.
Nasty shot, though.
A reminder, we've been talking a lot about the comps from G2's perspective. 100 Thieves were running a really unusual composition on Lotus.
Oh, yeah.
Asuna playing Sage.
I'm hacking.
Bringing that comp out from Tier 2.
No Viper.
Yeah, yeah. And while it had a huge amount of success at the Tier 2 level, NBS wasn't able to recreate that at the Tier 1 level. Yet, anyway.
Curious to see if they still look to run it. A bit of conditioning.
Look at this fake.
Yeah.
Faking like they're going and taking a bunch of B pressure, waiting for the A walkout. They dodge the horn, and now they can start walking forwards. Actually, VOLORANT not throwing the horn, but them tucking behind the box just in case.
Contacting a lot of the way here. The fact that they spotted Cryo on the other side of the map gives them a lot of confidence. Just the ability to walk all the way up here without being punished. Leaps forwards, they're not ready for it. This is a game of timings, and this guy is just playing on 2 times speed. Way ahead of what they're expecting. 100 Thieves now. Might need a bit of a pace increase. There's a Cosmic Divide that does cut it up and flip it up here, but Jorg being left as that insert. Sidestep and dodge. Stun, lay it down at the feet, making it really awkward. There's still no plant down. G2 are not hard committed to this one. They're just trying to fish out where the remaining players are, picking them apart. And now, letting it cool down a little bit at that 40-second mark.
I mean, they could go anywhere.
Yeah.
G2 are in a 4v2 with the world as their oyster.
It's such good patience.
And it's just Cryo left to pick up the pieces, scattered all across Pearl. He's guessed the wrong side of the map anyway. This is an impossible scenario.
Yeah, how are you doing this with an operator in your hands? And at this point, G2 trying to sniff him out. Got a bit of a timing here, though. We'll see if Leaf can put a stop to it. This could be it, the 13th round. Right now, it's not quite watching it. Head on, barrel sticking out, but it matters not. 13-4, that's how we ended over towards Pearl. What a map by G2.
And that final moment is so similar to many of the other moments throughout the first half at least, where 100 Thieves had the jump on someone, and yet the G2 players just way too good today. I do still want to give a lot of credit to the actual setups, though, and the theory from G2. What they brought today with Device and so many of those trap plays with the flash plays was really lovely. They dismantled 100 Thieves. Both teams having a lot of momentum heading into playoffs, beating some big squads in their group, and winning at least towards the end as well as you go into playoffs. And yet today, I mean, the alpha group's just looking nutty.
Yeah, G2 just putting on a bit of a statement, showcasing that competition gets a little bit more different, I suppose, over towards the playoff side of things here. We do look towards Lotus next. That'll be interesting to see if 100 Thieves change things up. But for now as well, short break, but when we're back, more playoff action.
XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac2 technology, provide clearer and sharper images, helping you focus and avoid the distraction of unwanted after images caused by rapid motion. Zowie.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. ExpressVPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
And there's one. Start the arc, Rose gets another. Oh, he gets the correction! 4K for Baby Bay.
Cryo has to get ahead of this Cosmic Divider. It's going to get broken up. Nova Pulse going to be dodged away from Cryo. Got it. Oh, it's Cryo for 3.
Now they just have the timing, run through together with the front, 1-for-1, Cryo on for the ace.
Going to have to do as well. Ace clutch for Cryo. He's on the table, but no, spots him out. It just don't matter.
Here, the coach of G2 Esports, Josh RT. Well played, sir. A wonderful pearl from you all. A new comp as well coming in there. I have to ask, you know, you're putting out these new comps all the time, or you're coming up with something new. Is there a fear or a worry that you're going to run out of steam or run out of creativity, or just kind of keeping everybody on their toes is the name of the game for G2?
I mean, that's how Valorant's been, you know. I always kind of approach these seasons where I'm preparing for internationals. I mean, that's the goal. And under those conditions, you have to swap comps when things aren't working, because you come into these games thinking like maybe this is good for us, but you soon quickly find out like not the right approach. So, I mean, we kind of saw that with the Harbor Astra. I mean, I'll be the first to admit that, like, okay, maybe it's too early, maybe we need more time to work on it. And so I pivoted to Neon Phoenix. It's been kind of the meta nowadays, and I mean, we can pick things up really fast.
Again, well, best of luck in your pick of Lotus next.
They can indeed, and they picked up their first dub. That means they're one map victory away from making it further through the upper bracket and punching their ticket to Masters London. Welcome back, everyone. Zoe here, joined by Athena and Dan. And guys, we said we want to see the kill feed being lit up by Cryo and Baby Bay. It kind of was not just them. We had so many 3Ks.
So it literally felt like
kind of criminal. 9 3Ks.
Yeah, that's insane. 9 3Ks, and it felt like so many of the rounds were honestly dictated by those 3Ks, especially in the first half. Round after round, we saw Jogmo get a 3K, we saw Valen get a 3K, we saw Leaf get a 3K, and then on the other side, we saw Cryo get a 3K. It was kind of insane, and I think that just goes to show kind of the skill level of both these teams, but also how hard they're just contesting each other the whole time.
I kind of expected to have that map that was going to be back and forth the way that it started. It was about 7 rounds where you see that, and then it kind of slows down a little bit. G2 starts shutting down 100 Thieves. But yeah, for a second, it really felt like it was going to be a back and forth of these 3Ks, 4Ks as well.
Let's talk about what G2 exactly did in order to shut down 100 Thieves. I think you have a illustration here for us that kind of displays the re-aggression that we saw on display time and time again.
Yeah, I want to highlight a little bit of this defense setup and why it's so good. So you have a great idea here on the side of G2 where you have a wall. You don't have to worry too much about it. You have Baby Bay who is going to be facing Art, and then you have the extremities as well that are being held. You see right at the beginning here on the side of G2 that they want to play a little bit more aggressive towards long. But let's see how this is going to play out. So right at the beginning also, it is a slow idea of here to get info for the 400 Thieves. So they're playing this 1-3-1, and Bang is going to be holding here the whole time. He's going to read and understand that there's at least 2 players that are going to be swinging this angle, and then in the meantime, these 3 players are going to be worried about Baby Bay. So there's a lot of information that 100 Thieves has on what is going to happen. But Bang gets stuck into a tricky situation even as it seems like 100 Thieves is making progress, where you see he's going to get flashed in just a second. And he can't get out of he can't get out of it.
He's stuck in that position.
He's going to request some of the help to come forward to set up 100 Thieves. So they're going to be rotating, and trying to swing with him, try to figure out if the players that were there are still going to be there. And as you can tell, they're all gone. So then the time is running out. The whole time you've had a Cryo that has been there you go.
There you go.
You had Cryo that has been holding Art, but that's pretty much everything they have. Yeah, Asuna is there, but they're going to have to clear a lot of the angle. So with about 20 seconds remaining, they're going to go for this big hit where you already had a Baby Bay that had backed up. He was ready to play for his flash that is going to be right here. Cryo, yes, he had the space, but that was pretty much it. And then a lot of util that gets used around this area is just going to go to waste. The rotation is already pretty much there for the side of G2, And then this timing as well, along with playing with the flashes, allows Baby to get a few of those openings. So it just really showcases that, yeah, even though 100 Thieves had some ideas on how they wanted to play around this area, G2 were always one step ahead and took advantage of the fact that any lack of information was any opportunity for them to step forward.
Yeah, and I think the main thing as well is Baby Bay readjusting all his util from that art side onto site and them being able to hold. And that's the reason why a lot of their defensive setups look so good, was because of their ability to adapt really quick. So yeah, that round was really good to watch.
You know what we didn't talk about heading into this matchup? Playoffs Jogamo.
Oh, yes.
Because that's like a topic in itself.
Oh, yeah.
And he was leading the charge with those 3Ks as well in that early half. But he just shows up differently when it comes to playoffs. What is it?
Every time, honestly, I don't know what it is. I think everybody has been trying to figure it out. We talked about how many internationals G2 has made, and it is because we have this playoffs jockey mode that pops up every single time. This is one of those multi-kills that we're talking about towards the beginning. And I don't know, they just figure things out. They feel more fired up. Jogimo is doing everything right. It's kind of some magic, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, he's just so quick. And I think this round too was a really nice round because they had actually made noise towards that mid part. He got that initial pick, fell back, and then just re-aggressed. And I think that confidence that he kind of carries into playoffs is one of the main reasons why he's consistently in this position of being the top fragger for this team. He's so much more confident for some reason in playoffs. He's more likely to go for a lot of those high risk, high reward plays. And I think this was definitely one of those games where we saw a lot of that kind of give him the reward because he did not get punished at all for any of these plays. So really well played by Jogamo, and I think those 3Ks kind of speak for themselves. 3Ks, 4Ks, all the Ks.
All the Ks,
Baby
so
Bay
many
stealing
Ks.
his ace.
Well, there were some Ks being had on the other side as well. Unfortunately,
Yeah.
did not result in a victory. So let's hear what NBS had to say ahead of map 2.
You're the coach of 100 Thieves, NBS. Now, that was a rough loss on your map pick. Something I want to ask you is, we saw G2 bring out the new comp. They are willing to change things up. They're willing to kind of throw that in your face. They're going to their map pick of Lotus Next. What did you tell the boys outside? How are you going to fight against G2 to bring it to a map 3?
So the comp change had nothing to do with our performance. We actually were expecting them to change because they've been moving away from the Harbor Astra thing that they showed at the start of the split. We even actually wanted them to change because everyone now is running the Phoenix Neon on Pearl, so we have like way more reps. Just we started quite slow. We lost the micro fights, we lost the 4v1 against Lee for 3v1, and then Jogamo got to like 4K, and then after 4K, there's no about it. We just got, we got owned on that map in micro scenarios and stuff. So now we just, in between games, we talked about us having to like be a little bit more present in the game, focus a little bit more, make some micro calls from everyone at the GL because it felt like a little bit stiff. So hopefully we can recover for the next one and show a little bit of a better fight.
Best luck on map 2.
Let's get straight back to it then. Lotus is the map of choice, and that's for G2 themselves as well. Looking to see if they can take it to a 100D squad, where they didn't have the best showcase the last time they played it, I believe, when they showcased the Sage composition. Very all in, very much just making sure they're not really hide much at all when they were running that one. So, yet to be seen if they chop and change some things up. But for G2, I mean, what we know in terms of known quantities, what they're going to be running, presume more the same. And yeah, it looks like it is the case. For 100 Thieves, we actually do see some changes.
It's a big change.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a really large change. So going for the... there's a lot of teams that are running the Neon Rays here. I can't think of one that runs it with the Cypher. Maybe there is a team out there that is doing that and I've just forgotten, but it's a little bit unusual. I think the Cypher helps you get back into the A side of the map if you don't start there, because you can put the cam down, you can put the cage down, and you can try to cross it into rubble.
Reminds me of the old T1 comp.
Yeah, T1 used to run this, but with a Sova in their lineup as well, which was, another little interesting flair. But, this is going to be a little bit different to Pearl. Pearl, we were talking about the fact that G2 were coming in with new comp, new theory, really good ideas of how to anti-100 Thieves, and there was a lot of tape on the line. This is shoes on the other foot now.
Exactly, yeah. You're exactly right with that one. And for 100 Thieves, it's a necessary one to win because they do not want return of the old, which is essentially all of 2025. End up losing that opening game of playoffs, win the next, lose the next. 3 games and you're out.
Yeah, and end up missing out. You know, this is a team that has looked like they've got the potential to be able to make it to a global event for a while. And yet, they've always fallen short. They give you enough hope just to keep you there, and then it withers away. And we saw that at kickoff when there was a lot of excitement about this team as a dark horse. I think this time they're a little bit more than a dark horse.
Yeah, it's bar for bar. I'm going to say, I mean, it's like what T1 running it all the way at Bangkok.
Yeah, yeah.
They do the slow walk-up. They don't want to show any intent.
This time, though, because all 5 players are with 100 Thieves on the A side of the map, this is where they've got to finish.
Deep push as well up onto the flank, so G2 are very aware where the rest of the pack is lying.
The choice of when to break the trip is going to be important.
You see it now. Bot forwards, it's going to be dead in the thorns, and there it is. Trip immediately broken, but no heads are being really turned at this point. A brilliant flash, actually. There's a lot to pave the way here. Cryo try and put a stop to this one, but 100 Thieves are already flooding forwards across the side in the game of timings. Missed! Not anticipated!
Oh, no.
Whips it around. I mean, Jorgamo, quick 180. 3v3 now. Plant towards backside. Vora tight up towards that heaven angle, but already asserting themselves inside the smoke. Jorgamo found that pocket to play in. Needs to sync it up with the rest of the team, though, now. They have a bit of time to burn here. Plan's only just gone down. Paranoia forwards only catches onto the one player, sweeping forwards again. Backs against the walls here. There's a lot of damage. Then Boris still alive and kicking, but he can't remain so. Valin versus Timotino. Swinging wide, dashing forwards. And Timotino just trying to see if he can pull Valin out into the open. But never outdone the IGL. It's a pistol round once again for G2.
So many things here where 100 Thieves, I feel like, should be able to get a kill, and then it falls away from them. I'm thinking specifically about Cryo in his position over towards Rubble. I've seen this before 2 or 3 times on Pearl, where a player from 100 Thieves has got a G2 player right in their crosshair, and then someone spins around or hits a 90-degree flick, and it changes the whole round. If Cryo stops that re-hit from coming in through tree, he's won the round for them just with his positioning. And yet it comes down to a 1v1 with Timotino against Valin, and Valin's good for it. The G2 individuals, the level has been higher today. The form has been crispier. Here you see, I think, what is going to be a standard setup for 100 Thieves, which is that 4-1. Oh my. They're going to run into the blender this time because the weapons are not there. They've hit into the judge, but I think this general idea is going to be a sensible one from 100 Thieves. You got Cryo taking space, looking for a solo lurk on A. MIBR was gassing up his Cypher in the interviews that we were showing you earlier.
He certainly was.
One enemy remaining.
So, sitting ducks in around like this. Flawless here for G2.
So far, that's been the word of the day.
Yeah.
Flawless.
I mean, what, the last 2 maps of the last series too?
Yeah, true, true. 100 Thieves will be hoping that they can
One
swap
enemy
that.
remaining.
This is the first round where they'll have rifles to work with. So let's see. Same idea. Cryo going over towards A Rubble. Rest of the team goes and takes space in a different direction, and you can always go back to Cryo. That's the theory, at least. I would expect, because you've got the chamber, the Cypher over here rather than a chamber, G2 could run some trap plays on Rubble, and they'd be really effective.
Delayed haunt. Cryo does a good job just breaking it. I think it does threaten like there could be more players crossing up towards Rubble.
Running some kind of re-clear behind this Viper wall is really nice. You know, you throw the haunt at the Prowler out.
Yeah.
If it spots somebody, throw a Paranoia at them or a Raise Nade at them, something like that. This time, Valin's defending C with MIBR's wall.
Put the switch, looking to see if they can control the orb in the back pocket. Really away from the big showstopper here, just poking and prodding, but they still need to deal with the Vice wall. Contacting up as much as they possibly can. Valin's got that Paranoia primed.
And MIBR's looking to try to get the punish on anyone who goes to bait it out. Backs off now, though.
See him going for it again. There it is, calling for it now with an abundance of util going to be thrown back to the wall. That's Valin looking to see if he can hold them back, and he's only got the Spectre to do it all. Still trying to get control of all of this one. The rifles at the end of the day, a bit of weaponry for the job, and Cryo activating there with all that sound pressure. Plan could go down here. Not too many problems. Jump spot, Trent gets the acknowledgement he was looking for. But again, wrapping all the way around is Cryo, that insurance policy.
One enemy remaining.
None the wiser is Trent.
Finally gets to activating around like that. If Jorg gets a kill and a death, I think he'll be feeling pretty happy about that heading into the next round with the Showstopper online.
That's a lot of damage, my god.
Yeah. Not the cleanest execute in the world for 100 Thieves. A little bit mismatched with the way that Timotino and Asna went in, but they hard fought into the Vice on the first phase of the exec, and that's always going to be difficult. What I mean by that is they didn't bait out the wall before they went for the execute. They just allowed the wall to chop up their positioning.
I think they were trying to time it up with Bang TPing at the same time as well, and he got caught on top of the wall.
At the same time, though, it did work. Like they had a vision, they went for it, they all-inned, and they did come out with the success. It doesn't look the cleanest today from 100 Thieves, but if they can start improving as the map goes on, they might well be able to get into a situation where they're winning some big rounds.
Adjustment again, still with this Vice setup. This time Bebe moves it over the wards, and Bang spots it out nice and early. What a peek by him.
That's nice.
Just activating.
Sitting on top of the wall for a second.
Yeah. Split second like that, ensuring he punishes anybody who was watching.
Now, both of the Raze players were in a bit of a race for their ultimate, and Jorgmo secured that A orb. So Showstopper online for the defenders. The C site is still going to be difficult to hit. When the orb goes down, there's still paranoia, snakebite.
To the thorns too. Nate is going to be sailing up overhead here. Bebe looking to reposition as well to help out his team. Is not going to be connecting, but this goes onto the other side of things. Again, a return of that fire. It is just him laying here, but still Cryo dismissed with a wave of a hand. Baby Bay is walking on water.
If you want to talk about multi-kills from map 1, there's another one to add to the tally. A 4K for Baby Bay. Hit with a paranoia, bailed out by Valin's counter-paranoia, and I think a stun that went amiss in the midst of all of that.
I mean, it had to have been, right?
Well, yeah.
There's no neon on the other side.
Oh, yeah. So I think Timo somehow stuns himself. Quite sure maybe blinded up and just missed the direction of it, but it's a gutting round for 100 Thieves to lose. Pushes them back down onto an eco.
It's like they're tying their shoelaces together.
Yeah, yeah.
Just tripping up over themselves sometimes, but
I don't think they're doing a great job of baiting out the defensive utility, but it's difficult to be too picky because G2's comp is very, very strong on defense.
Yeah, tough to deal with.
You have to get rid of the wall, you have to get rid of the thorns, you have to get rid of paranoia, you then have to get rid of the Raze. I mean, nade and ult actually in this situation, but it's got a lot of tools to stop you.
Yeah, heavy stack of players from G2 here. That's because 2 players shot at the Prowler. So you know it's not just Cryo lurking here.
Traveling.
Now looking for that re-clearance, walking all the way up. They got the guns in their hands now, but a nade primed! Really the wrong time, wrong place here, but still it's all G2. Even ult's expended, why not Showstopper? Utilize to see if they can clean up around like this one, but maybe Valen was the only thing necessary.
I think it makes a lot of sense for G2 to be doing these rubble refights into 100 Thieves comp. It's a great tactic that you can rely on to give you a lot of value. The slight downside here is that Jorg did ult in a situation where they were already, you know, in a 5v4, maybe even 5v3 if he'd been a little more patient. Okay, cleans it up. Does mean that there's a big tool here that 100 Thieves don't have to worry about in the next round. They got to get on the board here, Brad.
They do.
I
This
mean,
is the round to do it.
There's no more last chances. I know that we're only talking about it like super early on here. It's round 6, but we just watched a map where they got flattened 13-4.
Try and pick it up onto your side of things. There's a fight taken forward to that paranoia. Timotino gets the better of Jorg. I'm going to take a listen in to G2, see what they're cooking up for the rest of this round.
Holding it. Yeah, you're good. You're door open, Nate. Yeah, I'm getting out. They have Cypher ult, guys. They're just gonna group and Cypher ult later. Yes, we fight this. Yeah, we should. Hold on. I have to drop. I'm trying to be silent. I'm gonna Prowler, you peek, okay?
I know exactly.
On the right. Chill. Tuck. Wall up. Wall up. Orb up. They might go C now. Wall down for. Wall in, orb down. Walk. See a lot. Four. Flood in. Keep it top site. You're good. fight. We have got smoke. Top side.
Under a tremendous amount of pressure here. 100 Thieves got their backs to the wall, but Valorant again just cracking heads together.
One enemy remaining.
Weaponry in his hands, and Trent just following through off all of that pressure that was created.
So much on Cryo's shoulders here. They don't know where he is. They're worried a little bit that he could have worked through a lurk play through B perhaps, but now he taps the spike and suddenly G2's head snap back in this direction.
Now they know 1v2, and this is a round where 100 Thieves, they had the player advantage. Full committal. Cryo. He's going to need some monstrous shooting here. He can sidestep and backpedal away from the steel garden, but he gives up space in the process. The cage propped up, looking for the sight line, looking for the heads. And they just pop over too much. They overwhelm him.
Was this a 3v5 at some point?
I'm not too sure. I mean, I know that they had the first kill advantage.
I think they had 2 before Valin started responding. Look, here it is, a 3v5.
God.
And Valin, those first 2 are immaculate from him, man. They take a little bit of a risk just prodding into the site, seeing what the resistance is. And it's another situation where 100 Thieves should be closing it, and I think have to be closing it. They're going to force buy in the next round, but they've only got a Bulldog and a Guardian to be able to work with, alongside these 3 rifles. That's a disaster round from 100 Thieves, and I think it's part of the story of today. I'm not going to say it's the full story, but part of the story is 100 Thieves keep getting themselves into winnable scenarios and getting outdone by the individual level or slightly better team play from G2 in spots like that. There've been a lot of moments where 100 Thieves can look back on in this game and say, how did we lose that?
Yeah.
And that's
all through map 1.
Dude, you never want that to be happening in a playoffs match.
No. I mean, listen, it's not do or die just yet, right? The way we're talking, it's not elimination, but this was an opportunity for 100 Thieves, and still is, if they manage to drag it back to, you know, correct the course, essentially, from what has been the norm, for what the fan base has been looking for the longest time, is a strong showcase from this 100 Thieves squad. At the beginning of playoffs, not a little bit later.
And what's frustrating is they've shown that potential. They have beaten both of the teams above them in their group.
Yeah.
They've beaten great teams. In fact, one of them, Crew, is waiting for the winner of this match. If 100 Thieves could have come out today with a win, with a great performance, they'd be feeling confident to be able to get the win again against Crew and go to London.
That's what I mean. There's 2 games. That's what you have to win from this point to get to London.
Maybe they could still turn it around. But 100 Thieves so far have won the same amount of rounds in the match as G2 have won on Lotus.
Oh my.
It's not looking great.
Oh, overwhelmed there. A lot of players. This is an absolutely devious play. You can't be serious. You can't be serious right now. Leave! Leave! How's he done it? It's unethical!
Why has he done that?
It's just pure filth. Like Houdini, man. He's going in and out of the smoke. They don't have a bloody clue. And he might be dead, but the damage is done.
I can't believe it. When he missed the first shot onto Timotino, you're thinking, right, well, now they've got the idea.
God
And Bang's trapped in a
almighty.
corner. Trent cleans it up.
I mean, it's...
he's got away with mass murder.
It's psychotic.
Yeah, it
Sorry,
is.
it's psychotic. You're pushing your own orb where you've just put them on it. It's psychotic. They're never going to expect it.
I've
Look
got to be
at
honest,
this.
I'm struggling to understand why he's done this as well. I think it's because the Omen ult came in and he's thinking, I'm getting pinched from behind, right?
Right.
Because normally you would expect to make a play like this if you're worried about like...
Oh my god!
If you're worried about like Asna's showstopper or something and you're thinking, oh, I have to go in ahead of it because otherwise I'm dead.
Yeah.
But it's the pressure from Bang behind him with the ult that drives him forwards, and he wins the round.
It's an unbelievable play to make. Blink of an eye, zero hesitation.
Individual brilliance again.
Yeah. Powering G2 forwards here, and once again, it's knocked 100 Thieves down to scraps, odds, and ends.
Josh RT has been talking for a while, actually, about wanting his players to make plays like that in difficult situations. I think he'll be very happy about that one.
Please. Going to be dealt with there. The dual rebound from that nade. A lot of damage being done here. These players are quite trapped into the corner. The satchel again, it offsets the positioning, and it is a target-rich environment. Like shooting fish in a barrel. Jorgamo, quick cleanup, and Cryo acting like he's in a 13-1 rank game, already given up. Jumping around. Some nice shots off, though. Here we go. Hold up. Okay.
Yeah. Well, this is more of the same dominance from G2.
Oh.
Bro, if they close out this map, anywhere near like they did the first one, we're going to be having conversations about the groups maybe being a bit lopsided. It's going to worry. It's going to worry you about the other Omega teams.
Not again. How many bullets does he have?
Does it matter?
Yeah, I mean, you can't be complaining up 7-1.
Does it matter?
The Cryo's getting the kills on you.
Walking all over them.
Last chance for 100 Thieves. They
gotta
have
buy.
to make it work here.
It has to be now. Hit in their face. Plenty of obstacles to deal with here.
Tough challenge.
They've already got that rubber control. He's not doing it again, is
There's
he?
no way he's swinging.
There's no way he's doing
There's
it.
no way.
I mean, Babyface just going, oh, no, what is this?
Can we go into B contact? I'm gonna tap the short.
You should.
Sean, we're just gonna walk through.
Knife on the left. They're gonna be hard looking at us. They took all of it, like deep
Okay.
A.
It's fine. We go recorrect. Go recorrect. Go recorrect. Yeah. We have to go. We should run.
He's close. Raise. Nice. He's probably not low. Careful. Wait, y'all. Yeah, it's close. He's in the open.
I'm fighting.
Towards slant now. Tethered.
He's gonna keep fighting.
You have TP. Okay.
Tough situation for them to be in. As soon as we jumped into the comms, right?
Yeah.
They're already in a difficult scenario, and it only gets worse. 2v3 though, may be winnable.
Okay, Nightfall's going to be expended. Sidestep for now. 100 Thieves are in a different direction here. Cryo and Bang are going to do their best to see if they can put together anything in this round. What's that orb as well? Just makes it so damn difficult to try and get a safe plant in.
Bang's got a TP.
Forwards though, this fight needs to be, it's critical. Okay, Leaf and Trent, they're finished.
First round where we see 100 Thieves individually outplaying G2 in tough spots.
Yeah, now we see VALORANT left in a 1v2. Cam timing perhaps missed there. He doesn't have a lot of util to play with, no smoke to cover it up. Tapped. Just to see if he can pull some of these players out into the open for 100 Thieves. What a necessary round that one was.
Desperation, but they get one on the board.
Yep.
If they can pull this one back, they'd need a lot more rounds, don't get me wrong. But if they can, because this round they pulled back massively. This was a 3v5. Even when it was in a 2v3 here, it did not look great.
Close this one out. Please close this one out.
Yeah.
Story of the day.
It is. But that round was different. That round was actually 100 Thieves scrapping back from being down. You know, 2v3 situation, they take two separate 1v1s and outplay the G2 players on the other side. All right, this round, Jorg. Jorg has an AWP, Trent has an Odin, Leaf has an Odin.
Shredded.
And if Jorg gets one kill, he has Showstopper online as well. There's just threats everywhere.
Oh my god, Timotina's down.
Well, he got chunked down to such small HP.
Now, VALORANT did hard commit the TP there. He's got his ult. And used it over towards the A site to rejoin the pack. So there is a weakened C site. If Steve's look to go there.
I don't think you expect the Odin on C though. You've just seen the Odin here in tree.
Yeah. More pain going to be awaiting you right now. Cryo, Cam off to the side. Just a quick little snapshot, trying to see the state of the game right now because the guy is being pressured all over the place here. Looking to see if he can get the hell out of dodge. He's in the danger zone though right now and still looking to overstay, but peeked out wide and Trent's there with the Odin in hand.
In the meantime, Leaf did fall.
Nice though forwards. Look at the wrist. That's damage there for the wall, but Asuna gets the rocket off anyway. Jorgamo, the adversary down. A plant potential now and more. 100 Thieves take it one step further, trying to get ahead of the curve. Plan for backside. Nade recoils, rebounds into the back. Baby Beto, he's applying that hurt rifle. Fully in play. Odin spam as well, right by his side. This is horrible to play into if you're 100 Thieves.
Another situation, I think, where NBS will be concerned about 100 Thieves' inability to close out situations. When they get an opener onto Leaf, and then Jorgamo beefs his movement and goes down, I think I'm fairly happy with how Cryo's playing this. He's just distracting two players on the A side of the map for ages. But two players died to Baby Bay here. Yeah. They can't trade out effectively. And G2 get another opportunity to come back in after a haunt that isn't broken. They're up so heavy right now. 8-2. Economy not in a great spot either for 100 Thieves. They're going to take another tag timeout. They're second of the map, already burnt. And NBS gets to talk to them again.
Feeling like it's necessary though. I mean, 8-4. You look it out into the second half, perhaps winnable.
Dude, bro was praying two rounds ago.
Exactly. Yeah. You need everything you can get at this point.
He's asking for divine intervention. The first kills have not been going their way either. 100 Thieves have only found 3 first kills across this map, which is not a great sign. Cryo's getting bullied a little bit over towards A and not being able to work the lurk magic that we've seen from him across, so many different games. If you leave him alone, if you give him the space, Cryo's going to be amazing. But instead, they're really having to rely on the execs working, and that's tough into G2's comp.
Yeah. For G2, if you want to focus on positives for this squad, we were talking about it, but this is a firm showcase for the opening game of playoffs for them.
Oh, yeah.
America's, I think across the board, the narrative has been that a lot of the teams have stepped up. They're no longer the top dog with the target on their back, like G2, the sole, carrying team, I suppose, from Americas, where they're always making it into the finals, usually always the #1 seed. There's a lot more competition right now this year.
I mean, yeah, last year we were a 1-team region.
Yeah, yeah.
And now it feels like there's a lot of competition, but G2 have proven over year after year after year that they are a team you cannot underestimate to any degree.
Level of consistency that is almost unheard of in this game. Deep TP, this is a fast and loose play though. Bang's going to be trying to cut this one up. Shorty in hand to see if you can take matters into your own hands with Baby. Swiftly brought down.
I like this twist.
Yeah, definitely is. Fast plays on order. The Guardian sprayed out. Well, spamming away. He's only able to get the one before the trade is there. 2v4 though. Fantastic position for 100 Thieves to close out a round like this.
I mean, you have to close out a round like this. 4v2 post plan. Really good call coming out of the tack timeout as well. Change it up. Do something you haven't done before. Counter paranoia just to help Vora stay in charge of tree.
This is here in a spot like this. Anticipating the re-swing in the trade. Nobody swings. Nobody swings at all, but still Tibertino finds his one. Alpala's going to be backing out. Realizes he's too weak.
Yeah.
Oh, is he?
I mean, any level of economic pressure here is actually really good. If Alan can take a couple of guns away, 100 Thieves are going to be in a little bit of hurt.
I mean, he was on the head, yeah.
Fair enough. 100 Thieves have a lifeline to work with.
One more round, maybe.
8-4 plus a pistol. They get up to 6-4. Maybe they've got a nice bonus idea. It's it feels a little bit like Cope after what we've been watching so far today, but NBS has just used a timeout. That will be for specifically these last 2 rounds and a half to try to give them some ideas to get them over the line and give them a fighting chance.
Yeah.
So round 11, something fast towards A. Round 12, Tibertino with an attack op. Was that the game plan?
Not too sure. The money's also taking a bit of a tumble here for G2, despite the strong beginnings. Jorg's not going to be too worried about it when he's got the showstopper here, but signs of life over towards that mound area. Boombot, orb available for the taking, but they're going to be retreating now. All that A space was given up quite freely.
Yeah, I don't know whether Cryo has spotted at some point Baby Bay playing on A. You're expecting that to be the weaker site if you do see the Vice there. I say weaker, obviously it's difficult to get past the Vice util, and he's got Steel Garden, but there should be less players here.
Face your fear! Potentially off of that one. Here's the Steel Garden, there it is. As soon as the first set of util and ults is used, 9-4 scatters forwards. That's on top of the wall here, but again, that Steel Garden was waited, delayed up until now, and this time taking away all the guns, causing for that pivot option. 100 Thieves really just have to sit tight here.
I would imagine Vora wants the gun at his feet rather than the operator.
Slight pixel angle. May just backs away.
There's 30 seconds left and Jorg still has Showstopper.
It's dangerous.
I'm really worried here.
Might be calling for a pivot into B.
30 seconds left.
Has residency.
I mean,
that blue room.
If they go into B, they're going into Jorg.
Yeah, exactly. I think they're doing it now. Smoke up towards heaven, waiting for the lurk to potentially activate. Nade, just buying critical seconds here, and this lurk needs to come online here. And now Asuna is going to get some damage done, and value found. Surely 1 kill. Rocket's still saved. He gets himself 2 before going down to the grave. Already onto the site. 100 Thieves. Full throttle all the way forwards. Deep TP as well from Bang, perhaps unanticipated, but the plant's down. That's the critical element. Drop down, that wasn't silent. Noise was made, so they know that Jorgamo is onto the side. Bang, set up for it. Quick shooting. Sublime stuff, 100 Thieves somehow piecing it together. Not done yet though, leaps in a 1v2. Unaccounted for, hold on, for as low as anything. Up into the line! And someone come to damage because that guy was run and gunning, but eventually put down 8-4. Hard earned, but 100 Thieves get it.
Oh man, that final round is wild. Giacomo messes up his movement and doesn't silent drop. And then what on earth is going on with the double comedic?
That's ridiculous, yep.
The double take is crazy.
And then someone just comes to damage. He's trying to run and gun him down.
Okay, from 100 Thieves' perspective though, that is a lifeline. 8-4, if they can take a pistol, who knows?
Who knows? They cannot drop this now. This is the best chance they've had in a while.
Not much longer now, and I will also take to the skies.
Me too.
You? No, you will always be a worm.
Just wait and see.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I don't really feel pressure that much. I feel it more in the heat of the moment, I would say. But like leading up to it, I'm usually very calm. But there's certain like moments in game where it doesn't matter who you are. I think you're gonna feel that pressure at some point. You know, whether it's like a really important round where it's like if you lose it, you're gonna be on eco and the game is close. It's like 11-11. Like those type of moments, everyone feels the pressure in those moments. So I think that's what it is for me.
As we get the second half underway, make sure to hit up expressvpn.com/VCT for in-game rewards with advanced and pro plans right now. You hit that one up.
Yeah, I'm worried there might not be much time left in the game for you to go and do that. 100 Thieves desperately need this pistol.
Yeah.
This is... It should be do or die for them. I mean, Valen is going to call a really nice attack side, you've got to imagine. Even though the comp does trend pretty defensive, he's always got good ideas, man. G2 are super happy here. It's their map pick. Pressure is on 100 Thieves. Need to see a great pistol round out for them.
Like we said, it's a lifeline.
Toxin screen down.
100 Thieves. Flip of the switch, looking for signs of life. A lot of space up towards A. He's given up quite freely, though. Cryo, just a slight jump spot. He's looking for that information, but they don't know. Perhaps they do. Leaf has worked himself up into a very poor position. This is a re-clear attempt, though. Bullets are rattled off either way. Surely Leaf is going to be caught here. There's no way he gets out. 100 HP somehow still. This guy is unscathed and out like that.
At the same time, though, 100 Thieves, they adapt quickly and are looking to take this fight at front B, so they've still got chances.
Already with that peak, there's a lot of damage done here. Jorgamodo will put his life onto the line, and the 100 Thieves look to hold this one back, shut the door, and slam it in their face.
Vora's done good there to be able to get two. Baby Bay picking up this space, realizing that that re-clear went over towards B, so he's got a little bit more room to work with. They've got that kind of like double lurk threat with Baby Bay and Leaf on this map.
It's a nasty smoke too. It's going to attract a lot of attention, 100 Thieves. They have to dedicate players to look at this.
Same pathing Leaf was going for
30
early
seconds
on.
left.
Another re-clear maybe from Timotino and Bang. If they don't fight this, G2 have got full B.
Hold them for now.
But they're holding everything. I mean,
Yeah,
they're
they
thinking
are.
that they could be walking fully through spawn.
Losing B control. They're going to hear that plan go down, though. Give them the indicator, but they still don't know exactly where these players might be. Sliders of off angles, Baby Bay. Letting the shots rattle out from that Sheriff. Softens up Timotino.
It's a really nice angle, that one.
That damage done. We'll see if it converts into anything at all. Balin and Leaf.
Cryo's got a cam. He could try to, ping somebody out here.
Trying to clear these angles. This is a G2 to fire on every cylinder imaginable. Timotino. Okay!
Where's that come from?
That's injected life into me.
Holy!
All right, a pistol round from the brink. Maybe there's a world.
Look at his reaction.
Yeah.
I don't know. He was expecting that.
Yo.
Like a kid at Christmas. Where's that come from? G2 had that round fully under control. It was one of the classic calm, patient rounds from them. And Timatino just answers back, slaps down Leaf, who came in for the trade on 15 HP.
That's nice.
That's really beautiful. Red Bull clutch just when they needed it most. There's hope.
There is hope. 100 Thieves. Spectres, you got an Outlaw. Possibility to do some damage here. Gonna look to shred the opposition up towards that C-mount area, but G2 are just disrespecting it. They are all the way up, and these shots are going ever so wide.
If they back into a B exec at any point here, Cryo's got this setup where they can have the cam for retake and aim to spam in multiple places off the trips.
Ocean's 11 type, Pete. Try and get past this. But they're walking up to it, which means they're going to be aware, even breaking the cam. At least one of the trips set a Prowler, even just taking up attention towards it. I think it's going to be potentially broken. These players have already taken up residency towards the B side, up towards Heaven. Jorg is taking a rapid timing, calling for the play though. 100 Thieves, that proactivity is on display. They want to try and fight this one forward. They've lost them.
Where have they gone?
Completely slipped the net all the way behind them. Jorgamo, he's the one who's cleared the path, and now he's the one cutting up close quarters with these pistols. The rest of the team ready to swing off his contact, taking it a fight forwards, swinging wide with the right clicks, hoping for the best here. The plant is down. G2 though left in a 2v4. For 100 Thieves, got to keep it put together, disciplined at that.
Yeah, I mean, the pathing was brilliant from G2, but the weaponry is really nice for 100 Thieves here to close it out.
Holding on to it.
One enemy.
Not missing stray shots at the end of the day. Still, G2 makes something out of it, at least getting a plant down in a round like this, but for 100 Thieves, a critical element. 4 of them surviving.
Deathball Valorant towards the end to make sure that they cleaned that one up. Making sure you stick together, you've got a bunch of Spectres, just trade each other out. I really like the way that Valin navigated that situation though. Definitely made something weird happen.
One enemy remaining.
Push through Heaven, they all went underneath the trip as well. Utilizing that dip in the B side. Teemo with the Outlaw is going to be staring at 5 full armors here. But maybe some kind of trap play over towards Mound can get the job done. A Paranoia would be nice.
A lot of his team are here. One way. Pre-aiming to where this one could be. Prowler as well. His utility is just being sucked up there. Bang's doing a good job of making sure to clear the way forward. Oh, he might be in a bit of trouble. Indeed, he is. A bit too close quarters for his liking. Timatino just trying to glide into the fight to see what he can do. Asuna really just trying to follow through as well off of all that pressure created. But now Cryo, last one left, and he's been spotted out. Sidestep, that's a team flash. Hello. Not too much of a setup there for Jorg. Can't get too many ins to a player like Cryo, because he will punish you for it. He's even going to have a gun for it, but the backstab activates, and Baby Base shuts it all down.
You got to respect the fearless entrying of a guy who gets team flashed with his own
he does
squad's Paranoia and still sends it. That's Jorg, baby. In terms of the macro in this round, it's a B default for G2 to try to open the door and defuse the Mound take, and instead 100 Thieves open the door themselves and try to fight in, but G2 were too fast. So both teams understanding how they want to play these situations, but G2 being a bit quicker and probably just a bit more like thorough and disciplined and practiced in this map too. Remind you that 100 Thieves haven't shown us this before with the double duelist Cypher.
Oh, he's got to be careful here, trying to get the hell out. You're right, we haven't seen it. This look, this specific look at least out of 100 Thieves.
Already adapting though. Trip the wall early, dominate the B space and the C space, and looking to play around Cryo's setup on A.
Timatino alone, you can't really fight this one, but...
Well, he's looking to deny the ult up, I think. He just does not want Jorgmo to be able to get that for free. I believe it's still up.
Yeah, to put a lot of fear into G2.
Yeah, there it is. A precious resource that 100 Thieves are now looking to team fight over.
100 Thieves was looking like they were potentially going for the reclear. There are players waiting and wading straight back into this potential fight. Prowler, caught as a noise bait. It's a sound bait. Yeah, Leaf. They were all two just locked in, I think, onto that Prowler. Leaf's able to barely get out there, shredded by a couple of bullets. 40 seconds left. This leaves it into the hands of Bang.
Well, they know there was a lot of bodies committed to the A Rebel fight. Bang's got to take some kind of timing here or get out.
There's Paranoia. Try and put a stop to them right now, but that Util has to go flying forwards. A TP, is he out too wide? Not quite, no one's watching. Asuna is here, arrived to try and help him out. Just a one kill, the trade's intact, and that Thorn damage, oh my goodness.
The Thorns from Baby Bay get so much value. 2 assists and a straight up kill. paralyzed Bang. Huge amounts of damage over to Asuna, and then a full kill onto, was it Timo?
That's just ridiculous.
Crazy stuff. 3 players left alive to try to deal with Cryo. He's been in these 1vx situations so much.
Yeah.
You got to feel for the guy. He's always got someone at his back as well.
Yeah, life of a Sentinel player.
Somebody give him an honest duel.
I know. 10-6 now for G2. We were talking about that lifeline at this point, starting to fade away a little bit for
definitely.
the Thieves.
Definitely. Winning the bonus would have been great. Winning the round after the bonus would have been fine. But losing both, disastrous. Look at the value from the Thorns here.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah. Oh, it's Vora that ends up dying to it, not Ticatino. But yeah, just catching so many players there. Bang's reposition just lands him in the midst of all of those Thorns. You take a lot of damage if you try to extract yourself from them.
Wall set.
Change up of the defensive setup, but this round, the weaponry just isn't really there.
No.
G2 very, very likely to get up to 11. What? Oh no, Leaf can't even believe what he's done. He's giggling to his teammates. Oh, we gotta check that guy.
Check his PC.
I mean, from what he was doing on Pearl to that.
Yeah, nah.
I mean, he didn't need the headshot, did he? It was overkill anyway.
It was overkill, but I did a spit take, nevertheless.
Yeah, I think he did.
That is just outrageous. Anticipating a bit of a peak there, just holding it all down. G2 are just letting the game come to them at this point.
Yeah, they are. They recognize the pressure that's going to be on 100 Thieves.
Yeah.
You're on an eco, you've got to make something happen. We've got Asuna peeking out. B at the moment with the Sheriff, seeing if he can work a pick. But it's going to get increasingly more and more desperate as they find themselves down players.
Enemy down.
Did a nice one there. Second shot also lands, making a significant difference. Now being a nuisance, Thorn in their side. Asuna
30 seconds
back
left.
to the wall, both of these players in fact as well, but straight shots into the wall. Hold on with the reload, getting punished for it. You've just given him an easy access opening. Cryo, he's going to try and hold this down with just that frenzy, and it's not the right tool for the job. Instantly traded out by Trent, and it's got them into the post plan. G2 can hold this 1v2. Vora with the magic. Picks up the gun, picks up the upgrade, but that Nightfall, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. It's going to be getting that connection. Acknowledgement there. G2 know exactly where Vora is.
Jorg can just run here on the flank.
Run, yeah. For the connection. All the sound cues fully taken away. Slowly closing the net here. Spots out where Trent could be. Anticipating it is up towards heaven, but here is Jorg. Just spotted out though. Vora now comes down to that individuality still. Double face at G2 is called for. They navigate it well.
It's a nice try by Vora. The first 2 kills that he got. Lazy from G2, I think. Starting to feel like they're destined to be able to win. That's vile stuff.
Yeah, nah.
But he just can't close it out. I mean, look at his reaction. He had a spit take.
His eye was popping out of his sockets.
A wooga. Okay. 100 Thieves, this really is their last opportunity. Have to try to stop G2 from getting up to match point.
All in with a rebel fight. And this time just guns out though. They do have that showstopper. Asuna ready for the play. Valin with a slight peek. That's all. Oh no!
It's an accidental.
My God. Feels like there's a bit of a divine intervention at work here at G2. What? Looking like they're preordained. Vora's going to see if he can put a stop to it though. Always the heretic here. Finds himself 2, but Valin still alive. 3 in a round 4 and brings it into that 2v2 and all that space. Look at this. Trent full access to the C side. He says, come on.
Valin has no idea whether they've pushed the spike, has to smoke it off and ult out. And yet still, they find themselves actually in a really nice position. Vora's done what he can in that spot, but Trent, the fade on the other side, on an off angle over towards Spawn, may just close this. How diligent are 100 Thieves?
How can I clear? Bang, first one down, dropped. Now up to Cryo, but they know where he is. Prowler,
They found my wire.
second confirmation. You have cages to get yourself back in if you choose to activate it now, but Valen's just holding that one. Paranoia off the Prowler contact once more. Waves at his Yuto to slow down the approach. The sees while it is at it, and the transfer just doesn't come through in time. Can't quite connect those dots. Trent puts a stop to it. Up to 12 at G2, and now on the precipice.
6 opportunities to close this game out and advance a little bit further to a qualification match for London. Some of these moments have been ridiculous in this game.
Yeah.
They really have. And yet they've all pieced together into a dominant performance from G2. It has not really felt like 100 Thieves have been in the running in this game from minute one.
Some of these shots, though, if it's me, I'm pressing escape, report, gameplay sabotage, cheating, the lot. They are getting away with some things here, but G2 never punished for the individuality. The risky plays, deep pushes. And now just holding again. This has been the game plan for them from the get-go, because again, the pressure is all on 100 Thieves. They're the ones who have to get something going. Delayed there with a haunt. Cam's going to be heard. But the money tenuous. Timotino is the only player on full armor, so leave for this outlaw.
They've got the right read, though. Asuna is actually rotating around to try to match the pack and utilize his showstopper here. So no matter where this ends, if the pack goes B or A, Asuna's going to be there to try to support.
We're going to pay dividends.
You going into the Judge or into the Cypher?
Yeah. Pick your poison situation, but G2 don't even know what they're drinking at this point. They're just trying to walk their way into the site. Cryos forwards, showstopper! That is a big one! 2 players immediately dropped. Baby Bay and Trent turned into ping missed. Leaf holding it down, looking to see if he can track those players. And more patience he shows. A steady hand. 30 seconds remaining. He's got to ISO those fights though. And now, too much to overcome, even for G2. Valen, 1v4, 20 seconds remaining. Spike way out of order. Way out of grips, really. 8 rebounds. Will be falling here. Whole pack of players waiting for you, so 100 Thieves are still alive.
Really clean round with the ultimates from 100 Thieves. At least demonstrating here that when they have a sizable advantage, they can close it, right? They actually have a setup here that makes a ton of sense. The problem is they burnt pretty much every ult to be able to use that. Fade ult came through even after Asuna had ulted and been able to pick up 2 players. Neon ultimate as well for that pinch through.
Good round, boys.
It is a good round. It's a good round. It's a necessary round. It gets them on the board and it cracks G2's economy. But they are going to need 5 more just as clean as that.
G2 be menaces when they're on the lower money. Oh, that mount control immediately off the rip. G2 are just doing this one quite fast and loose with that paranoia. Door open. Boris trying to play up the back of this one here. No way! Dropping like flies!
This was the eco!
It's turned! Just like that. A quick 180. And a 3v1 for Cryo once more that he steps into.
Spike planted.
Impossible scenarios as all this guy's been granted so far in a series like this. And now he's got to do it so his team can stay in it. Right now, G2, they spot those signs of life. They play it back to Thorns. There's obstacles on every corner for 100 Thieves. It was like the death blows are just raining down at this point. The post plan can be played for. Time ticking now. That spike is speeding up. The avenues for any sort of win are running surely dry at this point for G2. It is a jaunt in the park. They walk forwards and they step forwards into the next round of games in playoffs. Absolute dominance from them.
Yeah. We talked about both of these teams having momentum heading into playoffs, but there was only one squad with opportunities to win today. G2 dominated this match, and that upcoming game to qualify for Masters London between them and Crew is going to be electric.
Oh, yeah.
Like, that is going to be a game to tune in and watch, but I really feel like the gears are turning right now for G2. Reinventing themselves after their flirtation with Harbor early on in the stage, and they keep up the dominance that they've had in this matchup. This has been going the way of G2, this head-to-head, ever since Shanghai. And the desk talked about it, but this is now 5 in a row that G2 have been able to comfortably deal with 100 Thieves. Only 2 maps lost in 5 victories against the 100 Thieves squad. They've got their number.
Once more, the narrative repeats as well. 100 Thieves, they enter a playoffs, they lose that opening match. It'll be up to them to see if they can do it a little bit differently in that lower bracket, but for G2, all smiles for a very good reason, because, as we said, this is the most competitive that Americas has really ever been in terms of the amount of firepower that each roster's bringing this time around. They are no longer the top dogs by default.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point, is that they're actually going to have to work for every win in playoffs. They were not the #1 seed in their group. They don't get to have one win and go straight to London. They've had to grind it out here.
Listen, the norm for G2 is going 4-1, 5-0 in their groups.
Yeah, absolutely. And just being like clearly the best team. And actually now they've got some more competition. Like I said, that game against Crew I think is going to be one to watch.
Yeah.
But in terms of recent form and like momentum acceleration towards these big games, it's hard not to believe in this G2 squad. They look like they're going to be good to be able to do what they did all of last year.
Yeah, what they showed today was just nothing short of brilliant, really. They had the right adjustments, good reactions and reads, real proactive play, and as well, just turning on the plays that 100 Thieves were trying to cook up. They were very ready for everything going on.
Yeah, they were. I mean, there were just some disgusting individual moments. Like the form is there. In fact, you know, we've seen BabyBay be their best player across stage one. I wouldn't even say necessarily today was about BabyBay himself. No. Like, he was a part of it, he was a component of it, but I feel like Leaf had some of the most ridiculous moments.
Yeah,
today, to be honest.
almost certainly, man. Yeah, well, with that being said, we're going to send it down to the man of the hour. Liz is standing by for that Verizon post-match interview with Leaf. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Brennan Sideshow. And yes, Leaf, you had some absolutely ridiculous moments today. You were surprised with some of the shots you were hitting yourself. You had an ace, friend stole it from you. I mean, let's talk about today's game, kind of going into it. Looking at Valen's tweet, he said, you know, after your 0-2, like 0-2 loss kind of number, you made a promise yourself you're going to make it to playoffs. What has that journey been like for you specifically?
A lot of different agents, obviously, different play styles. I mean, I'm on Phoenix, Astra, Omen, Viper. I don't know what's next, to be honest, but yeah, it's just been a lot of experimenting, and like, you know, those first two losses, we just wanted to give people a chance, you know, in the Americas, like let them have the feeling, you know, and but now we're locked in and we're feeling good, so crew next.
And crew next. I mean, let's go to that. Good answer, Trent. Thank you. Moving. My next question for you is about crew. You know, they are I believe, the most winningest team in America right now, the best performers. You will be facing them next. They look incredible. What is your read on crew, Visa?
I mean, they have some of the best, like, individual, like, micro, like, they're so good with movement and aim and stuff like that. Like, Les is kind of known for that, but, you know, Silence, MW0, all these people are so good, and Dante is just insane with the Neon, so they're definitely strong. You know, they were on a little high win streak, and then they got knocked down a little, but they're still in that uppers, so they're definitely going to be prepared, and they're definitely going to be good.
Well, you are now technically one best of three away from qualifying for London. You have been to many international events in your career. Is London different in terms of just like qualifying for it, especially after Santiago's performance?
I mean, it always just shows consistency. You know, we've made, I don't even know how many Masters champs in a row, but you know, we are one of the few teams across every single region in order to be able to do that. So you know, even though we don't have that chip yet, it still proves that we're able to, you know, dominantly get there. So it's just, our time will come.
Well, thank you so much, Leaf. I'm gonna send over to Matchpoint, our post show, y'all. Thank you so much.
Hello and welcome to Matchpoint. Zoe here, joined by two very special guests. It's Jogama and BabyBay. Dre, you came in, you were like, just one more. So clearly already to head into tomorrow's game. How are you feeling? Is there a weight lifted off your shoulder after 2 days? Very dominant performance.
The weight isn't lifted yet. You know, like the job's not done. Also, we want to win the whole stage because you get like an extra prize if you win everything. I'm trying to get my first stage trophy. This guy already has what, like, you got all the infinity.
Stop counting.
Yeah. So I'm trying to get the stage trophy. Well, we all are, and yeah, looking forward to crew.
All right. How do you feel right now after this victory?
I mean, it's still playoffs, so I'm still like, no, I'm not ready yet. I still need a couple more games. I think that we're catching the peak that we needed for this team. So, you know, a couple more games in us, and I think we'll see the victories now.
Yeah, guys, the gears are turning out there. It's gelling, it's clicking. Like, you guys just looked incredible. Now, we know what you're all capable in the server, but how well do you guys know each other out of the server, would you say? Like, how tight are we?
I mean, kind of tight.
Okay.
See each other all day. So, could be tighter.
Could be tighter.
Yeah, that's fair.
Listen, there's always room for improvement. We're going to play a little game called the BabyBay Timeline. That's right. We did a deep dive on BabyBay socials and dug up some pictures. We had to scramble a little bit through, you know, like only the broadcast safe ones made it. But based on the pictures, you have to guess where in this timeline this picture was taken.
I've seen a few of them already.
Yeah, there were some goodies.
I feel like this is going to be so embarrassing for me.
Okay, first picture, where would you put it, John?
Wait, which one's BabyBay?
On the right.
Who knows? That's the first hurdle.
That's definitely 2021. I remember this picture.
2021?
2021?
Okay, 2021.
I don't even know when it was, by the way.
You're kind of big, man.
Okay, next picture. Let's see what we got.
Ooh, that's easy.
You're looking happy and carefree, my guy.
I feel like enjoying life. That's definitely 20.
Yeah, when did he enjoy his life?
24. I'll give it 24.
Okay, 24.
You're enjoying life right there, being casted.
I feel like Dre has a harder time guessing.
My face is so
I just have a bad
bloated in
camera
that
angle,
picture.
bro.
I'm like chiseled now. You know
That
what I
could
mean?
be delighting.
Yeah, you probably.
Whoa!
Okay, okay, sir.
Ooh. What is this one?
Look at the
Oh, yeah.
You got Gucci in your.
Look at the
How you got
Gucci.
Gucci shoes on? Damn, that's young Dre. I'm gonna give that 22, honestly.
22.
Well,
Okay.
How could I be Atlanta Rain with a face? Never mind.
You
wait.
trying to spoil it.
You spiked up a little bit.
What do you know? What do you know? Okay, next picture. Let's see.
Wow. Yeah.
Is that
25.
Wow.
I already knew that one.
So
what are you eating
happened
out of
in
that?
Ooh, I mean, dude, he was face deep in that cereal bowl, and dude, he was enjoying
Did
that.
you actually? Did change the flavor?
I ate out of it and my stomach was kind of like messed
Not
up
so
right
good.
afterwards.
It's probably lead in that
think
trophy or something.
that was like -5 years.
Dude, that's chemicals all in there.
Yeah, I definitely.
Yeah, that's
Wow.
not. Oh, okay.
Ooh, the Balenciaga shirt.
Balenciaga 2020 for sure.
Yeah,
20.
2020 for sure.
I think that might be
What's the gang sign? Like, what are you
That's
doing
just a
here?
peace sign.
I think my middle finger was just broken because of all the gaming I had to do in Overwatch. So like I'm trying to throw up a peace sign, but it's just like
It's just
a
kind of.
little crazy. Yeah, it's
Okay,
just-
I got it. I got it.
Yeah, damn.
Fix that now. Oh look, and now you know how to do it.
Look at it.
26.
Wait, why does my middle
Yeah.
finger still look kind of like, you know, a little messed up? Oh, I got a problem.
No, you're good.
No,
Okay,
now I'm straight.
2026, and then obviously the last one would end up here.
Who's that?
That's a good look
That's
for
King.
you.
How you gotta
That's a
spell
good look.
That's King.
Okay, how do you feel about
He won
this?
today.
You feeling good about this arrangement?
Yeah, I actually am feeling pretty good about this one.
I mean, you gotta swap 2021 and 2022.
Okay, all right.
You can't
The
tell
younger
that.
Dre,
That's not
though?
the point of the game.
Sorry.
This is not a team
My
game
bad, bro.
situation. Okay, let's have the big reveal. Let's see
Let me see.
how right or wrong you were.
Damn, you're.
I mean, close.
honestly,
on these
pretty
Close.
close.
Why I look like I'm so, dude?
You were younger. I should have done that. You're right.
I look so angry.
I mean, okay, you got this one
Damn.
correct. You got this one correct. And that's it,
up
actually.
the year?
Everything
Yeah,
else was
everything
wrong.
else got
So that's not
messed up.
kind of close, actually. That's kind of bad,
I'll take
actually.
two.
That was when, dude. That was when you won. 2023, right there, bro.
That's
I
why he
on
was
the
so
desk.
happy.
I was on the desk. I was
That's why
watching
he
you
was
from the
so
bleachers.
happy.
That was a blur for me, guys.
That's all right. We're looking ahead in the future. We're not concerning ourselves with the past. Now, looking at the future,
Wow.
of course, you guys have your last match tomorrow, which not last match tomorrow, but you have the qualification match tomorrow for the playoffs. How do you stack up against Crew?
Hey, we're excited for Crew. Crew have looked pretty good, you know, but we saw them falter a little bit with that loss to 100 Thieves as well. So, I mean, we're looking forward to it. It's going to be a great matchup. I think it's going to be a banger series, seriously.
On MIBR, Lev, who you got?
I think Lev is just going to smack them up, honestly.
On a heater.
I don't even think it's going to be close.
You gave us the visuals for this one here, too.
I know MIBR beat them last time, but this Lev is just different. Like, they're going to roll them.
All the
can
power,
promise.
all the momentum is in Lev's hands right now. I think they'll 2-0 sweep.
Okay, who's going to make the lower bracket run? Who's going to surprise us?
Ooh, I'm going to say Loud, actually. Believe it
Yeah?
or not. Yeah, I think Loud, early coming in. I mean, that young kid is insane. I can't lie. He's leading that team with a good heart, so yeah.
Yeah, they're having a lot of momentum heading into the playoffs, so it's going to be exciting to see what they have in store for us. Guys, thank you so much for taking the time. We can't wait to see you back in action. Congratulations again to you and the squad. Thank you all for watching. We'll see you tomorrow here again, same time, same place. So here is today's Fast Replay, presented by Samsung OLED.
This playoffs is about as wide open as you can possibly get.
And crucially, for both of these squads, they're only 2 games away from a qualification to London.
Now Leviatán trying to push themselves back into this site. FURIA split on opposite ends of this wall. Spike goes after it. Now suppressed. Backed into the corner. It's a one-on-one now. And he wants it again. Delivers. And they are there, shutting down these early kills, but it's Art again for 3 kills. He is stepping up when his team needs him. Less and less time to work with. And now Art steps in front of the flash. Art gets it again. He is a madman. Teleports exchange. Sun comes down and Spike gets it again. That seize was perfection. Now just needs to deal with the birthday boy. He's out so quick. Oh, who are you, Spike? Now the quick flood comes down. King alive on site. King again for 3. It's King for his 20th kill. Man, that that just became a blowout so quick. Flashes on Koala. Flash is good, and Neon still hits the shot. Someone's gonna have to guard that plant. Leviathan are working into the site. The lockdown's destroyed. Neon has his third kill into the round, and Nerve is out. This is outlandish. It's gonna have to be perfect shots with his teammates dropping around him. Now it's King and a 1-on-2. King does it again. You can't let him get away with it. Leviathan punched their ticket to a fight against MIBR.
Towards that heaven angle, Jorgamov done and finished. A bit of a half clearance, but now it's just left up to Leap, and now in a 1v3. Players jumping towards him, lining up. That is unreal! Sound cues taken and cut completely away, and with that to the K. Oh my goodness! We're showing off, aren't we? 13-4. That's how we ended over towards Pearl in the stun. Not going to be connecting, but this goes on to the other side of things. Again, a return of that fire. But it is just him laying here, but still Cryo dismissed with a wave of a hand! Baby Bay is walking on water! Sliders of off angles, Baby Bay softens up Timotino. A G2 to fire on every cylinder imaginable. And Timotino, oh! Where's that come from? That's injected life into me!
G2 very, very likely to get up to 11. What? Oh no, he can't believe what he's done. He's giggling with his teammates.
To the play, Valen with a slight peek. That's oh no!
It's an accidental.
It is a jaunt in the park. They walk forwards and they step forwards into the next round of games in playoffs. Absolute dominance from them.
I just kept forgetting how the bracket worked.
So, is that why some of them weren't quite landing on the screen?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I think I was touching it with my shoulder, my elbow, to get you in.
God,
and it was just placing it off to the side. I didn't even realize it was doing
I
that.
didn't even realize that was happening. There's quite a few Furias over there, isn't there?
Wow, what a run from Fury. You can really see where they just took over.
Yeah.
Yeah. Are we happy with this? Okay.
Okay.
Excellent. Excellent. I think that might be either one of the worst segments of all time or the best.
It's very hard to tell when